Patter, patter. Rain hammered the cracked rooftop of an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Tokyo. Thunder rolled above thick clouds, the city lights barely reaching this forgotten corner of the outskirts. Water poured through a gaping hole in the ceiling and disappeared into the darkness below. Patter, patter. In the center of the warehouse floor sat a man. Alone, silent, he rested on a mound of twisted limbs and cooling corpses, their blood mixing with the falling rain and spreading across the concrete in thin red streams. He exhaled. With a tired sigh, he pulled a half-soaked cigarette from his pocket along with a battered lighter. A click, a click, a click. No flame, his clothes were too wet, the lighter too damp. "Oh, you gotta be kidding me," he muttered. He tossed the lighter. It clinked off the forehead of a man tied to a chair a few meters away, snapping him awake. "Oh no." The bound man lifted his head, vision swimming, until he locked onto the figure sitting atop the corpses. The same man who had torn through the warehouse earlier, the blood, the ruin, the destruction. He wasn't human, not anymore. The man's white shirt was shredded, his skin covered in bruises and gashes. A sakura tattoo bloomed across his chest and down his arm. Iron knuckles, still stained red, hung loosely from one hand. Recognition hit like a punch. His eyes widened. The name alone carried weight, an urban legend whispered through Tokyo's criminal underworld, a ghost, a curse, a massacre on legs. Didn't negotiate, he didn't warn, he didn't leave survivors. He simply arrived, wiped out entire crews, and vanished before authorities even realized what happened. The bound man forced himself to speak, hoping confidence might save him. "You do know this warehouse belongs to the right?" he said with a shaky grin, picking a fight with one of the biggest syndicates around, not exactly smart. Blinked unimpressed. "Did the lighter hit your head too hard?" he asked. "I said, do you have a lighter?" The grin collapsed, anger took its place. "Fuck you, who the hell do you thins?" A bang. A sharp crack snapped through the air. The man's head whipped back, a bullet tearing through his skull. He slumped dead, blood dripping from the chair. Lowered the still smoking pistol, checked the empty magazine, and tossed the gun aside. "Well," he sighed, "there goes the last bullet." He stood and brushed rain from his eyes. Then his voice cut through the room. "Are you rats done enjoying the show?" As if waiting for the cue, the warehouse doors crashed open. More than 20 men stormed in armed with katanas, bats, chains, and pipes. Their footsteps echoed through the blood-slick floor. Leading them was a man in a black and white yukata, calm, smug, confident. "You call us rats," he said lightly, "but you walked straight into our trap. Bit ironic, don't you think?" He looked over the bodies and whistled. "I didn't expect one guy to take out 50 of mine, but here you are still barely standing." Looked around, then at the leader again. "So tell me," he said, "how do you expect them to protect you from me?" He stepped forward, and his leg gave out. His knee buckled, his head spun, his vision wavered. The yukata man laughed. "You really thought I'd show up unprepared? The poison, been working since you got here. Judging by your condition, it just reached your organs." He tilted his head. "So tell me, think you're walking out alive?" Didn't answer. He knelt beside a corpse instead, pulled a combat knife from a dead man's belt, and plunged it into his own thigh. Blood gushed out. Men recoiled, didn't flinch. The shock sharpened him, the pain fed him, the haze lifted. "You're insane," the leader said, almost amused. "You'll blade out even if you kill us." His reply was cold. "I'm not planning on surviving." A chill slithered through the room. The leader snapped. "Don't just stand there, kill him." They charged. A katana carved down towards neck. He twisted, rising with brutal speed. His iron knuckles slammed into the attacker's jaw. A crack. A scream tore through the warehouse. Stomped once. Oh, the man's neck snapped. Oh, the rest rushed him. Moved like a demon, every step was precise, every strike fatal. He slid between blades and pipes with unnatural speed. His fists caved in temples, his knuckles crushed throats. He tore through the group with the efficiency of someone who never fought to win, only to kill. Blood hit the walls, bones cracked, screams died. Seconds became minutes, minutes bled into 20, then 30. When the last man fell, 16 bodies littered the floor. And was nearly gone. Both arms severed, legs broken, face slashed open, one eye gone. But he was still breathing. Still smiling. The yukata leader approached, breathing hard. He picked up a katana and crouched in front of. Even like this, you're a monster, he said, but this is it, you should stayed away from them. He raised the blade. No arms, no legs, half your face missing, so any last words? Lifted his head slowly, his grin returning through the blood. Once I'm dead, take care of your little brother. The leader frowned. What, I don't have a... Chuckled. Oh, trust me, after how many nights I spent with your mother, she's definitely expecting. The man's face twisted with rage. Oh, you son of a... beep, beep, beep. He froze. A soft, rhythmic sound came from his mouth. The leader leaned in and saw it, a small black device clenched between his teeth. His eye gleamed. See you in hell, son. A click. No, wait. The explosion swallowed the warehouse whole, a roaring inferno that vaporized every last trace of the man who dedicated his final breath to destroying them. POV. I never understood why humans obsessed over space. Stars, planets, galaxies, sure they're pretty, but that's all they ever were to me, distant specks of light we'd never touch. Still, rich people would burn millions just to float in low orbit for 60 seconds, then come back pretending they'd found the secret of existence. I always thought it was just another way to show off. But now, standing here, looking down at Earth from above, I think I finally get it. I guess this is the heaven everyone kept talking about. The word slipped out as I stared at the glowing blue sphere below, so small, so familiar, so quiet. For the first time in a decade, I felt something I thought I'd lost forever. A peace. A warm, weightless stillness settled in my chest. I almost forgot what that felt like. Not after what happened to hers. Our parents divorced when I was 10. The reason, simple, both of them were cheating, a perfect pair of hypocrites. The truth came out, everything collapsed. Screaming matches, broken plates, empty dinners, nights spent wondering if tomorrow would be worse than today. They were so consumed by their hate that they forgot me and even existed. So left. She was 18, barely an adult. She should have been preparing for college, making friends, living a normal life. Instead, she packed a bag for herself and a smaller one for me and walked us out the door. She worked at a tiny for scraps just so I could eat. She traded her entire future for mine, and for a while it was just us. Not safe, not stable, but happy. Until the night everything shattered. I was doing homework, was cooking, humming while the rice steamed. It felt normal, warm. Then the door crashed open. 5 men stormed in, professionals, efficient. One grabbed my throat and lifted me like I weighed nothing. I watched run out, panic twisting her face the moment she saw me choking. She didn't think, she didn't hesitate. She attacked them. They kicked her aside like she was nothing. And then darkness swallowed me whole. When I woke up, our apartment looked untouched, furniture perfectly in place, no signs of a fight. Except was gone. Kidnapped. I ran through the streets for days, begged strangers for information, called the police until my voice cracked, filed reports, checked alleys, warehouses, anywhere a person could disappear. Then the police came knocking. They told me they'd found her. And for one foolish heartbeat, I believed she was alive. But the moment I saw the officer's expression, I knew. They found's body. An organ harvesting ring, one of the biggest in Tokyo, the kind the police couldn't afford to provoke. I still remember standing in that cold room at the station, unable to move. Her black hair was matted and stained. A jagged scar cut across her torso. Her face looked peaceful only because death had frozen it that way. The police told me to move on, to forget, to let the professionals handle it. They did nothing. That was the last day I cried. The last day I begged. And the day every gang in Tokyo signed its death sentence. 10 years later, the largest syndicate, the one behind her death, was nothing but charred remains beneath my feet. I did it, I whispered to the stars. They're gone, all of them. A tear slipped down my cheek, quiet, heavy, earned. For the first time in years, my chest didn't ache. Maybe those space tourists were onto something, I muttered. This view really does change you. I exhaled and looked around, just me, silence, a strange stillness in the void. Ildab, 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 soft footsteps. I turned. A dog approached me. A snow-white coat with golden patterns woven into its fur like embroidery, eyes shining with innocent joy. And then it spoke. So it chirped, wagging its tail, did you finally find peace? I blinked, then nodded. Oh yeah, I think I did. The dog practically squeaked with excitement. I knew it, I knew this would work. A clipboard and pen popped into existence beside him. He looked at me sheepishly. Hey, could I maybe get your autographs? I stared. You want my autograph? Of course, he beamed. Your death scene has been replayed 1,000 times you even ranked in the most badass humans of all time. He wagged so hard his whole body shook. I laughed a real laugh. Even in death, the world refused to make sense. So you're a god, I asked. Yup, he said proudly, the strongest in one. I signed the floating clipboard, it vanished in a swirl of light. Thanks, the dog yipped. Now let's get to the main event. A massive screen flickered in front of us filled with names. Worlds I recognized from anime, from stories, from fiction. So I'm getting, I asked. The dog nodded, grinning from ear to ear. Exactly, but not because you got hit by truck or died by accident. No, you earned this. His tone softened with respect. The gods were moved by your story. You're being given another life, any world you choose, any reality you want. He lifted his paw, pointing at the glowing screens. Your fate is yours to pick this time, not because of luck, but because you deserve it.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
A third-person POV. As soon as the dog finished speaking, felt something unexpected stir inside him, happiness. Not the fleeting kind, not a cheap thrill from a small win. This was something deeper. For the first time in years, someone had seen his pain, understood his struggle, and truly acknowledged him. So it wasn't all meaningless, he thought. The realization wrapped around his soul like a warm blanket. He let the emotions sink in for a moment, took a steady breath, then looked up. Thank you, he said quietly. That really meant a lot. Then he blinked. Wait, I don't even know your names. The dog blinked back at him, then his eyes widened. Oh gosh, I totally forgot. he yelped, tail wagging as he cleared his throat with dramatic flair. Let me do this properly. Hello, my name's Happy, nice to meet you. Watched Happy act like royalty, then gave a small, genuine smile. Nice to meet you too, Happy. Happy's tail wagged faster. All right, now that introductions are out of the way, let's pick the world you want to reincarnate into. A turn toward the glowing screen filled with floating world names. Some shimmered with excitement, others pulsed with danger. He scrolled through them. Attack on Titan, nope. Marvel, not a chance. DC, pass. Berserk, hell no. Then something caught his eye, a world that felt right, not perfect, but manageable, familiar, flexible. I think My Hero Academia would be the best fit, he said. Happy raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah, why that one's? Shrugged. Well, I recently finished One Piece, Demon Slayer, and MHA. One Piece was just too long, too chaotic. I'd forget half the plot and get lost in all the madness. Demon Slayer, way too grim, demons, blood, tragedy, it's nonstop. He paused, Happy leaned in a little, sensing there was more. But the biggest reason, said, lowering his voice, no internet, Demon Slayer is stuck in the past, One Piece has, whatever that is, I grew up with modern tech, I rather not go back to the dark ages. Happy laughed, so you're picking MHA because it has working Wi-Fi and fewer psychological horror arcs. Exactly, and honestly, frowned. I didn't like how the original story played out, survives everything on pure plot armor. Every time he pulled off the impossible, I wanted to throw something. Happy nodded wisely. Yeah, I get that, but you as the main character, I can already picture it. First day at UA, you kick the door open and start throwing hands with the top students. Legendary. Chuckled as Happy spun around midair, rambling about training arcs, rivalries, and over-the-top hero battles. No wonder he's called Happy, thought, watching him bounce around like a kid on sugar. Eventually, Happy came to a stop and shifted to a more serious tone. It's okay, final call, you sure about My Hero Academia? Nodded, yeah, I'm sure. Perfect, Happy said. The screen broke apart into shimmering golden particles. And now time for your gifts. Happy grinned, I've got just the setup for you. First, you'll have the ability to grow stronger by training and fighting tougher opponents. The more you push yourself, the stronger you become. And for your quirk, shockwave manipulation along with technique development, kinda likes demon art from Demon Slayer, fits your fighting style perfectly. Narrowed his eyes, so my body gets stronger and my quirk evolves. Exactly, Happy nodded. You'll grow in both ways, side by side, it's a dynamic system. And clenched his fist, his eyes lit up with purpose. That's perfect. A shockwave's pure force, immediate impact. He could bring redeveloped as techniques, even adapt moves like and from One Piece. Now one last thing, Happy said. A final gift from all the gods, just a little thank you for everything you've done. He tilted his head, there's more. Happy smiled, yeps, but I think I'll give you a moment alone for this one. A whoosh. And just like that, Happy vanished. I stood alone in the silence. What did he mean by that? He muttered. Then he heard it. He froze. His heart nearly stopped. Only one person had ever called him that. He turned slowly and saw a woman standing there. There she was. Long black hair, a soft smile, eyes full of warmth and mischief. Why, whispered. She walked toward him carefully, step by step. Each one felt like a shock to his chest. He was afraid it might be a dream or some cruel illusion. But when she reached him and gently cupped his face in her hands, it felt real. What, can't recognize your big sister anymore? She teased. And the dam broke. He pulled her into a tight hug, his body trembled. She too hugged him back like she'd never let go. You've been through so much, haven't you? She whispered. He couldn't speak, could barely breathe, he just nodded. Eventually, after calming down, they pulled apart. How you been, he asked. Pretty good, she smiled. Heaven is more chill than I expected. Laughed lightly, you deserve it. Then tug. Ow, what was that for? He yelped as pulled his ear. You were planning to stay, weren't you? She scolded, still holding his ear. He hesitated. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I didn't want to leave you alone again. She glared at him, and what about you? Her sudden shout stunned him. She'd never yelled at him before. Oh, I saw everything, she said, voice shaking. All those years, you kept fighting, you kept hurting, and I couldn't do anything but watch. You carried my pain for years. Tears streamed down her cheeks. So now, I want you to live really live. Go to school, make friends, fall in love, or hell, rob a bank and start a fight club. You've always been a battle freak. Ever since you starting learning how to fight, just stop carrying my burden, let it go. Her words hit deep. And for the first time in over a decade, allowed himself to ask. Live for myself. Yes, she said softly, you deserve that even more than me. He stared at her, then smiled, his mind made up. I'll go. She smiled too, proud, relieved, happy. Then enjoy your life. He looked at his hands, they were starting to fade, it was time. I guess this is it. I guess so, she whispered. Thank you for everything, San. And with that faded away, off to a new beginning, a new chapter, a new life. A POV first person. Thank you for everything, San. And then he vanished. Gone to start a new life. The moment his presence disappeared, the tears came rushing back. WOOSH. Why are you crying now? Asked Happy as he reappeared beside me. He's never called me San before, I whispered, wiping my tears. It felt really nice to hear it. But just then, something dawned on me, something really important. Happy, I shouted suddenly. He flinched so hard his fur puffed up. What? Please tell me there's a girl in MHA with similar brain cells to. What does that even mean? He asked, genuinely confused. Of course he wouldn't get it, I sighed dramatically. In simpler terms, is there a girl in that world who's a total battle freak like him? Someone who enjoys the thrill of fighting? Because if there wasn't, would absolutely stay single for the rest of his life. Happy tilted his head and started thinking. Well, not really in his age group, but there is. She's 11 years older than's age in the story. A screen popped up above him, showing a tanned woman with white bunny ears, wearing a sleeveless leotard with dark purple trim, and a wild grin on her face. My eyes sparkled, that grin, I knew that look. I'd seen it hundreds of times on's face during his sparring sessions. She's perfect, I said, pointing at the screen. Please, Happy, just tweak the story a bit, make her the same age as him. If not, he'll definitely end up single for rest of his life. Happy's face turned serious. He lowered his head and started thinking out loud. She didn't have too much narrative impact early on. She played key roles in later missions, sure, but those could be reassigned to another hero. He paced in midair, mumbling to himself. Then, after a minute, he turned toward me with a proud, toothy grin. Yeah, I think I can do that. I'll substitute her out in the timeline and tweak the world for. And with that, he began to glow, a brilliant golden light radiating from his body. A minute later, the glow dimmed. Done, Happy declared proudly. I smiled at him, heartfelt and full of gratitude. Thank you, Happy, really thank you. Then I turned to place where had just vanished from. Good luck with your life. I'll be watching over you always, my dear little brother, third person POV. Good luck with your life. I'll always be watching over you, my dear little brothers. The faint echo of a voice, gentle, sorrowful, yet full of warmth, reverberated through the void of his dreams. His eyes snapped open. His breathing was ragged, his body trembling slightly as the remnants of that voice lingered in his ears. He whispered. The name tasted bittersweet on his tongue, carrying with it memories of a love he had lost. A soft laugh escaped his lips. Even now, you're still worried about me. His voice cracked with both joy and pain. Thank you, gods, for giving me such a sister. But then he froze. Something felt off. His voice was sharper, lighter, his body smaller. Don't tell me. He leapt from the bed, bare feet hitting the cold wooden floor, and scanned his surroundings. Rows of 10 bunk beds stretched neatly across the room, sunlight filtering faintly through thin curtains. It looked like an orphanage dormitory, but that was the least of his concerns. His eyes darted around until they locked onto a mirror hanging crookedly on the wall. He approached it slowly, almost fearfully. The reflection staring back at him was that of a young boy. Long black hair framed his pale, almost porcelain-like skin. But the most striking feature, no, the most unnatural feature was his eyes. His sclera were black as ink, while his pupils glowed an eerie, almost ethereal white. Stared shocked, the contrast was unsettling, yet there was an undeniable beauty to it, a mark that screamed of something beyond ordinary. Before he could fully process it, a searing pain exploded in his skull. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his head. The agony was unlike anything he had ever endured. In his past life, he had been shot, cut, burned. Yet this felt as though his very soul was being torn apart and reassembled. Time lost meaning, seconds stretched into eternity. Then, just as suddenly as it came, the pain subsided, leaving him drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. And then memories, like a tidal wave, they crashed into his mind, overwhelming yet clear. Flashes of his current life, a lonely orphanage, days spent under a blue sky, the laughter of children, and the kind smile of a woman who watched over them all. When the torrent settled, he exhaled shakily. So my name is still, a faint smile touched his lips. I'll take that. He now knew everything. He was an orphan living in Japan, the very city where UA High School was located, home of and his hot-headed childhood boyfriend. As for his eyes, the answer was simple. 2 days ago, on his 4th birthday, his quirk had awakened. The next day, he fell gravely ill, his body struggling to adapt. The caretaker suspected the cause and allowed him to rest, planning to take him to the hospital later. She was right, his body had been reshaping itself for the power now coursing through him. He smirked, so I'm a kid now, this will be interesting. A click. The door creaked open. A woman with bright orange hair tied neatly behind her head and warm amber eyes entered the room. Her presence radiated a gentle, motherly aura. So this is San thought, watching her. She scanned the room and quickly noticed him standing by the mirror. Oh, you're already up, she said with a tender smile. Come here, let me check if you still have a fever. The concern in her voice was genuine. Felt a strange sense of comfort, something he hadn't experienced in a long time. At least this wasn't one of those horror orphanages where children were treated as experiments. As he approached, his expression shifted, her eyes widened in shock. Your eyes, what happened to them? She gasped, quickly kneeling to examine him. Chuckled softly. Don't worry, son, I'm fine. This is probably because my quirk awakened. Exhaled, clutching her chest. You should said that first. You nearly gave me a heart attack, young man. My bad, son, said with a playful grin. She shook her head but smiled. All right, go back to bed. Awakening your quirk must have drained you. She turned to leave but paused. Bringing her hands together, she concentrated, and with a soft shimmer, an orange materialized in her palms. His eyes widened slightly, so that's her quirk. Peeled the orange and handed it to him. Eat this slowly, okay? Don't choke. Tomorrow we'll go to the hospital for your evaluation. As she tucked him in, muttered to himself, a quirk that creates oranges, this world really has everything. And with that thought, he drifted back into sleep. The next morning, woke to find himself surrounded by a crowd of children. They stared at him like he was some rare creature. "Wow, your eyes really turned black," one boy exclaimed. "Can you shoot lasers from them?" a girl asked eagerly. "Maybe he can see into our souls," another whispered dramatically. Before could respond, a barrage of questions overwhelmed him. "Show us your quirk. Do something cool. Are you gonna be a hero?" Their excitement was only interrupted when entered, clapping her hands. "All right, enough, give some space," she said, her voice firm yet kind. "He just awakened his quirk. We haven't even gone to the hospital yet. After his evaluation, you can ask him all you want. Deal?" "Yes, Kazuko-san," the children chorused before rushing off to breakfast. He chuckled to himself. After breakfast, he headed to the hospital. At the hospital, the sterile scent of disinfectant filled the air as they entered. Soon, they were greeted by a man in a white coat doctor. "Good morning, son," the doctor said with a polite smile. His gaze shifted to, "And this must be our young quirk bearer. Excited to find out what your power is." Simply nodded. "Good, let's start with what you've noticed so far." My eyes changed color. I also feel an energy inside me. It lets me create shockwaves. Controlling it feels natural, almost efficient, explained calmly. Both and the doctor blinked in surprise. The level of self-awareness in his answer was far beyond that of a typical child. Doctor cleared his throat. "Son, do we have information about his biological parents?" Looked at, "Is it all right to talk about them?" "It's fine," replied, voice steady. Relaxed and began explaining. His mother could generate small wind currents, and his father had a quirk that enhanced his analytical thinking. "Fascinating," Doctor murmured. He conducted several tests, including one where released a controlled shockwave that popped a balloon. The doctor scribbled notes, then drew a blood sample and waited for results. After 20 minutes, he finally spoke. "Your quirk appears to be a unique fusion of your parents' abilities. What's remarkable is that your body evolves alongside your power. The more you push your limits, the stronger you and your quirk will become. It's a really unique and powerful trait." Nodded calmly, "I see, thank you, doctor." However, couldn't contain her excitement. She lifted him into a tight hug, tears falling from her eyes. "You hear that? You'll grow so strong. I'm so proud of you." Smiled faintly, "You bet I will." Doctor waited for them to calm down, then handed over the final reports. "That's all for today. If you feel any unusual pain, come back immediately." With that, they returned to the orphanage. That night, the children celebrated his quirk awakening. The room buzzed with laughter and warmth, and true to his word, patiently answered what felt like thousands of questions from the excited kids. Lying in bed later, stared at the ceiling with a small smile. This life isn't bad at all. His eyes gleamed in the dark. Tomorrow I will begin my training. I won't waste this chance. Third-person POV. The next morning, slept peacefully, wrapped in the warmth of his blanket. The sun's gentle rays filtered through the curtains, but the serenity didn't last long. The storm arrived. Burst into the room with the energy of a hurricane. "Good morning, everyone, rise and shine." Her cheerful voice echoed through the dormitory, instantly pulling the kids out of their slumber. Groans and muffled protests filled the air. Squinted, still clinging to his last moments of sleep. Just as he tried to pull the blanket back over his head, a shadow loomed over him. "Didn't you say you were going to become a hero?" His voice was sweet, but her smile was dangerously suspicious. "Why, yes," mumbled awkwardly. "Then wake up. Your first mission as a future hero is to wake up the others and get everyone downstairs in 10 minutes. Fail, and you'll face my wrath." She vanished as quickly as she appeared. Sighed heavily, rubbing his eyes. Let's get this over with." 10 minutes later, entered the dining hall, leading the sleepy kids like a small army. Stood at the front, arms crossed, an approving smile on her face. "Well, would you look at that? My little is growing up," she said warmly, patting his head. That moment stirred something inside him. For the first time, understood what it meant to have someone who cared like a mother. He met her gaze and said softly, "You can always count on me, San." Her eyes softened. "I know I cans, I know." After breakfast, everyone scattered to do their own things. When the dining hall was empty, found in the kitchen washing dishes. "San, do you need help with that?" he asked. She turned, smirking knowingly. You know you can just tell me what you really want, right?" Of course she knows, thought. "I want to join a dojo. I need to learn how to fight." Didn't hesitate. "Of course, with your quirk, any dojo would take you in, but first help me with these dishes. After that, we'll go together." Dragged over a crate, stood on it and began scrubbing. The two worked in silence, but it wasn't awkward, rather it was peaceful. The quiet moments spent with her felt comforting. When they finished, they changed clothes and set out to find a dojo. The first dojo they entered was a modest one. The wooden floors smelled of polish, and the faint echo of strikes filled the air. A man greeted them at the entrance with a polite bow. "Welcome to the Iron Fist Dojo. How can I help you today?" Smiled. "I'm looking for a dojo for. He wants to become a hero, so he wants to start training early. Can you help us?" The man nodded. "Follow me, I'll take you to our sensei." As they walked through the dojo's corridors, his mind drifted back to memories of his past life. The demon from Demon Slayers, he had possessed an uncanny ability, one that allowed him to determine an opponent's strength with a single glance. He remembered clearly how he had instantly recognized as just from the way the man carried himself. But that wasn't all. The demon's senses had extended far beyond normal perception. He could detect the presence of opponents around him, even those hidden in his blind spots, and predict their attacks before they even moved. It was instinctive, almost supernatural. As if I can replicate that ability. Closing his eyes briefly, he focused. The world around him seemed to sharpen. The shuffle of footsteps, the faint creak of floorboards, the breathing of the students nearby, every detail came alive in his mind. Slowly, his awareness expanded, as if an invisible web stretched outward, capturing everything within its reach. Yes, I can feel it, the space, the movements, the presence of everything around me. The sensation was exhilarating, but it didn't last long. A sharp pain lanced through his skull, forcing him to grit his teeth. The expanded awareness began to flicker, unstable. Quickly reined it back in, letting the overwhelming senses fade until the world returned to normal. Not yet, pushing it too far too soon will only break me. I'll master this, but step by step. The sensei awaited them, a bald man with a stern presence. "So you want to learn how to fight?" he asked. Yes," replied calmly, "if you can teach me anything." The dojo fell silent. Students stopped mid-practice, staring at the boy who had just spoken with such bluntness. While they stared, focused his senses on the man in front of him. After a moment, his eyes dimmed with disappointment. The sensei's strength was average, nothing special. He exhaled slowly and turned to, "Let's go find a better dojo." Before anyone could react, he walked out. It quickly bowed to the stunned master. "I'm so sorry, he didn't mean it that way. Thank you for your time." She hurried after, leaving whispers behind them. Outside, caught up fuming. What was that about? Only chuckled, which made her glare even harder. "You brat, this isn't funny. Don't you want to learn how to fight?" "Don't worry, son. I know what I'm doing. My eyes can synchronize with my technique development quirk. I can gauge a person's strength just by looking at them. That sensei wasn't strong enough to teach me." Blinked. So you're calling that ability technique development? Yeah, sounds fitting, right? She crossed her arms, sighing. So the plan is to check every dojo, and if the master isn't strong enough, we move on. Smirked. Exactly. This is going to take forever, she groaned, but still followed him to the next dojo. Hours later. The sun dipped low, painting the sky orange as the two sat on the beach, exhausted. Rubbed her temples. After all this time, you didn't find a single worthy teacher. Stretched lazily. It's not my fault there. He froze mid-sentence, his pupils shrank, locking onto something or rather someone. Followed his gaze and saw a tanned, shirtless man lying on the sand, lazily basking in the sun. At first glance, he seemed ordinary, but the aura he emitted was anything but. That fighting spirit, it's monstrous, thought, a thrill running down his spine. Without hesitation, he walked over and nudged the man with his foot. The man opened one eye, looking at a kid with creepy black eyes. What do you want, kid? Do you run a dojo? Asked. The man blinked, sitting up. How did you know that? Grinned. Because you're strong, really strong. The man's eyes sharpened. Oh, and how can you tell? Pointed at his eyes. My quirk. And it lets you gauge people's strength. It does more than that. And why are you telling me this? Because I want to join your dojo. The man chuckled. Bad news, kid, I quit running my dojo. Why? Asked bluntly. Here comes some tragic backstory, he thought. My wife got promoted, I don't need to work anymore. Both and froze. What? The man shrugged. Life's good, kid. After a moment of silence, asked again. There's gotta be a way to make you teach me. The man thought for a moment, then cracked his neck and stood up. Fines, beat me in a fight and I'll reopen my dojo just for you. A crazed grin spread across face, his blood boiled with excitement. But then, a boom, a crushing aura exploded from the man, slamming into like a mountain. The pressure pinned him to the sand, forcing him to his knees. What's wrong, already kneeling? Where's all that bravado? The man taunted. His muscles trembled as he forced himself up, veins straining. His laughter echoed eerily across the beach. His black eyes glimmered with madness. Try me, old man. He lunged forward. And everything went black. Screamed, rushing to his side. The man walked over calmly, no longer radiating that overwhelming pressure. Relax, he'll wake up in a few hours, it's late anyway. He handed her a small card. This has my address, tell him if he's not there by 6 a.m., I'll kick him out. Blinked. But didn't you say he has to beat you to be accepted? The man smirked. Lady, do you think this is some manga where the kid beats the old master with the power of friendship? That kid isn't beating me anytime soon. With that, he packed his things and left, while stared at his retreating figure holding an unconscious in her arms. Third-person POV. The next day at 5:00 in the morning, made her way towards the dorms. I have to wake him up now, otherwise he might be late, mumbled as she opened the door to find. But to her surprise, he was not in his bed. She panicked and started to look around the house. After a couple of minutes, she spotted him doing push-ups in the garden. Sigh, of course, he has already started training, said with a gentle smile. While was observing, was doing push-ups with a crazed smile. I knew that fucker was strong, can't wait to fight him again. The thought of fighting that man again sent chills down his spine. Not because he was scared, but because he was excited to face that monster again. That's enough, go get ready, we have to leave soon. Where are we going? Smiled and replied, well, you see, San agreed to teach you yesterday after you passed out. He told me that if you do not reach his dojo before 6 a.m., he will kick you out. No way, he agreed, said shocked. Well, he was not expecting you to beat him. Maybe your crazy smile convinced him. Laughed at her jab. And now get ready, we have to leave soon. With that said, quickly did his morning routine, ate his breakfast, and left with. After 30 minutes, they reached a decent-sized house with a dojo attached to it. Knock knock. Within seconds, opened the door, looking at in front of him, then checked his watch. Sigh, just 5 minutes more and I could have kicked you out. I am not leaving your dojo, not until I beat you, replied with a grin. Yeah, classic protagonist stuff. Now come on in and let's get started. Once was gone, turned towards. Good luck with your practice, you know my number, right? When you're finished with your training, ask San to give me a call. Don't come back alone, it can be dangerous out there. Do you understand? Asked seriously. Always worrying about me, thought with a smile on his face. Got it, San. Okay then, take care. With a final pat on his head, she left for the orphanage. With her gone, stepped into the dojo. Done with your goodbyes, asked. Yes, sensei. Hearing this, face darkened. Oi brat, my full name is, call me by my first name. Hearing people calling me san and sensei makes me feel old, explained with an annoyed tone. But you are old, replied cheekily. Sigh, I forgot how draining it is to deal with kids, mumbled. Forget that, first, explain to me everything about your quirk. My quirk is the mutation of 2 different quirks. So I have 2 abilities. The first is shockwave. As the name suggests, it allows me to create and manipulate shockwaves. As for my second ability, technique development, it's kind of complex. It allows me to analyze things and in a way allows me to recreate different martial arts, which syncs with my shockwave quirk to create different effects. Further, due to my unique quirk, my body evolves every time I refine my quirk further, just so my quirk does not damage my body due to its raw power. The explanation left shocked. So you're telling me your body can keep on growing stronger? Your technique development can help you recreate your other quirk, along with giving you the ability to analyze other people, which helps you gauge their strength. And to top it all, you have another quirk that allows you to generate and manipulate shockwaves. Yeah, that should be it, replied with a cocky smile. This world is so unfair, grumbled out loud. All right, kid, let's get started with your training. With that led to a dark room. A click. The lights turned on and revealed a massive indoor gym. It had everything: treadmill, dumbbells, barbells, kettlebells, bench press, lat machine, resistance bands, stationary bike, cable machine, leg press machine. You name it, you could find it here. You went all out on this gym, didn't you? Asked. One of the few things I am passionate about, said proudly. Let's decide your schedule first. First, take your shirt off. Zan did, but not without throwing a jab at. Oh wow, did not know you had a thing for young boys. Don't joke about things like that, idiot. I might get into trouble, frantically replied. Just laughed it off. After thoroughly inspecting's body, explained. Your body is stronger than it should be, which should be because of your unique condition. And from the way you carry yourself, you somehow know how to fight again, which I think is because of that technique development quirk. So for now, you will be focusing on developing your overall strength and fighting me once a day. You can practice your quirk, but you will not use your quirk in combat until you have enough stamina to use it for a prolonged duration of time and control it properly. Is that understood? Explained seriously. He was able to tell I knew how to fight just by looking at me. He is the real deal, thought internally. Sounds good, old man. You are going to keep calling me old man, right? Asked with a sigh. Of course, have you not heard? Kids never lie. Sure. Now before starting the workout, we're going to spar a little. And remember, don't use your quirk. With that said, both of them went to a different room. This room was more open-spaced, clearly designed for sparring. Okay, come at me, kid. Show me what you got. It did not need to be told twice and rushed toward. He launched a punch straight at its face, which easily causing to stumble and almost fall. And it will take a while to get used to my young body, thought. After regaining his balance, he spun around and aimed a kick at its knee, which he dodged again, or so he thought. The moment the kick missed, brought his leg down, bent, and spun again, and this time his kick connected with his ankle. But that's all. Yes, managed to connect a hit, but his 4-year-old body could not do any real damage. Would you look at that? You know how to bait and exploit gaps in someone's defense. Hearing this sighed. Of course, he did that on purpose to test me. No way it would be this easy to land a hit on him. Now that I know where you stand, let's get started with your workout, said with a suspicious smile. What is he up to? Thought in his mind. Reaching the training room, pointed at the treadmills. Hop on, kid. You will be running until I tell you to stop, you understand. No wonder he was smiling like that. Sadistic old man grumbled in his mind. All right, let's do it. And with that, the torture began. Half an hour later was on his last breath, but he did not stop. He kept on going. Stop, that's enough. And stopped, collapsing on the floor, sucking in every single molecule of oxygen he could. Good job, kid. You lasted longer than I expected. Rest for 5 minutes, then move to the next workout. Hearing this, silently prayed for himself. This went on for another 3 hours. By the time it ended, could barely move and lay on the floor like a dead person. Good job too, kid. Now let me call Sansoshi. Suddenly, a girl with bunny ears kicked in the face. Damn, that felt good. Guess she is his, froze as realization struck him. Was his name? No wonder it sounded so familiar. That was last name, but shouldn't she be way older than me? Whilst brain was working in overdrive, recovered from the sneak attack and held in his arms. We talked about this before. Can you not greet your dad more politely? And to which she just laughed. But where is the fun in that? When she finished talking, she looked at the boy lying down on the floor. Who are you? He is my new student. Why not introduce yourself? With that said, he put her down. I jumped to and looked him in the eyes. Wow, your eyes are so cool. My dad said you are his new student. He never took any students after mom got her promotion, so you should be strong, right? Right. Seeing her acting like a bunny on sugar, he laughed a bit. Yes, you are right. I am quite strong, replied. Then while still lying down, he raised his hand toward. Nice to meet you, my name is. Seeing this, got even more excited and quickly grabbed his hand and declared. Nice to meet you too, my name is. Life is full of surprises, isn't it? Thought, letting his body relax, thinking about what more this world had to offer. And with that, his training officially began 8 years later. A third-person POV. On the beautiful beach of the sun had started to rise. Announcing to the world it was time to wake up. The morning was normally a peaceful time. People woke up, enjoyed their morning with their families, the adults went to work, and the kids went to school. However, there are always exceptions. That's what I am talking about, kid, yelled at who was sent flying back by his aura-covered punch. This was supposed to be a spar without quirk usage, yelled back at. What are you afraid of losing, kid? Replied mocking him. The second-ranked hero flexing his strength in front of a 12-year-old kid. Sounds like an interesting new article, doesn't it? Jabbed back at. Just laughed, sure kid if you're just a child. Then I am an old man who can't move without a wheelchair. Now shut up and fight, or you will be late on the first day of school. Finally got serious. Of you. Taking a deep breath, he relaxed a bit. Suddenly, he raised his foot and slammed it on the ground. A crack, followed by his calm voice. A destructive death compass needle. Under him, a snowflake-like pattern appeared. After a moment of stillness, moved. WOOSH. With a burst of speed, he appeared in front of and launched a punch straight at his chest. However, before the punch could connect, aura bind platings. Clang was encased in a glowing aura, not giving a chance to recover, rushed at him. And surprising, no one did the same. Aura in hands. With the move enhancing his strength, he began to trade punches at high speed. Whenever tried to gain an advantage, adapted to his speed and strength, every move made was seen by Stark eyes. However, seeing the fight going nowhere, jumped back. Then midair, he positioned his arms along his body. A destructive death air type. Launched several shockwaves at aura bind shield types. Expecting the attack, used a defensive move. His aura started to condense to the absolute limit. The result, 4 aura shields formed around him, rotating at high speed. Clang, clang, clang. And surely all the shockwaves were stopped. Then the condensed aura scattered and started to merge again his hand. Let's end this, yelled. I was thinking the same. A destructive death, yelled while squatting. Aura started to compress into a small ball. Then at the same time, they both released their respective moves. A disorder. Impact. What followed was a beautiful scene. 10 huge shockwaves covered in blue light collided with a violent red sphere. Then impact. The sheer force of the clash sent both ends skidding backward. After a while, the dust finally settled. Man, that felt good, said while stretching his hands. Are you really past your so-called prime, old man? That could have easily defeated 80% of villains out there. Kid, if you faced me during my peak, I could have one-shot you with my previous attack. My Quirk battle aura is way too strong for my body to handle. That's why most of the time I never use it to the fullest. Hearing this, ask softly. That's why you quit being a hero. What? No, I quit being a hero because it takes too much effort to work out to keep my body in peak condition for my Quirk. I knew this fucker was playing with me, yelled in his mind. Well, forget that. On to a serious topic. Can you stop yelling out your moves every time you use them? I know it looks cool, but I easily countered your moves because you literally told me what you were about to do. Relax, old man. I only do that with you to give your old ass a jump start, replied with a cocky grin. Just as was about to launch into another sparring session, a white bolt struck from behind, slamming him face first into the ground. Bhahahaha, I am so glad I accepted you into my dojo. Thanks to that, I don't have to suffer anymore. His laugh triggered even more. Slowly, he got up and dusted himself. Can't you greet me normally? Is this how you treat your only friend? You talk like you have any friend other than me, jabbed back, laughing. That's enough. Can't you be more gentle with him, dear? The soft voice caused a pause. But Mom, enough. Go back home and get ready. It's already 7:30 and your school starts at 8:30. You too, San just called me. You better get going. Got it, San. That's where she got her hero name from, kind of sweet. Looked at who looked exactly like the grown-up version of, just without the tan skin. However, when Saw distracted, he steadily picked up some sand. Hey. Yeah, the moment she looked at him, he threw the sand in her eyes and ran. I'll see you later. AKAZA, you bastard, I will kill you. Mind your language. Heard scold while running away made the whole thing even. Serves you right. After running for a while, he reached his orphanage, where sensed nearby. You have that look on your face. Turned to see staring at him with a knowing smile. I don't know what you mean, feigned ignorance. You annoyed and ran away, didn't you? Guilty as charged, said with his hands up. I swear both you and were made from the same brain cell, said sighing. Whatever you say, San. Saying that, he left to take a shower and get ready for his first day of junior high. While in the shower, he started to think about his life so far. It's been 8 years since I came to this world. In these years, I have grown a lot stronger. So far, I have successfully recreated every single technique of demon except for the final move, final form, blue-silver chaotic afterglow, as it needs full mastery of all other techniques. Once I am done with it, I will begin working on creating similar techniques to and from One Piece. After finalizing his plan, he got out of the shower and looked at himself in the mirror. He had grown a lot physically. Now he stood at 170 at the age of 12 and had defined muscles from years of constant training. He also let his hair grow out. He had always liked long hair. Everything has changed except his dark eyes, to which he has gotten used to. Quickly, after drying and tying his hair, he left for his house. I can't wait to see her reaction. As he was walking toward her house, a dreadful thought appeared in his mind. Shit, I never went to school after passed away. I've got to study seriously if I want to make it to UA. Whatever, I will take care of it when the time comes. A couple of minutes later, he reached his house and saw her waiting for him outside. When she saw him, a crazy smile appeared on her face. Oh, you're getting better at sneak attacking. Well, I am learning from the best. Replied smoothly. Damn right you are, said proudly. Race till school, loser buys the winner lunch, offered. Sounds great, I will take the free. WOOSH. Before he could reply was already gone. Seeing this, he ran after her at full speed. Oh wait, you damn cheater. Catch me if you can. From the window and looked at them with tender eyes. Those two are made for each other, said, giggling a bit. Agreed with her comment. True, only he can keep up with that ball of energy. They just stood there hand in hand, watching the kids with happiness blooming on their faces. Third-person POV. Today, junior high was full of energy. Everyone was excited to meet their respective friends after a long time. Hey REN, how are you doing? Why are you so excited in the morning? Chill out. Chilling out is for the weak. Fuck you talking about, listen here. WOSH. Suddenly, all the talking stopped as two objects blurred past them, followed by a strong gust of wind. I won black eyes, yelled at, enjoying the look on his face. Before could answer, she ran away to her class. She's lucky we're not in the same class, said with a sigh. After dusting off his clothes, he slowly started walking toward his class. After the weird couple left, everyone finally broke out of their shock. What was that? Do they both have speed-based quirks, bro? I think I'm in love. You say that every day, his friend replied with a deadpan face. Dude, trust me, this is different. Sure, and I'm all might. Now move before we get late for our class. Slowly, all the kids moved to their respective classes, leaving the empty school ground behind. In Class 7A, everyone was busy talking to each other, trying to make friends and get to know different people. This all came to a halt as the door opened and a tall guy with long black hair and black eyes walked in. The guy, of course, was who found an empty seat at the back of the class by the window. I got to try the classic protagonist chair, thought with a small smile, and settled down. That guy's eyes look so cool. I wonder what his quirk is. How is he this tall already? Dude is even taller than my elder brother. While the boys whispered in awe, the girls had different reactions. Wow, he looks like one of those models. I know, right? Should I try talk to him? Go for it. What are you scared of? Being chose to mind his own business. I can't blame them. They're around the age people start forming crushes. The door opened again and a group of boys walked in, following a guy with porcupine-like hair. And if he's here, that means I'm in class. Began to scan the class, looking for someone. While he was doing that, the door opened again and walked in nervously. When saw, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Of course you're in the same class as me, nerd. Flinched hearing's remark. Right. All right, settle down, kids. The class will be starting now. Thanks to the teacher, survived and quickly sat down at an empty seat. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to your first year of junior high. My name is, let's start with a quick introduction. With that, everyone stood up one by one and began introducing themselves. They shared their names, their quirks, and their dreams. Hello, my quirk is called Iron Claw, and my dream is to become a hero. Just like that, everyone introduced themselves, which was followed by a claps. However, there are always exceptions. When was done with his introduction, he received the loudest cheers from others while received laughter. Sai, seeing the scene unfold in front of him, sighed, that's how life is. You've got to fight for yourself. If you let people push you around, you won't look like a forgiving person, but a weak one. Till this date, I could not understand. If wants to be a hero, why did he never work out when he damn well knew how important it was? All he ever did before meeting All Might was plan and never execute. Thinking this, he decided to ignore and let the canon follow as it was. Not because he was scared to change it, but because he didn't want to come betweens and's love story. Your turn. Hearing call, he stood up and did the task told. My name is Quirk, Technique Development and Shockwave, dream to become the strongest hero. His response caused the class to erupt. Everyone wasn't sure what to be more shocked at, claiming to become the strongest or the fact that he had two quirks. Calm down, everyone's. As the class settled back, explained. While not common, there are cases where a child inherits a quirk that is a combination of the parents' quirks, which in even rarer cases allows them to use two different abilities. Hearing this, the class stared at like he was some sort of unicorn. Now that we are done with the introductions, let's start with the class. A few hours later, the class ended, got up and made his way to the cafeteria. There he bought 2 pork buns along with 2 milk packs. With food in hand, he headed to Class 7C to pick up. Meanwhile, in Class 7C, would you like to have lunch with us? Called out, who was followed by a group of excited girls. A purple-haired girl and the certified social butterfly of Class 7C invited. Nah, I can't. I have to meet my friend 'cause he's the one buying lunch today. A smile formed on her face as she remembered her big brain move to trick into buying lunch. However, when heard the word him, she locked in. Oh wait, did you say hi? Yeah, he's a guy. What else should I call him? Asked, confused. You have a boyfriend, shrieked. The sudden comment caught completely off guard. What? Boyfriend? No, that can't be right. We're just friends, right? I mean, he is decent looking, plus I do enjoy hanging out with him since he's the only real friend I have and the only one other than mom and dad who treats me normally, even with my, well, unique personality. But do I love him? While her brain was running in overdrive, her cheeks started blushing. Looking at blushing, her classmates gasped. No way, I was right, tell me. What? No, we just happen to know each other since we were 4, that's all. So you're childhood friends with him too? Looking at the smile on's face, knew she had to run away now. Luckily, the gods listened to her plea. A swoosh, door opening. Let's go, I got the lunch, however this is the last time you're getting a free meal. Seeing at the door, she grabbed his hand and rushed out of the class. How passionate, said giggling. While on the roof, finally released hand and tried to calm herself down. Looked at State and thought about what he had heard say when he was outside the classroom. Fuck, what am I supposed to do now? I've got 0 experience in this field. On's side, things were no better. OMG, he heard everything. I'm sure I heard HIM outside my classroom. What do I do? After sitting on the rooftop for a while, finally spoke. Why, yeah. Let's not talk about what happened. Hearing this, expression froze, expecting the worst. Is it because you don't like me? She asked in a scared tone, looking down at her feet. Softly lifted her face and looked her in the eyes. You know what I meant? You know that you're the only person I enjoy spending time with other than the adults. What I meant was, you and I are too young to make a decision like this, so let's not be hasty and take our time figuring out our feelings. Does that sound okay? After understanding what meant, finally felt at ease. She could see was just as messed up as she was when it came to dealing with feelings. After calming down, her classic grin bloomed on her face. Then out of nowhere, jumped and kicked straight in the face. You had your guard down, dumbass, she yelled while running away after grabbing the pork bun and milk. After a while, he sat back up, took the meal, and started eating it in peace. It was a good idea to let her land a hit, he said, enjoying the pork bun and milk while processing what just happened. Life really is full of surprises almost 3 years later. Made his way towards house so they could head to school together. Today was the last day at junior high. A lot has happened during this time, thought, recapping everything that happened over the years. For these 3 years weren't wasted. He trained every single day with, and a year later joined in as well. As his quirk grew, his overall strength increased too. His shockwaves had become sharper and more controlled, but the biggest leap came in his technique development, which had progressed at a scary pace. He had now mastered all of the demon art techniques, including his ultimate move, final form, blue-silver chaotic afterglow. Another advancement was combining his fighting spirit sense with shockwaves, functioning like a sonar. This removed his inability to sense beings that could mask their fighting spirit and even non-living things. 2 has become a lot stronger after fully understanding her quirk. That's right, Quirk Rabbit was more than just rabbit-like powers. If it were that straightforward, Mom would have the same level of physical strength, but she didn't. The anime never truly covered power. Her quirk was actually a mix of its quirks. It allowed her to empower her physical strength and senses further with aura usage. She couldn't make aura constructs like her dad, but the boost was insane. Thanks to constant training with her dad, and she had become significantly stronger. Furthermore, because of their high physical strength, both of them dominated the quirk assessments every single year, which pissed off a certain, but who cares about him? Yet despite all the progress made in training and school, there was one area where he still struggled. Over the years, they had become inseparable. Lunch on the roof, together, training after school, together, preparing for the UA written exam, together, random arguments that ended with her kicking him in the face, still a thing. But despite how close they'd gotten, neither of them had taken the next step. It was like they were both standing at the edge of a cliff, staring down, but too stubborn or too scared to jump. Slide. 3 years, still no progress. At this rate, we'll both die single. Soon after, arrived at its house and saw her waiting outside with her mom. Go on, dears, here, I'll see you later, said with a knowing smile. Bye, Mom replied, waving as she walked toward. Just as they were about to leave, leaned close to and whispered, It's now or never. Froze for a second, but quickly understood what she meant. She's right, if I don't do it now, I'll keep putting it off forever. Lost in thought, he didn't notice staring at him. Are you hearing me? She asked, tilting her head. Why, yes, what? I asked what Mom whispered to you. Flinched slightly. Nothing, forget it. He quickly changed the subject. Meet me at the metro station after school. For what? She asked, suspicious. Well, he hesitated for a second, then blurted out, I need to buy some new clothes. You know how fast I grow. Raised an eyebrow but smirked. Sounds like a plan, I'll meet you there. Soon, they reached the school and headed to their respective classes. Finally reaching his class, sighed in relief. I can't believe it took me 3 years to do that. Well, better late than never. Oi, black AYES. Immediately recognized the voice. Ah, shit, here we go again. Stormed toward him, hands sparking faintly. You better be applying to UA because I'm gonna beat your ass in the entrance exam, you got that. Over the past few years, their relationship had turned into a hate-filled rivalry. Couldn't stand the fact that both and outperformed him in every physical assessment, and to make it worse, always came out on top in academics too. Thanks to the technique development quirks, analytical skills were off the charts, allowing him to stay number one. First beat in a fight porcupine. That single jab was enough to set off. His palms flared with tiny explosions as he shouted, "You bastard, just watch me kill that damned RABB. BOOOOM. The classroom erupted in chaos as an invisible force blasted outward. Students stumbled back, desks rattled, and papers flew everywhere. Those standing dropped to their knees from the sheer pressure. However, had it the worst. The shockwave slammed into him like a freight train, pinning him to the floor so hard he could barely move. His teeth ground together as he struggled against the weight pressing down on him. Stood slowly, his expression unreadable. He walked toward, each step making the air feel heavier. Kneeling down, he grabbed by the hair and forced his head up, making him meet his gaze. "You keep saying, kill this, kill that. Die, but do you even understand the real weight of the words you throw around so easily?" His voice was cold enough to freeze the room. Even the kids watching held their breaths. His defiance cracked for the first time. A flicker of fear showed in his eyes. "This is your last warning. Next time you put the words kill and in the same sentence, I promise I'll break all your fucking limbs. Is that understood?" The suffocating pressure vanished as quickly as it came. Students exhaled in relief, whispering to each other, stunned at what just happened. Didn't say a word. He just scrambled back to his seat, fists trembling, trying to process the humiliation and fear boiling inside him. From a distance, looked at with concern in his eyes. Returned to his own desk and sat down calmly as if nothing happened. "Now get ready, Sensei is almost here." The class remained silent, eyes darting between the two boys as the tension hung in the air like a storm cloud. The class door slid open and walked in with a bright smile. "Good morning, class. You all ready to graduate junior high?" Contrary to expectations, the room stayed silent. Tilted his head, puzzled at first, but after a moment he figured it out. "Oh, I see you're all nervous about graduation, right? Don't worry, treat this as just another step forward in life. I'm confident every one of you will do great." The students relaxed, the tension easing a little. What followed was a heartfelt speech about how proud he was of them, how bright their futures were, and how they should never stop chasing their dreams. Listened quietly, though his thoughts drifted. 3 years, and I'm still stuck at the same point with, if I don't do it today, when will I? So asked, his tone rising, "Tell me, what do you all plan to become?" An HEROES. The class shouted in unison, their voices filling the room. With that, their mini graduation ended and everyone began to leave. Headed to the metro station, running through scenarios in his head, he even caught himself using technique development to calculate the perfect way to confess, but quickly realized it was useless here. There were no formulas for this. Finally, he spotted waiting for him. There he called. She turned, eyebrow raised, ready to go. Froze for a second, his mind screaming at him. "It's now or never, come on, just say it. I was wondering if you'd go out with me." Blinked confused, "But I'm already here, dumbass, what are you talking about?" "I meant like a proper date." For a moment, just stared at him, completely caught off guard. Her ears twitched, and she tilted her head slightly as if processing what he had just said. "Oh, why you mean like a date? "Yup, I think it's finally time to take a step forward," said with a trying to look calm smile. There was a short silence, then a smirk slowly formed on her face as her cheeks turned red. "It took you long enough, dumbass, sure I'll go." As they parted ways, they decided to meet at the station the next day. The next day. Stood near the station entrance, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. He had spent the entire night thinking about what to wear and still ended up in his usual clean black hoodie and jeans, with his hair tied. Why does this feel harder than fighting an army? He thought, glancing at the time. A few moments later showed up white hoodie, ripped shorts, and her usual confident stride. Yet the moment their eyes met, both froze for a split second. You look normal," said, immediately regretting it. Raised an eyebrow. Wow, thanks for the compliment, dumbass. He scratched the back of his head, flustered. No, I meant you look good. You too, she muttered, equally flustered, looking away, her long rabbit ears twitching slightly. For a moment, silence hung between them. The air felt stiff. Both of them started walking toward the city center, unsure of what to say first. So, where are we going? Finally asked. Coughed lightly. There's this small food stall I found near the park. Heard they have the best pork buns in the area. Smirked. You're bribing me with food, huh? Classic. It works, doesn't it? He replied with a faint grin. The ice started to crack as they reached the stall. They ate standing side by side, with teasing him every time he got sauce on his face. After grabbing a few more snacks, they walked to the park, the sun dipping low in the sky. As they strolled under the warm evening light, the awkwardness faded completely. They started talking about their old training sessions, how once kicked her off her roof during one spar, how always accidentally kept breaking's beloved training dummies. Remember when you tried to spar with me after drinking 3 energy drinks? Laughed. It took me 30 minutes to knock you down. Hey, it did help me keep up with you longer than usual, said, flustered. And then you slept like a log, he said, grinning. While talking, they found a bench overlooking the park's fountain. The conversation slowed, but it wasn't uncomfortable anymore. It was a quiet that felt good. Leaned back, hands behind her head. You know, these last 3 years weren't so bad. You were annoying as hell sometimes, but I don't regret any of it. Looked at her, serious now. Neither do I. Training, school, everything, it all felt right with you around. The words hung between them, turned to face him, ears twitching nervously. So what now? She asked softly. Didn't hesitate this time. He reached out, gently taking her hand. Now we stop holding back. Blinked, then smirked, finally lining in. Their lips met, brief but enough to make both their hearts race. When they pulled back, chuckled, about damn times. Smiled, guess so. They spent the rest of the evening wandering the park, laughing, sharing stories, and just enjoying being together without the usual training or school looming over them. By the time they headed back, the city lights had already replaced the sunset. When they reached his house, smirked. Don't think this means you're off the hook for training. I won't go easy on you. Smirked. I'd be disappointed if you didn't. As she walked inside's voice called from the living room, so how was the date? Froze, ears burning red. Mom, don't shout that out loud. Chuckled as he waved goodbye. See you tomorrow. When returned to the orphanage, he spotted standing by the front door, arms crossed and a knowing smile on her face. So, she said, tilting her head slightly, how was the date with? Aside internally. Of course she knew. It went surprisingly well, he replied, a gentle smile tugging at his lips. Chuckled, good to hear. I was starting to think that even with those looks of yours, you'd end up single. Whatever you say, son, replied with a small shake of his head. He walked down the hall toward his room, thoughts lingering on the day. Thank you for convincing me to accept the rebirth, he thought, silently grateful to his sister. After a quick shower, he lay back on his bed. As he replayed the events of the day in his mind, a calm sense of happiness washed over him, and soon he drifted off to sleep. The sun was setting, coloring the horizon in shades of orange and pink. Waves gently crashed onto the shore, the sound blending with the salty evening breeze. Sat on the beach, leaning back on a rock, while slept peacefully with her head resting on his lap. Her white ears twitched every now and then to small disturbances. Kept his eyes on the peaceful scenery. After a while, his gaze shifted down, landing on the cute rabbit sleeping on his lap. This is perfect, thought as a peaceful smile formed on his face. Hard to believe it's already been 29 days, thought, brushing his hair off her face softly. So much has happened in just a month. The past month had been intense. Every day started with brutal physical training in his beloved gym and ended with him practicing his quirk at the beach. Under supervision, both and pushed past their limits every single day. First came the recreation of techniques from the world of One Piece, namely, and allows the user to jump in air, creating a temporary foothold and enabling them to move through the air, effectively flying for a short period of time, whereas allows users to kick off the ground with incredible speed and force, creating the illusion of teleportation as they move. At first, he nearly broke his legs multiple times trying to perfect. As for the number of times he face planted into the ocean was embarrassingly high. But slowly, he refined the moves and synced them with his technique development quirk. He categorized these techniques under a new skill set he named Shock Pulse, a series of moves designed to use the fundamentals of and to achieve raw speed, both on the ground and in the air. The strongest and most complex move of this series, Shock Pulse, Tempest merged the effects of and along with his shockwave manipulation to achieve lightning-fast speed. The result was devastating but highly unstable. Still needs refining, he admitted to himself. The move consumed too much energy and caused recoil that his body wasn't fully adapted to yet. The sound of the waves got back to the present. The waves rolled in and out, each crash calming his thoughts. He glanced down at again, who was still in a deep sleep. Training with her had been as chaotic as he expected. She never backed down, and her aggressive fighting style has pushed him physically to keep up. Things have improved a lot since our first date. Thought, enjoying the moment. Enjoying the view, kid. Looked over his shoulder, walked up the beach with his hands in his pockets, his usual laid-back smile in place. You're early, said. Shrugged, just wanted to see how my favorite student is doing. I am your only student, replied deadpan. Ignoring his comment, sat down beside, glancing at the sleeping. You know, you sucked me dry, kid. Every technique I knew, every bit of knowledge I had. You absorbed it all with that cheat of a quirk of yours. I never thought I'd say it this early, but I got nothing left to teach you. Chuckled, I'll take that as a compliment. His expression softened as he looked at his daughter. She's grown a lot, hasn't she? Strong, stubborn, and reckless, just like her old man. He turned serious, his tone dropping. Take care of her if you hurt my daughter. His eyes narrowed, the killing intent clear. I will find you and I will kill you. Met his gaze without flinching, I know. Then smirked, always wanted to say that. The tension broke and he stood up. I'll leave you two alone, don't get too late. With that said, he walked away, fading into the distance. A few seconds later, stirred, letting out a small yawn before opening her eyes. She blinked then at the ocean and finally stretched her arms. How long was I out? Long enough, replied with a small smile. She rubbed her eyes. You're comfortable, you know that. Raised an eyebrow. I'll take that as a compliment. They sat in silence for a while, watching the sunset. The sky shifted from orange to deep purple and the stars began to peek through. Leaned in against him, her voice softer than usual. Oh, you know, this is nice. Yeah, said quietly, it is. The two stayed like that until the sun completely disappeared beyond the horizon. Neither spoke, but neither needed to. When the night finally settled in, they got up and walked back together. Next morning. Morning came quickly as and met up at the station. Was dressed in black sweatpants and a white windbreaker, while wore a simple white shirt paired with a black tracksuit. Are you ready for this? Asked, stretching. More than ready, replied. 30 minutes later, they arrived at UA and joined the line of examinees. The massive building loomed over them and even felt a rare flicker of excitement. After checking in, they were led to the written exam hall, rows of desks, stacks of paper, and a teacher ready to distribute them, a scene every kid dreaded at some point in their lives. Before heading to his seat, he pulled close and whispered in her ear. Don't, I repeat, don't start destroying things if you get stuck on a question. Take deep breaths and try to remember what we studied every day for the past month. Understood, said, feeling calmer after his little pep talk. After saying what needed to be said, left to find his seat. After seeing it, he got settled. Soon the test began, and thanks to his quirk, cruised through it. Finishing the exam an hour before he left the hall, he waited outside for. After the written exam ended, outside the hall, groaned, rubbing her head. That was terrible. Who even asks questions like that? Walked up beside her, calm as ever. It wasn't that bad. Not that bad, are you serious? That last question was designed to kill me. She waved her hands dramatically while ranting about every single problem she struggled with. Simply listened, nodding. Occasionally. And the green head next to me kept mumbling and clicking his pen. I swear if I see that guy, I'm gonna. You will be fine, said, pulling her into a light hug. She pouted while burying her head in his chest. After calming her down, both of them left for the practical test. When they reached the field where the practical exam was being held, they were given instructions by a very loud man, following which the instructors began separating the examinees into groups and exchanged a glance as they were sent to different sections. Don't die out there, she yelled with a grin. Same to you, he replied. They were pulled into their respective groups. The tension in the air was thick. Everyone was preparing themselves for what was coming. Cracked his neck, his usual calm expression hiding the anticipation bubbling beneath the surface. Finally, time to let loose. And with that, the practical test began. To be continued One Piece style SOBOYS and girls, you ready to start? Yelled a certain with a speaker wrapped around his neck, his voice echoing across the massive training grounds. The crowd of examiners stood frozen, everybody feeling the tension. Some shifted nervously, some of them stared at each other, unsure of what to say, while some gripped their supporting gear. Present Mike looked at the reaction and sighed. Tough crowd, huh? He muttered, scratching his head. Then with renewed energy, he threw both his arms up. All right, no biggie, let's get this exam started, begin. No one moved again. He looked around, puzzled. Seriously, you guys waiting for fireworks or? BOOM. A shockwave erupted, cutting Present Mike off. Blurred forward, kicking up a cloud of dust as he disappeared. The recent event left all the examinees in shock. Whoa, did you see that? Someone stammered. Present Mike grinned widely. Now that's what I'm TALKIN about, he yelled. What are YA all waiting for? GO. They all finally snapped out of their daze, adrenaline spiking. They all rushed towards the cityscape. While everyone else scattered toward the outer streets, completely ignored the one-pointers roaming around the entrance. They were a waste of time. His eyes were set towards the center of the city. As he ran towards the center, the wind whipped against his face due to his raw speed. Predictable, one-pointers stationed at the outskirts to waste time, 2 pointers in the mid-zone and 3 pointers, all in the middle. His lips curled into a grin, perfect farming ground. As he entered the inner zone, multiple 3 pointers spun towards him, all its sensors locked up on him. Mechanical arms clanked, ready to attack. The senses sharpened. He began to feel the location of every 3-pointer present around him. The machines finally lunged at him, but he was already gone. He weaved between them like the F1 team, slipping their chances of ever winning a title. Each dodge drew more robots towards him. Street by street, the horde of 3-pointers increased. When the count reached 40-ish, he launched his counteroffensives. Shock pulse. The ground under him cracked as shockwaves blasted beneath his feet, launching him above the horde. He flipped midair, cocking his fist. He propelled himself toward the center of the horde. Just before his fist hit the ground, he empowered it even more. 10,000 leaves, flashing willow. Oh, the impact. The impact cracked the street wide open. The shockwave shredded nearly all robots as if they were made out of paper. Metal chunks flew everywhere. The remaining robots started to move toward, but it was already too late. N-style, chaotic blue metal afterglow. A glowing red snowflake pattern spread under his feet, and the world froze. Then he moved. Slash. One robot's head flew. Slash. Two more were cleaved in halves. Slash. Pieces rained to the ground, sparks cutting the air. His strikes too fast to track. 30 seconds later, silence. The horde lay in burning heaps, the street looking like a junkyard. Stood at the center, exhaling slowly. Phew, that hit the spot. He turned around towards the wreckage. That's gotta be at least 100 points. Elsewhere, the city was going crazy. Robots are running around every corner. Students fought against them, using every ounce of strength they could muster. Ran through it all, gasping for air. His legs ached and his lungs burned, but he had to keep going. Just 1 point, I just need one. Everywhere he looked, robots were already destroyed. Other students were racking up points. But he hasn't done anything. All he has done so far is help a few students. Why can't I? The ground trembled. A boom, a boom, a boom. A shadow fell over the buildings. The massive zero-pointer appeared, towering like an ring boss. Its steps shattered the roads and windows blew out from the vibrations. A student screamed and ran away like ants. Froze. It's too big, there's no way I can fight that. He turned to run, but then stopped. Ahead, a girl was trapped under a collapsed steel plate. She clawed at the ground, her face twisted with pain. His mind went blank. He sprinted toward her without thinking. He grabbed the metal, trying to move it. Come on, move, he shouted, trying to use all his strength. However, the plate did not move an inch. The zero-pointer's shadow crept closer. Damn it, his whole body trembled. I have to save her, I have to do something. The giant loomed above them, blocking out the sun, clenched his fists, thinking of All Might's Quirk. I will have to us. Boom. The ground cracked, the flying dust settled, revealing's figure. He stepped forward with a word and gripped the steel plate. Then he, with a screech, lifted the steel plate, allowing the girl's leg to be out. Get her out of here, he said with his never-changing, calm and bored voice too much. Didn't hesitate, he freed the girl and ran away with her carefully, making sure not to hurt her. When was out of sight, a smile appeared on his face. I wonder how All Might will get him into UA. He looked up at the towering machine. A wild grin played on his lips. Time to test it out. He jumped a few times to warm up his body, then... A shock pulse. With a burst of shockwaves, he rocketed toward the giant robot. The zero-pointer locked onto him, which was followed by a heavy swing of its arm, but jumped through the air and easily dodged every single swing. Finally, he appeared in front of the zero-pointer's head. Clenched his fist hard and used the move, inspired by Aura Bind Impact. A destructive death, a twin impact. Both fists slammed into the zero-pointer's face point blank. A bang. A control room. The staff watched in silence. Each one of them was shocked to their very core. Evan's ever-calm face flinched a bit. Then, calming himself down, he picked up his tablet. After a moment, he read out loud. An orphan, Quirk, technique development and shockwave, ranked 1 in all his rank assessments in junior high, hero points 30, villain points 123. His eyes were still wide with disbelief. All Might stood frozen, jaw tight, hands clenched at his sides, looking at score. Put the tablet down, his eyes locked on the screen showing replays. Fascinating, the way he developed his quirk is truly a work of art. All Might's voice was low. What about? Glanced at the screen, where carried the injured girl to safety. I will let him in, All Might, but not because of the quirk he carries. I really hope he will do better in the future. All Might replied with a sad tone, "This is my fault, I should prepared him better." Smiled faintly, sipping his tea. Perhaps this is exactly the kind of push he needed. On the screen landed calmly amid the wreckage. The camera zoomed in on his eyes. Smiled, "This is going to be interesting." Outside, the sky had started to turn into the shades of orange as the sun started to dip. Walked towards the station with his hands in his pockets. Oh, hey. He turned, was their arms crossed while a small smile bloomed on her face. I heard a few girls talk about the cool and handsome, black-eyed student who punched a hole in the zero-pointer's head. Shrugged, "No clue what you're talking about." To which giggled and took his hand. And together they vanished into the setting sun 1 week later. The orphanage was bursting with energy, not the usual kind of unhinged chaos. There were no tantrums, no broken stuff, no sudden attack on the snack jar. This was different. The air was filled with overflowing anticipation. Every single kid in the building had, God knows how, crammed into the living room. All of them were squirming, bouncing, don't know where, and running around. And at the center of this, Kid sat with his ever-present calm expression. They KAZA open in open ITTTTTs. This is injustice. We have been waiting all day. Sat on the couch and was under siege. The children had him surrounded, one clinging to his shoulder, one around his neck, another gripping his legs like they were trying to climb a tree. In his hand was a white envelope stamped with the unmistakable logo of UA High School with deep golden ink. He held it as high as he could, like a certain statue in New York. Relax, guys, we are waiting for and her family first, remember. Which was followed by a wave of groans. A few kids flopped to the carpet, like they had just been told wasn't real. A few boys began to discuss how their big bro forgot about the sacred code known as bros before hoes. On the other hand, leaned back into the sofa, a small smile emerging on the corner of his mouth. The overbearing energy of these kids had never bothered him. It always felt nice. Walked towards him and softly nudged him, grinning, "Popular, aren't you?" He side-eyed her, jealous. She opened her mouth, but a knock from the front door interrupted her before she could hit back. All the kids turned towards the entrance. She went to the door and held it open for the guests. First came her mother behind her, and finally, who was carrying a tray wrapped in foil, looked as smug as ever, gave a little wave at the kids while nodded politely, already eyeing the snack table, which alerted the kids. Walked into the room, ever confident, holding up her UA envelope. "So, you ready to check out the results?" Snorted, like you don't already know the results. "Stop being a party, look how excited everyone is." Finally, everyone gathered around the center of the room, ready for the letter opening ceremony. Opened hers first, a small disc dropped into her palm. When she tapped it, a soft pink glow flared and a full-body hologram projected into the air. Standing there in full flare was Midnight. "Oh ho, what do we have here? A rising star in the making," she purred, twirling on the spot. "Congratulations, darling. You have officially passed the UA entrance exam and secured your spot in our school." A clip played behind her, in which was seen bouncing between walls and kicking robots into pieces. "You were powerful, you were graceful, that fire in your eyes when you rushed in to help another, deliciously heroic." Made a mock gagging noise which earned him an elbow in the ribs from. With 78 villain points and 22 hero points, you scored a grand total of 100 points, which earned you rank 2 of this year's entrance exam. The projection dimmed and slowly began to dim down. Welcome to UA, sweetheart. Let the world see the hero you'll become. Class 1A read out, crossing her arms proudly. The room exploded into cheers. One kid started drumming on a cereal box like it was a war drum and wrapped in a hug, while sat in the corner enjoying the snacks. He is a man of focus. Then slowly the noise died down and every head turned toward. He finally opened his envelope and a similar disc fell out of it. When he pressed it, white light illuminated the room. This time a calm, measured voice filled the room. Good evening, I'm principal of UA High School, and yes, I know what you're thinking. Is that a mouse, a bear, a dog? A ripple of laughter passed through the room. Let's just say, I'm definitely going to be your principal. Then a footage played behind him, which showed blitzing through the mock city. He zipped between robots and demolished them with beautiful techniques. Then the most awaited scene played, in which destroyed the head of the zero-pointer with a single move. We evaluate more than just raw power, said. We assess judgment, instinct, and composure under pressure. Your plan to rush to the middle after figuring out the location of 3 pointers, then systematically group them and finally finish them off smoothly, that was planned and executed perfectly. He then sipped from a tiny cup of tea. Which leads us to your score, 123 villain points along with 30 hero points, which gives us the grand total of 153 points. Congratulations on making it into UA High School while achieving first position. A Class 1A for me too, said, reading out. Then launched herself forward, grabbing onto him like a koala. You and me rank 1 and 2. Guess we're going to be the strongest couple, H-E-H-E-H-E-H-E. Said, giggling. Seeing Skiggles started laughing along with her. Then suddenly a tidal wave of kids rushed towards the couple, completely engulfing them, while the adults watched the scene with a tender look in their eyes. 1 month later. Stood in front of the mirror, adjusting the collar of his UA uniform. The jacket fit better than he expected, neat, clean, and not too flashy. He tied his hair back loosely and stared at himself a moment longer than usual. Really lucked out, he muttered to himself. As he walked towards the door, appeared in front of him, then pulled him in a motherly hug. I am proud of you. As he hugged her back quietly. After a moment, he pulled back. I know I keep repeating this, but really, thank you for everything. With that said, he left for day 1 at UA. Soon enough, he reached his house, where she was waiting near the gate in uniform. As she stood there eagerly tapping her foot. Raised an eyebrow, someone's eager. As she scoffed, you're the one to talk, pretty boy. As she jumped on his back and yelled, let go. With that, they, or rather he, started walking towards UA. Reaching UA, got down and they passed through the massive gates. They weaved through uniformed students until they reached their classroom doors. 1A. Slid the door open. Inside was about to lunge at, mini explosions bursting in his fist. However, the moment and stepped in froze. He did not say anything at first, he just stared at them, teeth clenched. Then quietly, I know I'm behind you 2 on the test, but I'll beat you. Raised an eyebrow, beat us. Leaned close and whispered he was about to say kill again. Well, people changed. Grumbled something under his breath and made way back to his seat. Looking at what just happened, thought happily. I guess what happened in junior high gave him his first mini character development arc. Then and found empty seats near the back, right behind, and had already begun chatting with them, something about how frogs and rabbits, who knows. I meanwhile scanned the room, finding out the 2 students they have replaced. And Koji. Sadly, it had to be Koji, but I am glad the pervert is not here. I still don't get why he was not expelled after the kind of shit he used to pull. Then he sensed someone on the door and saw a man in a yellow sleeping bag lying on the floor. After the class calmed down, he spoke. It took you 15 seconds to shut up, that's not good. He stepped up, unzipping himself as he got up. I will be your homeroom teacher. A confused silence followed, then realization struck. A homeroom teacher, the class yelled in shock. Ignoring their shock, kept going. Get changed, PA uniforms, meet me at the field in 10 minutes. With that said, left. Leaving the class stunned a few minutes later. Everyone from Class 1A was gathered on the field behind the main building and had changed into their gym uniforms. Physical tests are standard. We used to use them to determine student strength. In junior high, right? To which everyone nodded. But you could not use your quirks then. He then turned towards. You managed to get the highest score on the entrance exam. What was your farthest softball throw in junior high? 110 meters, replied. Nodded, then threw a ball at him to catch. Try it now, but this time use your quirk. I don't care what you do, don't step out of the circle. With the ball in his hand, walked into the circle and began thinking about how to approach this test. Twin impact, na overkill, air type, na right, let's go with that. Making his decision, wiped his hand hard. Then, right before the ball was about to leave his hand, he activated his quirk. A destructive death, annihilation type. Looking at his expression, flinched. And close your ears, yelled before could throw the ball. Then he threw it. BOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOO ears. Know your maximum limit first started. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. He turned his phone-like device towards the class. 1123 meters. WOAH, the whole class had their mouth open at the unreal number in front of them. Recovered first and muttered 1123 meters, seriously. Wow, this looks fun, exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Looks fun, you say. You have 3 years to become a hero, and that is your attitude, asked with a serious tone. All right, whoever gets the lowest score by the end of the class will be deemed unworthy of becoming a hero and will be kicked out of UA. The comment left the class baffled. Only and Momo remained calm for different reasons. And because they were confident in their strength. Momo because she thought this was just a lie made to motivate the class. Finally recovering from the shock, asked nervously, But it's the first day of school, we are not ready yet. In real-life scenarios, you will also not have time to be ready. What will you do then? This is a school designed to teach you how to carry the weight of being a hero. Go beyond plus ultra, overcome it with all you have got, ended with a small smirk. With that, the Quirk assessment began. Slowly, they started all the tests. 2 hours later, the test had concluded with desperate try not to get expelled, going almost crazy after realizing has a Quirk now, then tying him down, and the class then realizing their teacher was a racer head. The only difference was that and almost dominated every single test. Guess he still has not fully matured, though looking down at the tied-up. Then walked to his side and said he still has serious anger issues. Guess some things never change. After the situation finally calmed down, used the device in his hand to project the scores to the class. The ranking was as follows. 1 to 2 Momo, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Shoji, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 Yoga, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 Taro, 20. Top 10 is accurate, rest is random, I just could not decide. Looking at his name at the bottom froze. What do I know? How will I face All Might if I get expelled? While was having a mental breakdown, casually announced, By the way, I was lying about the expulsion part. The class went silent. After a second, they all exclaimed, "What?" Of course, that was a lie. It should have been obvious if you just thought it through. Momo explained them. Well, with that, we are done for today. There are handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom. Grab one each, then you all may leave. Saying that started going back towards the building, but then he stopped again and turned towards and handed him a piece of paper. And take this, go to the nurse's office and get your finger fixed. With that said, the class ended. Everyone quickly changed back to their school uniforms and left for their respective homes. Outside the school building, spotted talking to and I wish I had a similar quirk like you. You look so cute with those bunny ears. I am jealous, said with a sad tone. I know, I have been told many times. Hearing this, eyes gleamed with curiosity. Oh, really? Who was it? And even were eager for the answer. By then noticed walking toward them, which caused her to smile even more. This confused and who else other than my boyfriend? Hearing her reply, both of them froze for a couple of seconds, then yelled. You got a boyfriend? Who is it? And to which she just pointed at. Oh, him. Both of them turned at hypersonic speed and saw standing there. Hello, son, greeted them calmly. It took you long enough, said and jumped on his back. Well, unlike girls' locker, boys' locker is much more crowded. It turned towards the shocked figures of and goodbye, girls, see you tomorrow. With that said, left with giggling on his back. Akaza is her boyfriend? Finally yelled. She never expected someone to get a boyfriend before her due to her being very outgoing, but here was, already being in a relationship with the coolest looking dude in the class. Sigh, now I am even more jealous of her. Just sighed, looking at her friend and dragged her towards the station. Further away, asked cheekily, so you're flexing your boyfriend in front of others now? Of course, I need to make sure they know you are mine, replied, giggling as she rested her head on his shoulder. I am not going anywhere, carrots, replied warmly. The next day, sat at his seat copying the notes written by present Mike on the board. Beside him kept pestering him. When will this class finish? I am so bored and hungry right now. How about you take some notes right now? That way I would not have to tutor you later. Come on, even if I take notes right now, you know I will be needing your tutoring later on. It's so much more fun when you teach me. Replied with a pout. Ring. So that's all for today's class. Goodbye, present Mike yelled as he left the class. Both and left for lunch along with everyone else. After lunch, they all gathered back in the class, chatting excitedly about the next class, Hero Basic Training. And then they all heard it. I am. Whoosh. The door opened and All Might entered posing. Coming through the door like a normal person, nothing normal about it though. While everyone was looking at All Might in fascination, had his mind preoccupied somewhere else. A USJ incident will be happening soon. I need to develop something to counter brute force. But then a certain martial artist came into his mind. That could work. Knock knock, I am. Whoosh. The door opened and All Might entered posing. Coming through the door like a normal person. And the class surged with energy. It's All Might. Wow, he really is a teacher here. And said, bubbling with excitement. That's a costume from the Silver Age, right? Wondered. I am here as your Hero Basic Training instructor, All Might exclaimed as he made his way to the teacher's table. This is the class where you will be trained in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero. And today we will be doing dramatic pause combat training. OHHH, the class was even more hyped up. For that though, All Might paused dramatically and pointed towards the walls. You will be knitting your own hero costumes. SWOOSH. Racks of square containers appeared out of the wall with different numbers imprinted on them. These costumes are made according to your quirk and your proposed ideas, which you sent in before school started. LETSGOOOO, the class erupted. After you all get changed, gather in ground beta. With that said, All Might left for He Field, while the class quickly grabbed their respective cases and rushed to the changing room. Can't wait to see you in, yelled and then ran with and towards the girls' changing room. I still don't understand how she came with the same nickname, but it feels good to be called again. Watched her run away with a tender smile. Let's head to the changing room together, called out who was standing with the boys. I guess it's about time I too make some friends. Sounds good. Inside the boys' changing room, everybody was almost done changing. Then exclaimed, "Damn, you've got to share your workout routine, and what is that tattoo?" Which caused almost everyone to look towards him. When their eyes found him, they were all equally shocked. Thanks to his body continuously evolving to match strength, has gotten ripped, not the gym type ripped, but the athletic type. However, what shocked them the most was his tattoo. His tattoos were a lot. From his collarbone down to his waist, a huge dragon wrapped around his torso. The head sat on his chest, while dark clouds swirled along his ribs and shoulders like the thing was breathing smoke. His left arm was a little different. The black ink gave way to sharp, crimson patterns that ran from wrist to elbow. These were bold, jagged shapes that blended in with the rest of the tattoo perfectly. Got this tattoo for the same reason he got a tattoo in his last life, to pay regards to his sister. I still remember the day I got this tattoo. He still remembered when he showed the tattoo to everyone else, and thought he had joined a gang, asked for the address of the tattoo shop, and, well, she whispered in his ear that he looked even more sexy. That looks sick, dude, super manly, commented, giving the good old thumbs up. Thank you for the compliments, guys, but let's get changed fast. Realizing how much time had passed, they quickly wore their hero costumes and left for ground beta. At ground beta, the girls were already out waiting for the boys. "What is taking them so long?" said impatiently. Who was standing with was wearing the same costume as the cannon. She did ask if she should change anything, but he told her it looked perfect on her, much to her delight. Gave her a knowing smile. They're most likely bombarding with thousands of questions. Asked confused. Just a nickname I made for, she replied with a rare sweet smile. Looking at her, wanted to tease her but decided against ruining the tender moment, so she shifted the question. What would they ask him? You will see, answered back with her good old wild grin returning on her face. Then they finally saw the boy come through the tunnel, and on the front was, who gained everyone's attention. Wore a sleeveless steel with red trim, fitted over his torso. His forearms, elbows, and hands were covered with a pair of silver gauntlets, while his biceps were bare, which revealed his tattoos. A pair of brown pants was secured by 2 belts, with red and white cloth panels hanging at the sides. His knees and shins were protected by more silver armor, shaped to allow movement. The outfit looked built for speed and close combat rather than heavy defense. I slowly walked up to him. Would you look at that? For some reason, I knew your hero costume would be something like this. Though I have to admit it, you just broke the coolness meter with your costume. And just as I said, you look dangerous yet beautiful in your costume. He said, grabbing her hand, should have put +18 for this scene. Looking good, young HEROES. Sadly, their moment was interrupted by All Might. I can't even talk with you in peace, said, glaring at All Might. All Might, sensing the, looked away awkwardly while pretending not to see her. Gave her hand a light squeeze. It's okay, we can go on a small date after school ends, sounds good. Hearing this, she looked back at with a wide smile. Yes, let's do that, but you will be paying for the food. You got yourself a deal, carrots. ALRIGHT, now that everyone is here, let's get started. For this class, you will be split into villains and heroes and fight a 2 versus 2 inside a building. But what about the basic training? Asked. This is the basic training. The battles will give a standing where everyone is, then we will slowly build up on it. When the explanation stopped, the questions started. How will the winners and losers be decided? If we do badly, will we get expelled? Can we just beat them up? How will the teams be decided? Don't I look dashingly handsome? Okay, allow me to first introduce today's activity, All Might said, already looking tired. For this activity, as I said before, you will be divided into teams of 2. In the 2 versus 2, one team will be the villain team while the other will be the hero team. The villain team will have to place the bomb on one of the floors of the building and protect it from the heroes. Meanwhile, the heroes have to use the allotted time to secure the bomb and save the day. Then he pulled a box out of thin air. As for teams, they will be decided randomly. You will pick a ball from this box, the similarly lettered one will form a team, then we begin. As All Might was done explaining, everyone started to take a ball one by one. Picked his token right after did hers. Which one did you get? Asked eagerly. F, how about you? Hearing this, she jumped happily. F, me too, we are on the same team. Looking at the couple from a distance, asked, hey, and looked close, did they know each other before? No, they are more than that, those two are in a relationship, replied with a teasing tone. Hearing this, went completely red. What relationship? Like a boyfriend-girlfriend type relationship. Oh yeah. O0H, I see. Said awkwardly, wanted to continue with the tease, but All Might did what he does best. He saved from. ALRIGHT, young HEROES gather up. Now as everyone has picked their balls, let me announce the teams. Team A and Team B and Shoji. Team C and Team D Ida and Team E and Team F and Team G and Team H and Team I and finally Team J and. Now I will pick the hero and the villain teams. All Might put his hand on 2 boxes and pulled out 2 balls with the letters A and D. The first match is between Team A as the heroes and Team D as the villains. Let's get started now. I will pick the hero and the villain teams. All Might put his hand on 2 boxes and pulled out 2 balls with the letters A and D. The first match is between Team A as the heroes and Team D as the villains. Let's get started. With that said, everybody other than Team A and Team D moved to a room with a large screen showing different angles of the building. While looking at the screen, All Might firmly thought, I'll grade you strictly without playing favorites, young. While standing behind the crowd and stood together. Who do you think will win? Hearing's question replied, Team A has a higher chance of winning. Being will 100% jump, leaving the bomb unguarded, while can easily sneak into the room thanks to her quirk. I was thinking the same, she then leaned into his shoulder. I can't wait to finish this and go on our date, said with a sweet smile. Then looked around, after making sure no one was looking back, he softly held his face and kissed her forehead, which left the blushing too stunned to speak. Relax, carrots, we will be done soon, said, then calmly intertwined his fingers with hers and turned his focus back on the screen. Meanwhile, still flustered, touched the spot on her forehead where had just kissed her. Then a small smirk appeared on her face. Perfectly as planned, you know what to put in the comments, chat. From then on, everything went as it should have. Jumped, both of them fought for a while, used their strongest attack, broke the upper floor, and finally secured the bomb. After the first round, everyone other than gathered around All Might for the fight review. First of all, congrats to Team A on winning the round. All Might started. As for the MVP of the match, that award goes to Young. That left most of the class shocked. It's not either of the winners or asked, confused by the decision. All Might smiled at and followed with a question. Well, why is that? Can someone explain? Instantly, Momo's hand shot up in the air. Yes, sir, All Might. That is because adapted the most according to the needs of the assignment he was given. From the start, acted without thinking and rushed to due to some personal grudge, which left the objective unprotected. Whilst plan somewhat worked, in a real scenario, he could have easily been taken hostage by the villains, which made his plan too rash. As for, she let her guard down mid-battle, compromising her position. Only during the chaos, stayed in line with the objective, and alone tried to carry out the job which was meant for two. The only reason the hero team won is because this was a mock. Finally, Momo finished explaining. Why you are right, well explained. She even had more points than I had planned on sharing, All Might thought, sweating. All right, class, let's start with our next rounds. And with that, the next rounds begins. Team B versus Team I, which ended before and could do anything. Right away froze the whole building, leaving and unable to move. Shoji did not have to do anything. Team J versus Team H and tried their best to get the bomb on time, but failed. Whenever got closer to the bomb, would just tape the area, restricting her movement, whereas just tanked attacks till the time the timer was up. Team G versus Team E and could not do anything, was too unserious during the battle and sailed through the round. Now it was time for the final round. Only two teams are left now. Team C and Team F head to the building, All Might announced. And were the heroes for this round, so they waited outside while Momo worked on defense. Team C's plan was simple. Momo will barricade the door with the strongest material she can create, whilst job is to deal with them after the barricade is broken. Momo then laid a few traps around just in case. Meanwhile, outside, gave a knowing smile. You already know where they are, right? Of course I do. You got any plans? Yes, and trust me, they would never see it coming, replied with a surge of excitement. Then she grabbed his hand to pull him lower so she could whisper in his ear. Yes is really short. After listening to her plan, started laughing hard, so hard he almost choked himself. Oh, this plan. Of you. This plan, only someone like you can come up with it, and the crazy part is that this is the best option we have. Hearing this, looked proud like a kid who had managed to convince their parent that they were wrong. You are good to go, Team F, All Might's voice came out of the speaker. Are you ready, Carrots asked. Jumped into his arms, giggling. Let's do this. Jacques pulse. With that, jumped off, then after floating in front of the third floor, asked, You sure you want to do this? I can end this faster, you know. Stop acting like a protagonist and let me do something too. Whatever you say, ma'am. Then lowered a bit and held her by her hands. Ready. Throw me hard, replied with her classic grins. And that's what did. He spun her for 5 seconds, then threw her toward the building's third floor. Flipped midair and put her foot towards the building. Inside, Momo and were confused as they could not hear any voices. Are they going to try something crazy like? Asked, confused. Momo replied with her ever-calm voice, This is not something I expected, maybe the... Just then the wall behind got destroyed. When they turned around, they saw standing over the bomb, grinning. A bomb secured. Back in the control room, everybody had the same reaction. What was that? Mumbled in shock. Did he just fly and then throw into the building? Asked, as if unsure if his eyes were working perfectly. Soon, all the students gathered together at the exit of Ground Beta. Good work, everyone, All Might started. We did not have any major injuries other than young. You all did a good job for your first training. Now all of you change back to your uniforms and head back to your classroom. I have to go check on Young. Oh then, BOOOOM. All Might sprinted away. Afterwards, the rest of the day went normally. Started to talk to other classmates, and honestly, he was enjoying it. Living normally, going to school, spending time with your girlfriend, and hanging out with friends. Life is good. As he was lost in thought, tried to jump at him from behind, but before she could land on her prey, sidestepped. Ever since you could use that move passively, it's impossible to sneak up on you, said, trying to act angry at him. Knowing exactly what she wanted, played along. If for today's date we go to your favorite pork bun stall, will you feel better? Hearing do what, she happily jumped on Spack and yelled, Let's get pork buns. Seeing her acting this way, giggled softly and made way to their favorite place. 20 minutes later, they got their buns and sat down at a bench nearby, enjoying the sunset together. After finishing her bun, scooted near, wrapped her arm around his arm, and leaned on his shoulder comfortably. He kept his bun aside and leaned toward. Contrary to how they normally are, they just sat there in comfortable silence, enjoying each other's presence and watching the sun say its finally goodbye to the world. Early in the morning, enjoying the morning breeze, and made their way towards UA. Why did you start training with Dad again? Did you not already learn everything he had to teach you? Asked, confused. Paused at the question. Of you. Then, after taking a deep breath, he began explaining. Yesterday, when All Might entered the class, I saw his fighting spirit, and to say the least, I didn't know someone's fighting spirit could be that high. I mean, he is All Might. Of course, he will be strong, and even if he is strong, what does that have to do with you training again? Looked at her with a smile. You see, looking at his strength, I realized I can't relax and that I need to push myself further. So I started to create a new series of moves to counter brute force by redirecting and deflecting it. Hearing this, eyes widened in wonder. WOW, that sounds so cool. Another plus point is that these moves can be used without shockwaves, said with a smile. Oh wait, does that mean I can learn it too? Yup, said, popping the P in the word. OMG, thank you, I. However, before she could finish, a mic was shoved between her and, Hey you, how are All Might classes? A news reporter asked. He, however, was on the verge of a crash out. Oi, Black Eyes, can't you hear the question? The reporter's cameraman asked aggressively. Our class is starting soon, so could you please make wah? Before could kicked the camera from the cameraman's hands and then grabbed him by his collar. Who are you calling Black Eye, bitch? Looking at her reaction, the reporters began to back off. First cut at me while I was talking, then you insulted my boyfriend, I am GOIN, UMMMMMMs. And quickly covered her face while dragging her away from the reporters. When they finally entered the building, he let her go. What was that about? Asked, clearly annoyed. You have to control your anger better. I know you were pissed off because he insulted me, but they could easily spin the whole thing and defame you. To which just crashed into his chest. He replied, still in his arms. After calming her down, they both arrived in the class and settled in. Hey, you saw that crazy crowd outside? Soon walked up to them. They were annoying as hell. If not for stopping me, I would have kicked that reporter in the face, grumbled. It's understandable. Anywhere All Might goes, the media will be there, replied. Swoosh. The class door opened and walked in. Settle down, everybody, he announced. After everyone had settled down, began. Good work on yesterday's combat training. I saw the videos and the results. He then turned to. Oh, you are talented, so don't act like a kid. I get it, he grumbled. And if you keep breaking your arms, you will lose them forever. Keep that in mind. Just nodded his head. And you did a good job, but remember, try not to destroy public property in real-life scenarios. Understood, Sensei, replied with a nod. Now about today's main event. Remembering what happened yesterday, the class got nervous. You will be choosing your class rep. With that said, he pulled his sleeping bag and lay down on the floor. Wake me up when you are done. And the class erupted in chaos, with almost everybody wanting to be the class rep. Finally agreeing to his suggestion, the class decides to vote. After the voting was done, the top 3 were as follows. 1, 3. 2, 2. 3, 2. 4, Momo 2. Seeing this, cringed. What is this moment? He then looked at with a smile and nodded, to which she nodded back, then at the same time both and spoke. We hereby step down from our positions. That left the class stunned. But why? Asked. To him, this is the most sacred position in class. How can someone not want it? Too much work. We'd rather spend our time hanging out together, replied. Couples muttered. Then by default, and Momo will be our president and vice president, announced with a heavy heart. After the decision was made, the rest of the classes went by normally. After a few hours, the lunch bell rang, got up from his chair to leave with and his classmates for lunch. But he was stopped by Present Mike. A principal would like to meet you. Please head to the office. The office is on the top floor. So changes in the plot have already begun. Understood, Sensei. He left after bidding farewell to and his friends. Then, after a few minutes, he reached the office and knocked. Principal, you called for me. Then a voice came from the room. Yes, yes, come on in, the door is opened. Opened the door and entered the office. The office was your standard principal's office. Come take a seat. After he sat down, just stared at him for a while, then he began. Your quirk is really impressive. I have never seen something like this. Why is he talking about this? It helps you generate shockwaves, develop techniques, and best of all. Then he pressed a button and the whole room was enclosed by metal walls. The ability to heighten your brain's analytical abilities. Ended with his normal happy, easygoing tone changing to serious and cold. Looked calm from the outside, but inside his brain was working overtime. What is happening? I know from the story that had something like a split personality, but it was never something like this. And how the fuck does he know about the ability to buff my analytical abilities? Even does not know that. Calming himself, he asked, what are you trying to, principal? Still calm in this situation, guess I made the right call again, smiled again. Which left even more confused. Do you know about my background story? Asked. I know. Then let me share my story with you, began. I am a special animal, born with a quirk that gave me intelligence that even surpassed that of humans. Unfortunately, I was captured by them and was tested upon for months. But then justice arrived, I got saved, and the researchers were sent to jail. Ended with a dead tone. That is the story everyone knows, but it's not the true story. As said this, a dark smile appeared on his face. On the other hand, realized something. This world is not as simple as it seems. To be continued, that is the story everyone knows, but it's not the true story. As said this, a dark smile appeared on his face. On the other hand, realized something. This world is not as simple as it seems. Everything till I got rescued and the researchers sent to jail was true. But that's not where the real story begins, said with a trace of sadness in his voice. After the researchers were sent to jail, I thought justice was served. The system will punish them for their acts. Haha, what a fool I was. Looking at his expression, a deep memory surfaced in his mind, a memory he swore never to forget. Oh, that expression. It's the same expression I had on my face when those police officers told me to forget what happened to move on. A 1 month started. 1 month was all it took for them to be out of jail. Why? Because they were backed by someone from the same damned system I believed in. Finished, his voice bubbling with rage. That's when I realized this world is not some fantasy. This world is unfair, ruthless, and selfish. If you want something, you have to fight for it, and that's exactly what I did. H-A-H-A-H-A. While speaking, started laughing like a maniac. That day, I learned not everyone deserved a second chance. Some trash must be burned, and that's what I did. And then what happened shocked to his core. Those eyes, they turned fully black. Just like his own. Oh wait, then does that mean? Yes, it means exactly what you think, replied. You see, after deciding what to do next, I began to work for the government. Within 5 months, I had absolute control over everything in Japan. And when I say absolute, I mean it. Then, using my influence, I established the HPSC, or the Hero Public Safety Commission. While kept on dropping one bomb after another, listened, because that's all he could do. He was too shocked to say anything. And they did what the heroes should have been doing in the first place. They burned the trash. Even now, after all these years, they are doing the same. However, just like I predicted, there was some corruption here and there, which was solved without me needing to lift a finger, as a certain sniper had enough. Ended. Now the question is, how did I do that? Yes, I have, but even that has limits, he asked. Then slowly pointed at his black eyes. You see, whatever those sick bastards did to me worked. It removed the limit from my quirk. As of now, my quirk is developed enough to predict the future. This shocked yet again. That sounds awfully similar to how my body evolves. 14 years ago, when I formed the HPSC, their first task was to destroy everything and everyone related to this organization that screwed me. The mission lasted 1 week. We destroyed everything, every machine, lab, samples, everything. He paused and pointed at. Except you. Fuck, that's all was able to think. It was a miracle you lived. You were dead for a couple of seconds, then I still don't know how you came back to life. From the data, which only I had access to, I was able to find what you were. You see, your parents had sold you off to this to repay a debt to some loan sharks, and they tried to do the same thing they tried to do with me, remove your limit. Then stopped, allowing to process everything. After 10 minutes, finally calmed down and nervously asked. The orphanage. What about it? Asked. Is it real or something run by your agents? Is real. Relax, it was real, son, the kids, everything was real. Hearing this, visibly relaxed, he did not care about his real parents, whether they were dead or not, he did not give a fuck. The only family he knows of is the orphanage, along with and her family. So why did you tell me all this? I don't think you told me all this just because we both came out of the same lab. Because I want a successor, he answered plain and simple. Oh, I accept. For the first time, was genuinely shocked. Just like that, he asked. Just like that, you understand this no-limit power better than anybody else, plus you got the resources. And most importantly, even if I beat villains till they are one breath away from death, you will take care of it, won't you? To which laughed out loud. Yes, you are right, I will do everything, however you got one thing wrong. Looked confused. You can even kill the villains if they try to kill you, said smiling. Does anyone know about your second personality? Could not help but ask, as he couldn't see All Might agreeing with him. Nope, no one does, not even the people working in HPSC. You are the first person to find out. If you want to tell someone about this, make sure you completely trust them. Sounds good, was ready to leave. He could not digest any more information. All right, I think that should be enough for today. Meet me again tomorrow before the class starts. said back to his normal and jolly mood. A click. With a click, the metal sheets surrounding the office retracted, then threw a set of earplugs and a card towards. Use the earplugs to contact me if you need anything, and use the card to enjoy the benefits of being my successor, he said with a cocky grin. Got it, I understood you are loaded as fuck. I'll see you later. With that said, left the office and made way towards the class. Well, at least I have the license to kill again, thought grinning. Soon he reached the class, recapped everything that he missed, the lunch panic, getting it under control, and giving his position to. I missed a lot. Yes, you did, mister, and what took you so long, could not help but ask. I will explain everything later, assured her. Looking at his serious expression, she knew it was something important. Got it, you want any help, she asked. Just get your parents to the orphanage and tell them it's important. And if that old man still refuses, knock him out and drag him along. Listening to the last part, laughed, you can count on me. Later that day, the class ended, and after saying their goodbyes and left for their respective homes. While on his way back, felt rather excited to share this with his family. My MC is not like those MCs who hide shit from their loved ones. He knows they got his back and trusts them with his life. I can't wait to see what kind of face they will make. Soon he reached the orphanage and noticed family car there. They really rushed their way here. Entering the building, he saw with and whose face looked like it had been punched, sitting with. Noticing enter, asked, what did you want to talk about so urgently? Can we all move to a quiet room first? Asked politely. Soon they gathered in his office. Now could you tell us? Yeah, old man, could you form a soundproof dome around us? Sure, did as he was asked without any questions. WOM. A dome big enough to enclose all four of them was formed around them. Okay, so this is what happened. Half an hour later. The dome was now gone and everyone even wrapped in a tight hug. Then spoke, thank you for trusting us with such sensitive information. And don't worry, even if you were an alien, we would not have left you, she said, her voice filled with motherly love. She is right, I don't care what you do in the future, we will always be with you, brat, followed. And always remember we love you, added. However, the wholesome moment was disrupted. Oi, you people, get your dirty hands off my boyfriend, he is mine, yelled as she could barely hug. Which caused everyone to laugh out loud. Looking at the warm scene in front of him, he mentally thanked once more. Thank you for this life. The next day, the class was lively as ever, but it quieted down when entered. For today's hero basic training, you will be assisted by 3 heroes, which includes me, All Might, and another hero, announced. Excuse me, what will we be doing? Asked with his hand raised. Revealed a card with rescue written over it. A disaster, shipwrecks, and everything in between. In short, it's rescue training. Some students were excited while some looked interested. I don't know, man, sounds like a lot of work to me, said. Idiot, this is the duty of a hero, stop whining, reminded him. The whole class erupted in chaos yet again. Wondered why was so quiet and turned to her, only to see her sleeping without a care in the world. Haha, always so careless, he thought while chuckling at her. Hey, I am not done yet, grumbled. For this class, you can decide what to wear. Either wear your hero costume or gym clothes, I don't care. The training will be held off campus, so we will be taking the bus. That's all, start getting ready. After saying that, left, and the boys and girls left to change into their hero costumes, gym clothes. A POV. I was making my way towards the girls' changing room with and. Walking, I started to think about my life so far, annoying mom all the time, messing with dad's gym equipment just to watch him cry over it. Maybe I should not do that again. I thought of remembering him being depressed for the whole week. Then he came into my life, I thought, as a smile formed on my face. Oh, the dashingly handsome, lovely, caring boyfriend of mine. Yeah, I'm never telling him that. He's already narcissistic enough, I thought, remembering how San told me that once, jokingly mentioned how lucky I was to have him as my boyfriend. And recently, he became even more special. Turns out when he was young, his parents sold him those fuckers better be dead to a crazy organization which removed the limit from his quirk, which meant he could grow stronger forever, plus he got the so-called license to kill, which I thought was fucking awesome. Damn, imagine having a top-secret agent as your boyfriend. Sheesh, I want to brag about it. I thought I would giggle a bit. Soon we reached the changing room. You have been quiet since morning, you even slept through the class, are you okay? Asked me. Oh, don't worry about it. I just got too excited training this morning and ended up completely draining myself. I replied as I began to change. Oh, you train? Asked, surprised. Why are you shocked? Did you think I just laze around all day? I asked, annoyed they had such low expectations for me. Yup, and replied with zero hesitation. These fuckers, I grumbled. Soon we were done changing and gathered in along the bus where I spotted talking with. I still can't believe he managed to make friends, I thought, remembering how big of a loner he was. Well, good for him, but it's time to steal him back, I thought as I rushed towards him. A third-person POV. There she goes again, said, looking at rushing towards. She can't stay 50 minutes without him, though giggling. I can't believe she has such a cute side to her. Behind, and Momo commented, looking at the scenes. I know, right? Seconded her. After a moment of silence, all of them started laughing. A few minutes later, everyone boarded the bus and left for their location. As the bus started, everybody began to talk. Just as was about to join in, his earphones ran out. Beep, beep, beep. He signaled to go ahead while pointing at his ears, a signal that understood right away. Then he moved to the back of the bus and put his phone to his ear, pretending to talk to someone. Hello there, how are you doing? Asked through the device. We met this morning, replied deadpans. Right, I hope you remember everything we discussed, right? Yeah, 80% possibility of a villain attack and not kill anyone if that happens, as there are too many eyes. I still can't believe he can do this. Thought, still in awe of his ability to calculate and predict the future through the use of his quirk. I still don't get why we are still going to USJ, even after knowing this. That's because if we were to cancel it, the spy among us would understand that we somehow know how they are working and try to hide even deeper. For that reason, I have sent All Might along. So that's why he made an error here. Finally understood why did not predict the scale of this incoming attack. He still doesn't know All for One is still alive. Well, I guess even can't predict everything. Understood. Take care. With that ended the calls. We are here, stop messing around. Just then informed everybody about their arrival at the USJ. As the bus came to a halt, everyone filed out in an orderly fashion. While they made their way toward the USJ, leaned closer and spoke just loud enough for rabbit ears to catch. Oh, stay alert. Hearing this, nodded, full alert now. When they reached the entrance of the building, they were greeted by someone in a fat spacesuit. Everyone, I have been waiting for you. It's Space Hero 13, exclaimed, clearly excited to meet her. The hero who specializes in rescue missions and has rescued tons of people from disasters. Let's go inside without delay, 13 said, guiding everyone inside the building. As they stepped in, they were greeted by different types of setups, themed after different types of disasters. It is a training ground that I made with different types of accidents and disasters, 13 began to explain. It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ in short. 13, where's All Might? He was supposed to be here with us, questioned her. About that, he did too much hero stuff in the morning and needs time to recover. You know how he is, she answered. Oh, nothing new there. Now, before starting, let me explain to you how my quirk works. My quirk is called Black Hole, which allows me to suck in anything and turn it into fine dust. I can use it to easily clear debris and rescue people. However, my quirk could easily kill, too, she said, her voice turning serious. That is why we must always be super careful. One wrong step can lead to a casualty. In your class you learned the limit of your strength, and in All Might's class, you learned how to use those quirks in combat. And now you will learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. Then she paused and bowed like a showman. That is all, thank you for listening. Which was followed by cheers and claps. It's about to start, thought, readying himself. His senses sharpened, he began to feel everything around him. All right then, let's be. Now, suddenly the lights in USJ went out, and a portal appeared near the fountain. From the portal, a guy with too many hands on him walked out, followed by a giant black creature and many other people. Everyone, this is not a drill. Get ready, they are villains, announced seriously. While everyone else looked grim, both and had the same crazy grin forming on their face. This will be fun, both of them thought at the same time. No way. There is no way they could get here undetected. As the class began to panic, Momo stepped up. Sensei, what about the sensors? We have them, of course, but 13 sounded equally confused. Even if they killed the power, the sensors should have been fine, she thought. This most likely is some kind of quirk shared. Then the villains begin to move towards the class, seeing that stepped forward. 13, start the evacuation, he said as he put on his glasses. Try calling the. However, before he could finish, started to walk towards the villains. Ida, run back to the school and inform them of the situation. I sense small groups of people spread around USJ. The portal guy will most likely try to separate us. Stay alert. Once I start, he might teleport them here, deal with them. With that, he left. A silence followed as they saw leave. Sensei, he can't fight all of them alone. Even if he is strong, he will need help, panicked. Don't worry about him, Greenhead. Just do as he said. The other group will be here soon, replied while stretching her legs, ready for the upcoming fight. Hearing this, all turned towards. I should not be allowing this, but does specialize in frontal combat. Thought, his entrance exam was still fresh in his mind. He knows what he is capable of. We do as he recommended. Stay alert and wait for the other group to arrive. 13, stay with them. I will assist in case he needs it. With that said, he followed, leaving a shocked class behind. On the other hand, was now at the edge of the stairs, ready to jump in. He then clicked his hands together. This caused small spikes to emerge from his gauntlets. No mercy. Jacques pulse. As wish. Bullets POV the cannon finger villains. I always wanted to be a villain. I found the whole save everyone thing to be utter. Why should I be a hero and work for the society I don't give a damn about? I can be a villain and do anything. And that's what I did. My quirk finger bullets allow me to shoot compressed bones from my fingertips, a simple yet useful quirk. I robbed banks, kidnapped kids for ransom, and did everything I could to make quick money. The heroes would sometimes catch me, but because they are too good to use excessive force, I easily escaped them. That's how it was supposed to be. That's why when I was offered a huge amount of money to attack UA, I took it. There would only be a few teachers from what I was told. As for All Might, we had that huge black thing to deal with him. That's how it was supposed to go. I did no sign up for this shit, I said while watching the scene. No massacre in front of me. Blood everywhere. People with severed limbs, people with broken limbs. People are alive but dead at the same time. This is not how it was supposed to go, I thought, unable to move due to my broken legs. Out of 40 villains here, only the one fighting Eraserhead was in somewhat okay condition. In front of me stood that monster, holding a guy by his hair. His metal gauntlets were covered in blood, and on his face, he had a smile that sent chills down my spine. "Sensei is almost done," the monster said and started walking towards the guy who hired us. I did not sign up for this shit, I thought before darkness claimed me. A third-person POV. Az began to move towards the remaining villains, had a grim expression on his face. "Why did we not have any information about him?" he asked. "We did, but he was just a student. We never thought a student would already be this strong this early," replied. "Scrap the plan, bring everyone here, and aim for the class." Then he turned towards did that and formed the portals around Class 1A. "Kill that brat along with," said, pointing towards, but he was not there anymore. Where did H just then? Time slowed down. I saw it. He saw it right above him, aiming its leg towards. He wanted to move, but he couldn't, his body was not fast enough. "SHIJRAK," I yelled. But before could strike, this fist slammed into him, hurling him across the room and sending him crashing into the wall. Which was followed by silence. What the hell is that brat?" mumbled, not sure how made it to UA. For a second, I thought he was going for my neck. He then turned towards his voice cutting like a blade. "Kill that brat, he is too dangerous to be left alive." The creature began to walk forward, its heavy steps echoing through USJ. But just as it began to close in on, a shadow dropped from above. A villain landed hard between them, his body wrapped in coils of tape. "I can't let you do that," said, landing beside the wrapped villain. 10 minutes ago. As cut his way through the villains, his class watched in silence. The bloody scene had left everyone shocked. This is not what they expected. They could never have thought that the cool and relaxed was capable of doing this. They knew he was strong, but this was something no one saw coming. "T13, we have to stop him. Even if they are villains, he can't kill them. That is not how a hero should be," pleaded to 13. "He is right, heroes should not be acting like this," said in support. "Oi, Greenhead and Dimples, are you guys blind? They are unconscious, not dead, only aimed for their limbs," answered them, clearly pissed off at them. "But still, isn't he overdoing it? He could have restrained them like Sensei did," countered. Are you dumb? What if someone had a quirk that allowed them to escape? What if they take one of us hostage? What will you do then? Cry like you always do? Or wait for Sensei, who is busy fighting villains?" Walked closer to, almost grasping him by his collar. Just then, 13 stopped her. "Enough," then she turned to, who was dead silent after listening to his rant. "And she is right. While excessive use of force is discouraged, there is no law against it. Fights are not always the classic hero versus villain, where the hero beats the villain and the villain calmly follows the hero. Sometimes force is needed. Like the rank 2 hero Endeavor, he has many cases where the villain he caught has suffered 3rd to 4th degree burns. Sometimes heroes have to be brutal with their actions." Hearing this, the class went silent, especially and just then a portal ripped open before them, and one by one, villains began to spill out. "Everyone get behind me," 13 shouted. Well, what do we have here? The famous rescue hero 13? Can I get an autograph? I'm a really big fan," a shark-toothed villain said with a grin. 13 braced herself, her quirk ready to unleash. However, before she could respond and jumped at the villains. Blasted a villain straight into the wall, while came down with an axe kick that crushed the shark-toothed villain beneath her heel. "Bring it on, bitches," taunted all the villains, ready to solo them. Hearing her shout, Class 1A charged at the villains. "What's wrong with this class?" 13 thought, looking at them. Back to the present. Meanwhile, was lying under the debris, unable to move. An iron rod had pierced his stomach, his ribs broken, blood leaking everywhere. I overestimated myself, thought, laughing at himself. That thing was meant to kill All Might. No matter how strong I become technique-wise, I can't do shit to that thing. The difference in raw strength is way too much. And he was right. No matter how superior someone's technique is, if they are hit by a truck, they will die. As he was cursing himself for being reckless, something astonishing began to happen. Small golden particles emerged from his skin and started to gather above his head. Before could wonder about his situation, a small message played in his head. Hearing it, smiled and started laughing. No way he gave that ability. I should have known what happy meant when he said, "My body gets stronger as I face stronger opponents." As fully got the message, the golden particles fully merged. What was left was a small wheel-like thing hovering over his head. The wheel spun once. Meanwhile, out on the battlefield, Class 1A clashed with the villains. Well, not all of them, most of them were staring at the show in front of them. That's all you bastards got, yelled, booming his way through the villains. Don't get cocky, you little shit, a villain yelled as he threw his elongated arms towards. But before they could reach him, thrust his palms downward and detonated a blast. The explosion rocketed him into the air, momentum carrying him straight toward his target. This happened so fast that before the villain could react, his fist was already in front of him. Bam! The fist connected with his face, sending him sprawling unconscious. Still not strong enough, thought of the massacre left by, still fresh in his mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, was surrounded by 3 villains. "Do you really think you can take 3 of us alone?" one of them said with a cocky grin. Kids these days, ma, but before he could finish, all 3 of them were completely engulfed in ice. "So I have to make sure they are not dead? Guess my old man is not that crazy," thought, remembering 13's explanation. "Stop running from me, you cowards," was snapped back to reality by shout. She was running after a group of 4 villains. The villains had just witnessed overwhelming strength. "Attack her at once," one of the villains yelled. Suddenly, they all turned around and were ready to attack together. The only problem was that she was not there anymore. Before they could process what had just happened, appeared behind them. With a swift, low sweep kick, she broke all 4 villains' legs. "Stop screaming, I just broke your legs, for God's sake." Hearing this, they quickly quietened down. They did not want to piss her off. 13 and the rest of the class just stood there and watched the one-sided beating. Were these kids always this brutal, or are they following's footsteps? 13 thought. "Wow, those 3 are in a league of their own," exclaimed, his eyes filled with admiration. Most of the class had a similar thought. They wanted to be as strong as the top 4 in the class. However, not everyone was on the same page. Kay muttered under his breath, unsure how to feel about this situation. Is this really what it means to be a real hero? He began to doubt his beliefs. "Oh, we should restrain them," 13 suggested. Hearing 13 call her out, Momo broke out of her awe and began creating metal restraints. After a few minutes, the restraining was done. "Now let's get going, we have to make sure and are okay," said 13. "What you worrying about? Chill, teach, my boyfriend is super strong," replied, looking like a proud bunny. "Sai, I know how strong is, but we should still go just in. I'm being sent to the walls." Before the sentence could even finish, a deafening impact rattled the air, leaving everyone stunned in shock. "You were talking about protecting that brat," said, looking at under his foot. "2 broken legs and a broken arm, still think you can protect him," said, pressing his foot harder. "Even if it's cost my leife," replied, his normally lifeless eyes burning with life. Then that triggered further. That looks, that damned look, you heroes really think you can save everyone? That you are the so-called justice, huh? He asked, grabbing by his hair. Now answer a question for me. If you die, what will you be able to do? Bang. Was about to answer, but his smashed his head on the ground. I talk now. Bang. 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 What's wrong, hero? You already done? Show me some spine, you fucker. However, before he could continue, Class IA, along with 13, arrived. AIZAWA, 13 screamed, looking at the condition was in. She looked around to find, but he was nowhere to be seen. The students began to panic. They could never have imagined seeing in such a severe condition. Where is his thoughts darkened. My hands, where is Akaza? Looking at the panicking students in front of him, a twisted grin appeared on his face. Oh, that black-eyed kid, you would find his dead body in there, he said, pointing towards the collapsed wall. Hearing his words, his head went blank. No. He is just fucking with me. Yes, there is no way he can kill. Yes, there is no way he would die that easily. Right. Started to shake. For the first time in her life, she felt sacred and hopeless. Just then, she felt a familiar hand on her shoulder. Turning around, what she saw left her relieved and scared at the same time. There stood without his armor, his torso completely exposed and covered in blood. AKI, oh my god, what happened to you? Which bastard did that to you? Telling me, I will kill that bit. She was cut short by pulling her into a tight hug. Relax, carrots, can't you see the wounds are already closed? Oh, she mumbled, still buried in his chest. When did he get here? Suddenly asked. The question left the class and the villains silent, both for different reasons. The class did not see him, he just appeared out of thin air, like he teleported here. Whereas the villains were shocked by the fact that it already healed. They know how strong the is, heck, that thing was made to kill All Might. But the common question that everyone had was what the golden wheel-like thing was that was hovering over his head. Finally detached from and asked him, what is that wheel thing, though? Oh, let's just say that my quirk evolved, he replied with a smile. Gosh, he looks hot with all that blood on him, thought blushing, crazy rabbit. Then turned towards the class, stay here, let me handle this. Sorry, I can't let you do that, you have to understand. Suddenly, the air started to vibrate all around USJ. Relax, Teach, I got this. Jacques Paul's Tempest. He vanished. Where did he go? Yelled. Before he could react, the picked him up and backed off. What the hell are you doing? He asked but his answer was answered when he looked at the spot he was standing before. Stood there with over his shoulder, under him was a wide crater. Then vanished again and appeared in front of the class. How is he doing that? Asked frantically. Meanwhile, with the class handed to Momo. Bandage him up. With that said, he turned towards took a deep breath and started to stretch his body. Time to test the upgrades. How is he doing that? Shrieked, scratching furiously at his neck as raw panic clawed its way past his anger. Back with the students, gently passed limp form to a stunned Momo. Bandage him up, keep pressure on the head wound. His voice was calm, a stark contrast to the violent energy that was beginning to radiate from his body. With his teacher safe for the moment, took a deep, centering breath and began to stretch. His neck cracked, followed by his shoulders and knuckles. Each sound was sharp and deliberate in the tense silence. He was treating this like a warm-up, a simple exercise before a workout. Time to test the upgrades, he thought, a feral grin spreading across his blood-smeared face. We should back off and let the deal with him, suggested, his misty form wavering with urgency. He recognized a threat that went beyond simple heroics. This was something more dangerous. What, you want me to run away from that brat? Yelled, his voice cracking. The fact that was not only alive but seemingly more powerful than before was already driving him insane. Think straight, his voice was firm, cutting through the rage. We cannot even react to his speed, let alone attack him. He can easily outmaneuver my portals, and you need to touch him to use your quirk. The is our only option. It was designed for this. Let it do its job. The logic, as much as he hated it, was sound. It calms frantic scratching. He took a ragged breath, his red eyes fixated on. Fine, he hissed. Let deal with him. We have to wrap this up quickly. This show has gone on for way too long. He then turned his gaze to the hulking, bird-brained creature beside him. Make sure he is dead this time. No mistakes. Let's mow. B-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-M. The command was cut short by a deafening explosion. It didn't come from a clash, but from a lone. He had smashed his foot into the plaza's stone floor, shattering it instantly. Debris flew as he settled into a low, wide combat stance, his hands held open before him. The ground beneath him spiderwebbed with deep cracks. It's time to use it, he thought, the grin returning. Merge style, compass, needle, X tempest. The golden, wheel-like construct above his head spun lazily, but the air around began to warp and vibrate violently. A low hum filled the USJ, a tangible pressure that made the students tremble. His eyes locked onto the ignoring and completely. To him, they were no longer part of the equation. And try to keep up, you freak, he said, his voice barely a whisper, yet it carried across the plaza. He launched himself forward. He didn't just run, he didn't just charge. He blasted off from his position, a living cannonball of flesh and fury. The being bioengineered to react to all might met his charge head-on. Then they collided. The resulting shockwave was massive. The very air seemed to buckle and break. The students of Class 1A were thrown back, shielded only by 13's desperate use of her quirk to absorb some of the impact. The windows of the USJ, already stressed, shattered completely, raining down glass like glitter. To the terrified onlookers, the fight became an incomprehensible storm of violence, and they vanished. They were no longer two distinct figures, but a singular phenomenon. All the class could see, all they could hear were the aftershocks of their battle. A deafening crack would split the air to their left as a crater appeared in the ground. An instant later, another sonic boom would rattle them from the right as a section of the staircase was crushed. The air itself seemed to crackle and fracture wherever they clashed. However, everything was crystal clear, too painfully clear. The fusion of compass, needle, and tempest turned his senses into a hyper-advanced combat computer. He wasn't just seeing he was perceiving its every function. He could see the slight twitch of a pectoral muscle that preceded a left hook. He could feel the shift in air pressure as the prepared a downward smash. He could predict the trajectory of every attack before the creature's brain had even finished sending the signal to its limbs. The sheer volume of information was immense, a raging flood threatening to overwhelm his mind. But every time his brain felt like it was about to short-circuit, every time the processing load reached its absolute limit. A click. The golden wheel above his head spun once, a single sharp increment. His body adapted. He got stronger. He met the sledgehammer of a fist with his own, felt his entire arm go numb, the bones in his hand and wrist shattering into dozens of pieces. The pain was blinding, a white-hot scream that tore through his nervous system. But before the scream could even register fully, there was that sound. A click. The wheel spun, a warm, golden energy flooded his ruined limb. He watched in fascination as the splintered bones snapped back into alignment, as torn muscle fibers rewove themselves in an instant. His hand wasn't just healed. It was denser, stronger, and more resilient than it was a second ago. He ducked under a wild swing that tore through the air where his head had been and drove his now-healed fist into the torso. It was like punching a wall of solid steel. The creature didn't budge, its shock-absorbing body nullifying the kinetic force. It retaliated with a backhand that caught across the ribs. He heard and felt multiple bones snap, a grating, wet crunch that sent him tumbling through the air. He hit the ground hard, rolling to his feet just as the descended upon him, both fists raised for a ground-shattering pound. Met the attack with both of his forearms in a cross block. The impact drove him knee-deep into the stone floor. Both of his arms were broken, mangled, and twisted at unnatural angles. A click. The wheels spun, the bones reset. The pain vanished, replaced by a fresh surge of power. He roared, pushing the fists off him and driving a powerful kick into its leg. This time, the creature stumbled back a step. It wasn't much, but it was something. The brutal cycle continued. That would inflict devastating, crippling damage. His body would break. The wheel would click. His body would adapt, healing stronger than before. He was using this overwhelming power as a forge, hammering his own body into a weapon capable of matching it. The fight raged across the central plaza. Now fully adapted to the speed, began to take the offensive. He was no longer just reacting, he was dictating the pace. His movements were a blur of calculated strikes. Each punch and kick rippled with the power of his shockwave quirk. He landed a clean punch on this jaw. The creature's head snapped to the side, a clear sign that its shock absorption was being tested. He followed with a series of body blows, but that was relentless. It felt no pain, only the cold programming to destroy its target. It grabbed his arm mid-punch and slammed him into the ground, then again and again. Felt his spine protest, his vision swimming with black spots. He was taking damage faster than the wheel could adapt. The clicks were becoming slower, the healing no longer instantaneous. A deep gash on his arm from the sharp fingers remained, bleeding freely. The bones in his left hand, shattered again, were slow to reset. The adaptive ability was reaching its limit. He knew he didn't have much time left. He had to end it now with one final blow. Pushing off the ground with a final, desperate burst of strength, he created distance between himself and the monster. He took a single, ragged breath, channeling every last ounce of his energy, every bit of power granted by the adaptation, into his fists. The air around his hands grew thick and heavy, vibrating with an obscene amount of compressed shockwave energy. The charged, sensing weakness. Met the charge, he didn't move to dodge. He stood his ground, both fists cocked back. In destructive death, he roared, his voice raw. He threw both of his fists. It landed squarely on this chest with a disappointingly dull thud. The creature's body absorbed the impact, its advance not slowing for a fraction of a second. It raised its own massive fist, ready to deliver the final killing blow. A twin impact. Then came the impact, unleashed all the stored shockwave energy not at the but into it. He bypassed the shock absorption entirely, projecting a focused, devastating shockwave deep inside the creature's torso. There was a moment of absolute silence. The froze, its fist inches from his face. A look of confusion, the first real expression it had ever shown, crossed its bird-like features. Then a sickening, wet crunch echoed from within its body. Its back arched violently. A spray of dark purple blood erupted from between its shoulder blades as a perfectly round, gaping hole blew clean through its back. The light in its dull, already lifeless eyes flickered and died. It stood motionless for a beat, a statue of impending death before collapsing forward, landing face first on the stone floor with a heavy final thud. The silence descended upon the USJ. The fight was over. For the world dissolved into a haze of pain. The adrenaline that had fueled him vanished, and the accumulated damage hit him all at once. The golden wheel above his head flickered, became transparent, and then faded into nothing. His body screamed. His bones ached, his muscles torn, and blood dripped from a dozen different wounds that were no longer healing. He swayed on his feet, his vision blurring. He saw the shocked faces of his classmates, sauce-wide, and her terrified eyes. He smiled at her and said, "That was hella, wasn't it?" And then the world went black as he fell forward, unconscious before he even hit the ground. At that exact moment, the main doors to the USJ were blown off their hinges. "I am here," All Might's voice boomed, but his signature smile was gone, replaced by a mask of pure rage. He was followed by the rest of the UA staff, Present Mike, Snipe, and the others. They took in the scene in an instant. The scattered, defeated villains, bleeding out by the stairs, the dead with a hole in its chest, and lying unconscious in a pool of his own blood. AKI's scream was raw and animalistic. She broke from the group, sprinting towards him, her mind blank to everything but the sight of his broken body. "Oh, wait," Snipe called out, but she didn't listen. She fell to her knees beside him, her hands hovering over his body, afraid to touch him for fear of hurting him more. Tears streamed down her face, mixing with the dust and grime. "No, no, no, wake up," she pleaded, her voice breaking. The teachers were on them in a second, quickly subdued the remaining villains while others rushed to. "We need to get him to Recovery Girl now," one of the medics shouted, already assessing the horrific extent of his injuries. They carefully loaded him onto a floating stretcher, grabbed onto the side of it, refusing to let go. "I'm going with him," she demanded, her eyes wild. "A young lady, you need to stay here, it's not safe," a teacher said gently. "I don't care, that's my boyfriend, I'm not Leaving, she screamed, her voice echoing through the massive, damaged facility. They didn't have time to argue. With a grim nod, they began moving, still clinging to the stretcher, her knuckles white as she watched still form being carried away from the battlefield he had just won. The sterile quiet of the hospital hallway felt suffocating. Sat on a hard plastic chair, her face buried in her mother's shoulder, her body trembled with shuddering sobs that had long since become silent. Her powerful frame, usually coiled with energy and confidence, was slumped in defeat. "It's my fault," she choked out, the words muffled by fabric. "I was right there, I saw him get hit, I couldn't do anything, I was useless." Gently stroked her daughter's hair, her own eyes red. "Baby, no, it is not your fault, you can't think like that." "But I should have been stronger," pulled back, her eyes blazing with a mixture of grief and self-loathing. "What's the point of all my training if I just freeze up when he needs me?" I just stood there and watched. Who had been standing silently by the window, walked over and knelt in front of his daughter, taking her hands in his. His grip was firm and steady. "Listen to me," he said, his voice low and serious. "You are strong, incredibly strong. You and your classmates fought off dozens of villains. You protected your friends, do not ever forget that." He squeezed her hands. "But he's different. What he fought and what he is operates on another level entirely. You're comparing yourself to a force of nature. It's not a fair comparison, and it's not your burden to carry." Sitting beside her, placed a warm hand on his back. "He's right, dear. Wouldn't want you to blame yourself. He would want you to be proud of how you protected everyone else. Right now, all we can do is be here for him." Looked between the faces of her family, the faces of the people who had become family, and finally let out a long, shuddering breath. The tears didn't stop, but the violent self-blame began to lessen, replaced by a deep, aching worry. While the students and their families were left to process the trauma of the attack, the teachers and staff had a more important task on their hands: understanding how it happened and ensuring it would never happen again. In Principal's office, the atmosphere was grim. The UA staff, including a heavily bandaged and a weary All Might in his skeletal form, were gathered around a large monitor. "This DNA analysis is back," said, his usual cheerful demeanor gone, replaced by a cold, calculating focus. It was a human body, heavily modified and pumped with drugs, but the most alarming discovery is that it possessed multiple quirks. "This shouldn't be possible, it's as if someone artificially implanted them." "A power to rival my own," All Might muttered, his fist clenched. And that leader, the boy with the hands all over him, he acted like a man-child, throwing a tantrum when things didn't go his way. But that quirk of his, the ability to disintegrate whatever he touches. "It's a terrifying power," rasped from his chair, his voice strained. "If hadn't intervened when he did, I'd be dust. Maybe immature, but his intent to kill is very, very real." "That brings us to the next problem," continued, pulling up security logs. "How did they bypass our sensors? There was no forced entry and the alarms were never tripped. The only logical conclusion is that one of the villains has a quirk that allowed them to warp in undetected." "The man made of black mist," Snipe added. "He was their transport and their escape route. Without him, their entire operation would have failed. He's as dangerous as..." Nodded, an army of disposable thugs, a monster engineered to kill All Might, a leader with a one-touch kill quirk, and a who can bypass our defenses. This was not a random attack. This was a carefully planned declaration of war by a group with significant resources. Our priority should be to identify. The staff's primary concern was the villains who had escaped. For some of the students, however, the more pressing battle was the one now raging inside their own minds. His room felt too quiet. His All Might posters seemed to mock him, their bright, smiling faces a stark contrast to the unrest in his mind. He sat on his bed, staring at his own trembling hands. He had been useless. While his classmates fought, he had been frozen. While battled the villains, he was busy judging. His words echoed in his head. What if they take one of us hostage? Followed by 13's justification, her mention of endeavor. It was a brutal, uncomfortable truth. He had been so focused on his own idealistic version of heroism that he hadn't considered the grim realities of a real fight. Hadn't been fighting for glory, he had been fighting to end the threat completely and efficiently. And what had done, he had stood back and questioned him. He felt a burning sense of shame rise in his chest. He was weak, and on top of that, he had been arrogant enough to criticize someone who was putting his life on the line. He clenched his fists, the question echoing in the silent room. What did it really mean to be a hero? Was it just saving people with a smile? Or was it sometimes about making the hard, brutal choices to ensure there was anyone left to save it all? The answer, he knew, would not come easily. While was brainstorming, back at the hospital began to move. Consciousness returned to not as a rush, but as a slow, methodical trickle of information. The first thing he did was check his condition. His body ached, a deep, resonant pain that felt like it was settled in his bones, but he was in one piece. No pierced stomach, no broken ribs. He then replayed the fight in his mind. There was a wall of pure physical power. His techniques were useless against its shock absorption until the very end. He had been reckless and arrogant, which he had paid the price for. Then he focused on the new power, the golden wheel. Its ability, adaptation, it wasn't endless, he realized. It had pushed his body to its absolute limit and then stopped. The wheel could only adapt him to a level his current physical form could barely handle. Any further and his body would have torn itself apart. The healing, the strengthening, it had a ceiling. A ceiling that would only rise as his base body grew stronger over time. He couldn't rely on adaptation alone. Raw power wasn't the answer. The solution was refinement, control. He needed to master his quirk to such a degree that he could bypass durability altogether, just as he had with that final strike. His quirk, Shockwave, felt too simple now, too plain for what it was becoming. It was a power made for combat, for overwhelming and dominating any opponent. A battle god, he decided, a fitting name. Quirk. The door to his room creaked open, stood in the doorway, her eyes wide and bloodshot. She stared at him for a long moment as if unsure if he was real. When he gave her a small, tired smile, the dam broke. She rushed to his bedside, fresh tears streaming down her face, and threw her arms around him, burying her face in his chest. "You're awake," she sobbed, her voice thick with relief. "I was so scared. I'm so sorry. I should have done something." He hugged her back, one hand gently stroking her hair. He let her cry, feeling the warmth of her presence chase away the cold memory of the battle. When her sobs subsided into quiet sniffles, he tilted her chin up. "Hey, look at me." Her tear-filled eyes met his. Before she could start apologizing again, he leaned in and kissed her. It was soft and gentle, a kiss that tasted of salt and relief. It wasn't passionate, but it was grounding, a silent promise that he was here, that they were okay. He pulled back slowly. "You have nothing to be sorry for, Carrots, nothing." The next morning, when they arrived with breakfast, they quietly pushed open the door to find a peaceful scene. Was fast asleep in the chair, her head resting on the edge of the bed, her hand tightly clasped In's, who was also asleep. They shared a knowing smile, leaving the two of them to their rest. An hour later, they woke the couple up. A wave of embarrassment washed over both of them as they realized their sleeping arrangement, their cheeks flushing red. Feeling fully recovered, was quickly discharged. They left the hospital together, heading back to school. When they entered Class 1A, they were immediately surrounded. You're okay, exclaimed a wide, relieved grin on his face. That was so manly, man, but we were all worried. Your injuries, they looked severe. How did you recover so quickly? Asked, her brow furrowed with genuine concern. Yeah, dude, the doctor said you'd be out for at least a week, added, fiddling with one of her earphone jacks. Offered a casual shrug. The fight pushed my quirk past its limits, it evolved, the rapid healing was a side effect. It was the simplest way to explain it. Just as the questions were about to continue, the classroom door slid open. A figure wrapped head to toe in bandages, looking like a literal mummy, walked in. The class gasped, "AIZAWA sensei." Quiet down, muffled voice instructed. He walked to the podium. His visible eye scanned the room before landing on, "You disregarded my instructions, but your judgment call saved lives, including my own. You have my gratitude." Coming from their stoic teacher, it was the highest possible praise. A murmur of respect went through the class. "Now on to business," continued, his tone all serious. "Your fight isn't over yet." A wave of anxiety washed over the students. Another villain attack. The UA Sports Festival is about to start. The tension in the room instantly broke, replaced by shouts of excitement and relief. "Is it really okay to hold the sports festival so soon after the villain attack?" asked. "It's necessary," explained. "The administration believes this is the perfect opportunity to show that our school is still strong and that the situation is under control. Security will be 5 times what it was in previous years. This event is a huge chance for all of you. It's a gateway to your future, don't waste it." "Wonder how it will turn out," thought as a smirk formed on his face. UA Sports Festival is a massive event televised across the entire country and even internationally, explained, his voice droning on with a rare hint of energy. "It's your greatest chance to get noticed by pro heroes. In the past, students have received internship offers, even sidekick proposals based solely on their performance here. Don't take this lightly." He clicked a button and a diagram of the festival structure appeared on the screen. The festival is divided into 3 main events. The first is a massive preliminary race to whittle down the competition. The top 42 students will advance to the second event, a cavalry battle. From there, the final 16 will proceed to a one-on-one tournament. Win that and the world will know your name. Under her desk, nudged foot with her own. He glanced over and she gave him a subtle, challenging grin. He smirked back, tapping her foot in return. Game on. "That is all," concluded. "The festival is in 2 weeks. Train accordingly. Class dismissed." The moment the bell rang, the students began packing up, a buzz of excitement and nervous energy filling the room. But when Wen opened the door, he stopped short. It was blocked. A dense crowd of students from the other hero course departments, general studies, and support courses stared them down, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and hostility. "What's going on?" asked nervously. "They're scouting the competition," grumbled, looking thoroughly unimpressed. "We're the class that survived a real villain attack. They want to see us for themselves." A student with wild purple hair and tired eyes stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over them. "So this is the famous Class 1A. You don't seem so special. I heard you're all pretty arrogant." As other students began to murmur in agreement, another voice cut through the noise. "I came to say that if you get lazy and rest on your fancy titles of Class 1A, we'll sweep the rug right out from under you. Consider this a declaration of war." Just as was about to step forward and calmly disperse the crowd, he felt a blur of motion beside him. "Oh, the wag." His leg shot out in a lightning-fast kick, the sole of her shoe connecting squarely with the purple-haired boy's face, sending him stumbling back into the crowd. A collective gasp filled the hallway, followed by immediate outrage. "What the hell was that for?" someone yelled. "Oh, she's just as arrogant as they say." "Oh, what a brutal bitch." Before could leap into the crowd and, as she would later put it, lay down more bodies, sighed, stepping forward. He hooked an arm under her legs and another around her back, effortlessly lifting her into a bridal carry. My apologies, he said to the stunned crowd, his voice calm but firm. My girlfriend can be a bit enthusiastic, she's working on it. He started to walk away, then paused and looked back over his shoulder. The playful tone was gone, replaced by a cold, sharp edge. But she has a point, don't get cocky, we'll see you all on the field, try to keep up. With that, he carried a protesting down the hall, leaving a bewildered and thoroughly intimidated crowd in their wake. That night sat alone in his dojo, meditating. The fight at the USJ replayed in his mind. Raw power and adaptation had saved him, but it had been a clumsy, inefficient victory. He had been a hammer and the had been an anvil. A better fighter would have used a chisel-A hand tool with a sharpened metal blade. He thought of his movements during their spars. Fluid and controlled, turning his own force back against him. There was a discipline there, a mastery he lacked. His style was all aggression, all destruction. He needed a counterpoint, a defense that was also an offense, a style that could flow around overwhelming strength and dismantle it from the inside. His mind drifted to an old, nearly forgotten memory from his first life, an anime he'd watched with. A silver-haired old man, a master of a martial art that moved like water but struck like shattered rock. Water stream rock smashing fist. The concept clicked into place with the force of a revelation. That was it, that was the path forward. The next 2 weeks became a blur of relentless, focused training. Stood in the center of the dojo. The principle is simple, the execution is not, he explained, his battle aura flaring softly. You do not meet force with force, you guide it, you become a calm stream, letting the opponent's momentum carry them off balance. Then when they are vulnerable, you become a raging river and shatter them. Hearing this, cringed. The old man sounds like an old master from those Chinese novels. Spent days just practicing the footwork, the fluid, circular motions. At first, it felt alien. His body was conditioned to meet attacks head-on, to overpower and break through, would throw weighted balls at him, and instead of shattering them with shockwaves, had to learn to catch their momentum, spin with them, and redirect them into a target across the room. It was frustrating. He failed hundreds of times. Meanwhile, he trained in the art of. You're trying to use brute force, he told her as she panted, having just kicked the ground for the 10th time in a row. It's not about how hard you kick, it's about speed. 10 rapid, explosive taps against the ground in a fraction of a second. It's not a jump, you're kicking off the air itself before your feet have even truly left the ground. He demonstrated, vanishing and reappearing behind her in a whisper of displaced air. Her eyes lit up with understanding. She spent hours practicing, her powerful legs a blur, until she could cross the dojo in what looked like a single, instantaneous step. Oversaw it all, a demanding but brilliant instructor. He'd spar with them both, his movements an inefficiency, forcing to use the fledgling principles of his new style and pushing his newfound speed to its limits. One evening, after a particularly grueling session, they lay on the dojo floor, exhausted and drenched in sweat, had a small cut on her cheek from a misjudged redirection. You're getting it, she said, her voice breathy. That water thingy style, it's scary. Chuckled softly. He sat up, gently tilting her face towards him. He dabbed at the scrape with the corner of his training gi. You mastered in less than a week, that's scary. Their eyes met, and in the quiet of the dojo, with the moon casting long shadows through the door, the exhaustion and the ambition and the rivalry melted away, leaving only a soft, comfortable affection. She leaned into his touch, a small, tired smile on her face. In that moment, they weren't just training partners, they were simply and his carrots, finding a moment of peace in the storm. By the time the 2 weeks were up, they were different. His movements were no longer just brutally direct, they had a new grace, a fluid deadliness. Speed was terrifying, her kicks appearing from nowhere. They were ready. The day of the sports festival arrived. The roar of the crowd in the massive stadium was a physical force, a wave of sound that washed over them as they walked through the tunnel. In the Class 1A waiting room, the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. As students stretched and mentally prepared, a figure approached. It was. He said, his voice level, I want to thank you for what you did at the USJ. Seeing you fight to protect us, it gave me the push I needed. I am going to win today using only my mother's power. I will prove to my father that I don't need him. Looked at him, seeing the deep-seated pain behind the cold determination. He thought of the family he had lost and the one he had found. He's still your father, replied, his voice softer than anyone in the room expected. Family can be harsh, they can make mistakes, but fighting them, it might not be the answer. Sometimes you have to try to understand them. Cherish what you have because it can be gone in an instant. Sensing the weight behind his words, slipped her hand into his and squeezed it. He squeezed back, a silent acknowledgement. Anne, sitting nearby, exchanged a surprised look. They had expected a confident boast from not a quiet, heartfelt piece of advice. Stared at him, words creating a crack in his icy resolve. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod and walked away, a storm of conflicting thoughts brewing within him. And now, the freshman WHOSC amazing PDRFORMANCS rocketed them to the top. The Hero Courses Class 1A. Present Mike's voice boomed as they walked onto the field. The roar of the crowd was deafening. They lined up before a small stage where the R-rated hero, Midnight, stood with a whip in hand. "Ooh, she's hot," whispered, getting an elbow in the ribs from. After a rather suggestive speech, Midnight called out, "Now for the student pledge," from Class 1A. He walked onto the stage, took the microphone, and looked out at the thousands of expectant faces. "It doesn't matter what your quirk is or which department you're from," he began, his voice clear and steady. "Today is about pushing past your limits, try your best, and don't worry about the results. That's what being a hero is about." A murmur of appreciation rippled through the students in the stands and smiled, proud of his maturity. Then he smirked. "And don't worry about the results," he finished, his voice dripping with confidence, "because I'm going to win anyway." The stadium erupted. The other classes exploded into a chorus of boos and insults. In the stands, threw his head back and roared with laughter. "That's MY, boy," and both slapped their foreheads in shared embarrassment while the orphanage kids started cheering louder than ever. Walked off the stage, unfazed, as Midnight announced the first event, a 4-kilometer obstacle race around the stadium. Everyone gathered at the massive starting gate, the air crackling with tension. The lights on the starting board counted down. 3, 2, 1. The buzzer blared and the race for the top began, ready, set. Present Mike's voice echoed through the stadium, a physical presence that vibrated in everyone's chest. The air at the starting gate grew thick with anticipation, muscles coiled, quirks ready to fire. "A Geo." The buzzer's shriek was lost in the thunderous stampede of feet. The wide field funneled into a narrow corridor, and just as predicted, it became an immediate, chaotic bottleneck. Students pushed and shoved, their quirks flaring uselessly in the tight press of bodies. And they're off, but wait, the gateway is a total traffic jam. A classic UA welcome, forcing our CONTSDNTS to push and shimmy their way through. Present Mike screamed into his microphone. "It's an intentional design flaw," his tired voice cut in. "The first test is seeing who is clever enough to bypass the mob. Anyone who gets stuck here isn't thinking like a pro." As if on cue, 2 figures separated themselves from the herd. And we already have our leaders breaking away. In a stunning display of aerial mobility, AKAZA uses his quirk SHOCKWAVER no, Battle God, to literally walk on air, soaring right over the competition. He kicked off the air in a series of rapid, explosive steps, gracefully ascending above the struggling crowd below. He was followed almost immediately by a flash of white. Right behind HIM is RUMIUSAJOAMA. Look at that agility. She's running along the walls like gravity is just a suggestion. Her rabbit quirk is on full display. Her legs glowing with a faint red aura, leaped from the ground to the corridor wall, her powerful limbs propelling her forward in a gravity-defying sprint. Before the crowd could fully process their lead, the rest of Class 1A made their move. A wave of ice shot forward, coating the ground and the legs of several unfortunate students from other classes, glided effortlessly over the frozen path he'd created. Cold, TODOROKI from 1A FREZES the competition and surfs his way into the lead pack. That's a powerful and ruthless strategy. You icy bastard, roared, using controlled explosions from his palms to blast himself over the frozen students and into the air, his face a mask of fury. Created a pole to vault herself over the crowd, while used his incredible speed to navigate the few open gaps, bounced along on his sticky purple balls and used her long tongue to swing from the ceiling. One by one, Class 1A proved why they had survived the USJ, using their quirks with an ingenuity that left the other students stuck in the dust. Emerging from the tunnel, the leaders were met with a new sight. The ground trembled as massive shadows fell over them. And the first obstacle is Robo Inferno. Present Mike yelled as dozens of zero-point robots from the entrance exam activated, their single red eyes locking onto the students. Two of the colossal machines moved to block, and it was a fatal mistake. Our leaders are confronted. Can they get past these titanic OBSDACLES? Didn't even slow down. Shock pulse tempest. He became a blur, merging the aerial steps of with the instantaneous burst of. He shot forward like a bullet, his body surrounded by a vortex of crackling shockwaves. His fist connected with the robot's chest, and with the force of his enhanced speed and strength, he didn't just punch it, he pierced straight through it. A massive hole was blown clean through the zero-pointer's torso, and it collapsed behind him in a shower of sparks and ruined metal. Unbelievable, AKAZA just punched a hole through that thing. He went right through it like it was paper. He's not wasting any energy, noted, a flicker of approval in his eyes. Identified the target, neutralized it, and moved on, efficient. At the same time, Aura flared brighter. She used vanishing from her spot and reappearing in the air just before the second robot. She spun, bringing her leg around in a devastating axe kick. The impact, amplified by her aura and speed, shattered the robot's head, sending its metallic skull crashing to the ground. And USAJYMA isn't letting up. She DCAPITATS a zero-pointer with a single kick. This duo is absolutely DOMINATING. Behind them simply waved his hand, and a massive glacier of ice erupted from the ground, freezing several robots in place, their limbs locked in awkward, immobile positions. He ran through the path he'd cleared without a second glance, and their bodies hardened, simply punched their way through the smaller robots, their fists turning metal to scrap. The rest of the students followed suit, using their unique quirks to bypass the now imbalanced and frozen machines. The next obstacle was a vast chasm connected only by a series of tightropes, the fall. For it was barely an obstacle at all. He continued his flight with soaring over the chasm without breaking stride. And AKAZA easily CLEARS the second obstacle. His ability to fly is a massive, perhaps unfair, advantage in a race like this, Mike screamed. Life's not fair, grumbled. He's using his quirk to its fullest potential, that's the point. Didn't hesitate either, her rabbit quirk gave her impeccable balance. She landed on the first rope and sprinted across, her movements light and impossibly fast, leaving the ropes barely swaying in her wake. The crowd watched, mesmerized as others struggled. Swung across with her tongue, used her support gear to grapple her way over, and made herself weightless to float across. The final obstacle was a massive minefield. Explosions dotted the landscape as students carefully tried to navigate the treacherous terrain. Flew over it, however, wasn't as neat with her approach. With her enhanced speed, she was a white blur, dashing across the field so quickly that the mines exploded harmlessly behind her, unable to catch up. Across the finish line first, the stadium erupting into a deafening roar, was only a few seconds behind him, securing second place with ease. In the stands was on his feet, laughing hysterically. That's how you do it, and were hugging, tears of pride in their eyes, while the orphanage kids were screaming since names at the top of their lungs. waited for at the finish line. When she arrived, panting slightly, he bumped his fist against hers. "Not bad, Carrots," he said with a grin. "You cheated," she shot back, though she was smiling. "Flying doesn't count." Their banter was interrupted when the jumbo screen showed the drama unfolding behind them, and were locked in a fierce battle for third, blasting and freezing each other. But as they fought, a massive explosion erupted from the back of the minefield, came soaring through the air on a piece of robot plating propelled by the chain reaction of mines he had set off. He landed clumsily but safely, securing third place and leaving the other two in his dust. Over the next several minutes, the remaining 42 contestants crossed the finish line. Midnight cracked her whip to get everyone's attention. "Congratulations to our 42 finalists. Now, for the second event, the Cavalry battle." She explained the rules. Students would form teams of 2 to 4, with one rider and others acting as the horse. Each person was assigned points based on their race ranking, and teams would try to steal headbands from each other. "And the points are," Midnight purred, a massive appearing behind her. "In last place 42, you get 5 points, and so on, and the point value for our first place winner is 10 million. All eyes swiveled too. He was no longer a competitor, he was a final boss. But then Midnight held up a hand. "However, after a brief consultation with the judges, we are invoking a special rule for this year. Due to his unique ability of sustained flight, participant is deemed an impossible target to capture in this event. To maintain competitive balance, he will automatically advance to the final tournament round." A murmur went through the crowd. It was unprecedented but logical. A shocking turn of events. Akaza is so overpowered he gets a free pass to the finals. Talk about a VIP ticket. Simply shrugged. He turned to who was now the facto target with her second-place points. He leaned in, gave her a quick soft peck on the cheek, and whispered, "Good luck, don't hold back." The stadium, which had been buzzing with the rule change, went completely silent for a second, then exploded. "Whoa, did you see that? A good luck kiss right on the field. Young love is in the air, FOLKS, Mike shrieked. "Shut up," sighed, already getting tired of the living speaker beside him. In the stands, grinned ear to ear. "Attaboy," and just smiled warmly at the sight. The girls in Class 1A let out a collective while looked ready to cry with envy. Ignored them all and headed back towards the waiting rooms as instructed. He found an empty one, the distant roar of the crowd muffled by the thick walls. He lay down on a bench, hands behind his head. "A free pass, huh?" he thought. "Wonder what other differences will pop up this time." With the cavalry battle about to begin, he closed his eyes. Might as well get some rest. The final moments of the cavalry battle were a chaotic storm of quirks and desperate gambles. When the dust settled and the buzzer blared, 4 teams remained standing, their headbands and their places in the final round had been secured. "Times UP," Present Mike's voice boomed across the stadium. "Let's take a look at our top 4 teams. In first place, Team USAJOAMA, second, Team BAKUGO, third, Team SHINSO, and in a last-minute upset, fourth place goes to Team MIDORIYA. Team was a surprise," commented, his tone flat. He leveraged his quirk perfectly to manipulate other teams, a smart if unsettling strategy. And there you have it, FOLKS. These are the 15 STUDNTS plus our 1 VIP PASSHOLDER who will be ADVANCING to the final event. Let's give them a huge round of applause. The screen displayed the names of the finalists. Shoji and. "All right, listeners," Mike announced. "We'll be taking a short break for lunch before we kick off the main event. See you all back here soon for some one-on-one action." As the crowd began to disperse, started heading towards the waiting rooms, an excited look on her face. Before she could reach the door had disappeared into, a figure stepped in her path. It was. He said, his voice polite but firm, "I need to speak with alone." Crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, and what makes you think I'm just gonna let you waltz in there? Got some secret plan to steal his 10 million point headband." It's important, stated simply, not rising to the bait. She stared at him for a long moment, then sighed dramatically. Fine, but if you make him miss lunch, I'm holding you personally responsible. And trust me, you don't want that. With a final, sus glance, she turned and hopped towards the cafeteria. Inside the quiet waiting room was leaning back on the bench, a small, high-tech earplug in his ear. Everything is proceeding as expected, his cheerful voice chirped through the device. Your performance was, shall we say, sufficiently dominant. It was a warm-up, replied honestly. The real fights are next. How are things on your end? Quiet for now, but I had to call about the updated report on your Quirk. Battle God, that's quite a bold name. Smirked, it felt appropriate. I think the experiments did more than just remove my limits. My shockwave generation, the analytical enhancement, the adaptation, it feels like they've all merged into one cohesive system. The wheel that appeared at the USJ seems to be the core of it, adapting my body and power in response to threats. My base is stronger, and my potential for growth feels endless. A sound that could only be described as gleeful giggling came from his end. Excellent, your progress is exceeding even my most optimistic projections, which brings me to my proposal. I'd like to offer you a special internship during the summer break, directly under my supervision, of course. It will involve proactive hero work. His eyes sharpened. He knew exactly what meant by proactive. I'm listening. Some threats can't be dealt with through the standard channels. Some trash needs to be taken out before it stinks up the whole city. There may be missions where lethal force isn't just an option but a necessity. Contrary to what some might expect, didn't hesitate. A cold, sharp grin spread across his face. I'm ready to clean the streets, just point me in the right direction. A sound of manic, high-pitched laughter echoed through the earpiece and found himself chuckling along with it. A soft knock at the door broke the moment. I have to go, someone's here. Very well, we'll speak more later, and do put on a good show. Removed the earplug just as entered the room, closing the door quietly behind him. You all right? Asked, sitting up. Remained silent for a moment, his fists clenched at his sides. He took a deep breath. What you said earlier about family, what did you mean by it? Answered him calmly. I meant exactly what I said. You should cherish the family you have. It seemed to be the final crack in his composure. Cherish him? He asked, his voice low and trembling with rage. My father is the #2 hero endeavor. All he's ever cared about is surpassing All Might. He couldn't do it himself, so he decided to create a child who could. He forced my mother into a Quirk marriage. He put her and my siblings through hell. The training he forced on me, it was torture. My mother, she couldn't even look at my left side. She said it reminded her of him, and then she poured boiling water on my face. He traced the scar over his eye, the story spilling out of him like a torrent. He broke her, and for that I will never forgive him. I will win this festival using only her ice without ever touching his fire. I will reject everything he is. When he finished, the room was heavy with a suffocating silence. Listen to it all, his expression unreadable. So you'll cripple yourself, stated not as a question but as a fact. You'll fight with half your strength just to spite him. By doing that, you're letting him control you just as much as he did when you were a child. You're defining your entire life in opposition to him. Doesn't that just make you the other side of the same coin? I stared speechless. That power isn't his, it's not your mother's either, it's yours. You decide what to do with it. You can be the hero you want to be, live for yourself. His gaze softened slightly. I know it's hard, forgetting what he did might be impossible. But sometimes, even a family like yours deserves a second chance. He paused, a flicker of a dark memory crossing his mind. Not my family from my last life, he thought with a familiar, cold bitterness. Fuck them. Meanwhile, in a less crowded section of the stands, Endeavor stood with his arms crossed, his fiery aura practically scorching the air around him. All Might, in his buff form, cautiously approached from behind. It's been a while, Endeavor. You're looking as intimidating as ever, All Might said, trying for a friendly tone. All Might, Endeavor grunted, his voice a low growl. He didn't turn. Get out of my sight, don't stand behind me, I might accidentally incinerate you. All Might sighed internally but pressed on. Your son is truly impressive. His control over his ice is remarkable and his judgment is top class. He's giving this festival his all. That is a matter of course, Endeavor replied, finally turning to face him, his turquoise eyes burning with an unsettling intensity. He has a duty to surpass a fossil like you. That is why I created him. The word created hung in the air, cold and possessive. All Might's smile faltered. Created, that's a harsh way to talk about your own son, isn't it? Endeavor sneered, a plume of smoke escaping his lips. He is my greatest masterpiece. Soon the age of my creation will begin and your time in the sun will finally be over. He will fulfill my ambition. The sheer, naked obsession in Endeavor's voice was chilling. All Might looked from the father's burning ambition to the son's cold rebellion down on the field. He saw not a family, but a tool and its resentful master. And for the first time, he truly understood the crushing weight that carried on his shoulders, a weight far heavier than just being the son of the number 2 hero. Back in the stadium, the lunch break was over. The 16 finalists gathered on the field. And we're back, FOLKS, Present Mike roared. 4-hour final ultimate head-to-head showdown, a one-on-one tournament. Midnight cracked her whip. The matchups will be decided by a random drawing. Let's see who our first fighters will be. The large screen behind her flickered to life, shuffling names before finally settling on the complete bracket. Round 1 matchups. A versus Shoji. A versus A buzz went through the crowd as they analyzed the potential path to victory. If the favorites won, the semifinals would be a clash of titans, versus and versus. Let the final event, Midnight declared with a grin, begin. ALRIGHT people, are you ready for the main event? Present Mike's voice blasted through the stadium speakers, a wave of pure energy. The first 2 rounds are over, it's time for the real deal. A series of one-on-one, no-holding-back battles. Get ready for some action. Just try not to be too loud this time, his monotone voice beside him. First up, we have 2 POWRHUSES from the hero course. He DOMINATD the PRELIMINARIES. The man WHOSE power is so overwhelming we had to give HIM a free pass. Give it up for AKAZAAAA. The crowd roared, a mix of cheers and boos still echoing from his student pledge. In the stands, the orphanage kids were on their feet, screaming his name, while chuckled into his hand. And his opponent, he's GOT a Quirk that's perfect for CAPTURING villains and looks super cool doing it. From Class 1A, HANTASCRO. At the entrance gate, stood calmly as gave him one last look. You better not lose before you get to me, she said, her tone a mix of a threat and a promise. His serious expression melted away. He smirked, wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her close with dramatic flair. He lowered his voice, adopting the arrogant tone of a young master from an old drama. You woman, you dare question the strength of this young master. His eyes widened for a second before she burst out laughing, immediately playing along. She gave a mock bow. Forgive this one for her ignorance, young master, this one is still green behind her ears. They held their serious expressions for another moment before breaking into shared laughter. Entering the arena, AKAZAAA. He let her go, his playful demeanor vanishing as he stepped into the light. Good luck, whispered genuinely. He walked onto the concrete stage where was already waiting, stretching his arms. Hey man, said with a nervous but friendly grin. No hard feelings, okay, but don't hold back on me. I wouldn't dream of it, replied, his voice completely serious. He bent his knees slightly and slammed his foot onto the ground. Crack. A complex, snowflake-like pattern materialized on the stage beneath him. Destructive death, compass needle. His friendly expression froze, replaced by sheer panic. Whoa, chill, I was joking, he yelped, waving his hands frantically. You don't have to get all serious, it was just some friendly trash ta. I'll begin. The word cut through's panicked explanation. Wasting no time, he shot both his arms forward, launching two streams of thick tape aimed at wrapping up and pulling him out of bounds. And SCROMAKES the first move, a smart and fast attempt to immobilize Akaza. Didn't move from his spot. As the tape flew towards him, he simply raised his hands, his movements fluid and calm like a stream flowing around a rock. He met the incoming tape not with force, but with open palms redirecting their paths. With a grace that seemed impossible, he twisted his body, guiding his own quirk to wrap around himself. What's this? Akaza didn't even attack. He's using SCRO's own tape against HIM. He came up with an interesting fighting style, muttered, a rare hint of astonishment in his voice. He's redirecting the attack's force. Before could process being entangled in his own tape, took a single, deliberate step forward. He lightly tapped chest with his index and middle fingers. A barely visible shockwave pulsed from the point of contact. His eyes went wide, and he was thrown backward as if hit by a cannonball landing hard outside the ring. Is out of bounds, is the winner, Midnight declared. The entire fight had lasted less than 10 seconds. And that's it. In an utterly dominant display of skill and power, Akaza wins the first match. The rest of the first round unfolded with similar intensity. Versus. Next up, a battle of HardHADS, KIRISHIMA versus TTSU. What followed was less a match of skill and more a brutal slugfest. The two boys, both with hardening quirks, stood in the center of the ring and traded blows. Fists met hardened flesh with the sound of clanging metal. Neither gave an inch, their determination written on their faces. They battered each other relentlessly until, with one final, simultaneous punch, both fighters collapsed, knocked out cold. It's a draw, Midnight announced. We'll settle this with a simple arm wrestling match after they've recovered. Talk about a grudge match, Mike yelled. Two guys with any identical quirks just beat each other senseless. That's pure fighting spirit. It's inefficient, said, but you can't deny their guts. Versus Shoji. Tried to use his speed, but Shoji's arms created a defensive wall of limbs with eyes on his hands tracking every move. Would burst forward with burst only for Shoji to anticipate his path and block him. The fight became a tactical game of cat and mouse, but its engines had a time limit. After a prolonged exchange, his engines stalled, and in that brief moment of vulnerability, Shoji seized his chance, grabbing with multiple arms and depositing him gently outside the ring. And Shoji's patience pays off. A strategic victory using his quirk surveillance CAPABILITIS to perfection. As has a clear time limit, Shoji exploited it, a logical conclusion stated. A quick update FOLKS, Present Mike's voice cut in. The tiebreaker between KIRISHIMA and TTSU is over. After a grueling arm wrestling match, the winner is EIJIROKIRISHIMA. What a display of manliness. Versus. Let the next match begin. Before could even slide forward on her acid, raised his right hand. A colossal glacier erupted from the stage, flash freezing in place and creating an ice mountain that loomed over the stadium. Is immobilized, wins. Whoa, that's some serious power. TODOROKI ends it in an instant, Mike screamed. Versus. Grinned, sorry about this. He unleashed his quirk, shouting, indiscriminate shock, 1.3 million volts. A massive dome of electricity crackled outwards. KAMINARIUNLEASHES, his signature move, there's nowhere to run. But was already gone. Using, she vanished just as the electricity was released. She reappeared behind, who was now in his stupefied thumbs-up state. She didn't hesitate. A low sweep kick knocked his feet out from under him, and as he fell, she followed up with a powerful kick to his back that sent him sliding out of the ring. Is out of bounds, wins. She's too fast. KAMINARI's lightning never stood a chance. USAGIYAMA is a white lightning bolt of her own. A bad matchup for he can't hit what he can't see, noted. Versus. This was a battle of extensions. Dark Shadow lunged forward, a being of pure darkness, only to be met by a wall of thorny vines from Dark Shadow slashed and tore, but vines were relentless, growing back and spreading like a living net. In the bright stadium sunlight, Dark Shadow was weaker and Quirk was at its strongest. Eventually, she managed to ensnare both the shadow creature and a struggling, securing her victory. And the thorny hero from Class 1B takes the win. Dark Shadow was strong, but those vines were even stronger. Versus. This match was unexpectedly brutal. Charged in again and again, trying to use her zero gravity. Refusing to underestimate her, met every charge with a powerful explosion, keeping her at bay. The crowd began to boo him for being too harsh, but quickly shut them down on the commentary. The idiot who said he's toying with her, is he a pro? How many years has he been a pro? If you're saying that with a straight face, then there's no point in you watching anymore, so go home, he stated coldly. Revealed her trump card, a meteor shower of debris. She had been floating above them the entire match. It was a brilliant plan, but met it with a single massive explosion that cleared the sky. The shockwave knocked off her feet and she collapsed, unable to continue. Won, but with a clear look of respect for his opponent. Versus. And for our final match of the first round, the mysterious SHINSO from General Studies versus the Comeback Kid, MIDORIYA. The match began and immediately started taunting. Angered, shouted back and froze. His eyes went blank. He had fallen for the brainwashing. A turn around, commanded, and walk out of bounds. Obeyed, turning and walking stiffly towards the white line. The crowd watched in stunned silence. He was just steps away from disqualification. But then, just as his foot was about to cross the line, a massive gust of wind erupted from his fingers, the backlash of One for All breaking the brainwashing. Now in control, charged. With no combat training, was easily overpowered and pushed out of the ring. And that's a wrap on the first round, FOLKS, Present Mike announced. Our quarter finalists are decided. We'll be back after a short break for more explosive action. And here are the quarterfinal matchups you've all been waiting for. The main screen lit up, revealing the next round's bracket. Versus Shoji. Things are heating up, people. Don't you dare go anywhere, and we're back, people. Present Mike's voice roared, bringing the stadium back to life. After a first round filled with shocking victories and heart-stopping action, it's time to kick off the quarterfinals. Are you ready? The crowd responded with a deafening cheer. Our first match of the second round is a battle between two of Class 1A's heavy hitters. In this corner, the man WHOSE manliness is as unbreakable as his skin, EIJIROKIRISHIMA. Walked onto the stage, a wide, toothy grin on his face as he slammed his fists together. And in the other corner, the undisputed king of the first-year stage. He's fast, he's powerful, and he hasn't even broken a sweat yet. Give it up for AKAZAAA. Walked calmly onto the stage, his expression neutral. He gave a respectful nod. Let's have a good fight, man, yelled, his body already starting to harden. You too, replied. Let the first quarterfinal match begin. Didn't waste a second. He charged forward, his entire body hardened to its maximum limit, his fist cocked back for a powerful right hook. Red Riot unbreakable. And KIRISHIMACHARGS in, he's going for a head-on assault, a bold move against an opponent like AKAZA. It's his only move, said flatly. He's banking on his defense being strong enough to withstand a counter and land a solid hit. A simple but valid strategy. Close the distance, his punch aimed straight for his head, but just as the hardened fist was about to connect, vanished. Jacques pulse. He reappeared behind in an instant. The red-haired hero's eyes went wide with shock, his momentum carrying him forward into empty air. Before he could turn, he felt a hand grip the back of his collar and another seize the waistband of his pants. Whoa, he's gone. AKAZA is too fast. KIRISHIMA can't even track HIM. With a grunt of effort that seemed almost casual, lifted the surprisingly heavy off the ground. Struggled, his hardened limbs flailing, but he couldn't break the grip. Took 2 steps and simply dropped him outside the white line of the ring. Is out of bounds, the winner is, midnight declared. The stadium was silent for a beat, then erupted. Astounding, Akaza didn't even throw a punch. He won with pure, unadulterated speed and strength. He is on a completely different level. Helped a stun to his feet. You're strong, said. If you'd hit me, it would hurt. Just stared, then a grin broke out on his face. Damn man, I'll get you next time. Returned to the Class 1, a viewing area, to a round of applause. Immediately smacked him on the arm. Show off, she said, though she was grinning. You could at least pretended to struggle. Where's the fun in that? He retorted, taking a seat beside her. He leaned in and whispered, besides, I have to save my energy for the finals against a certain rabbit. His ears twitched and she elbowed him in the ribs, a faint blush on her cheeks. ALRIGHT, let's keep the hype train rolling. Our next match is one for the AGES. It's the son of the number 2 hero, the icy prince of UA, SHOTOTODOROKI, versus the kid with a heart of gold, IZUKUMIDORIYA. The atmosphere in the stadium shifted. This was the match everyone had been waiting for. Begin. Started immediately, sending a massive wave of ice surging towards. It was the same opening move he'd used all day. Anticipating it, flicked his finger. Delaware smash, the compressed air shattered the glacier into 1,000 pieces. But was ready. The moment his ice broke, he unleashed a blast of fire from his left hand, not at, but at the cloud of ice shards. The intense heat instantly flash vaporized the ice, creating a thick, blinding cloud of steam that enveloped the entire stage. A brilliant combination. TODOROKI is using his fire and ice to create a smokescreen. MIDORIYA is completely blinded. Unable to see, fired off 2 more smashes into the fog, but they hit nothing. Through the steam, another ice wave shot out, and he was forced to break another finger to destroy it. He was wasting his limited power. The battle continued in this vein, a brutal war of attrition. Kept breaking his fingers to counter the relentless ice attacks, while refused to use his flames for a direct assault. The green-haired boy's hand was a mangled purple mess. Finally seeing brace himself for another attack, battered but refusing to fall, felt a surge of frustration. This was a hollow victory, a battle fought on terms still dictated by his father's shadow. His words from the waiting room echoed in his mind. That power isn't his. It's yours. You decide what to do with it. The thought struck like a physical blow. A memory of his mother crying, telling him he could be the hero he wanted to be, flashed through his mind. And then something snapped. A massive explosion of orange flame erupted from his left side, melting the remaining ice on the field and sending a wave of heat through the stadium. For the first time, was smiling. Incredible, TODOROKI has UNLESHD his flames fully. We are witnessing a pivotal moment, people. In the stands, Endeavor, who had been watching with a stoic scowl, suddenly roared with triumphant laughter. SHOTO, yes, finally, you have finally accepted your purpose. Now GO, surpass ME and fulfill MY ambition. His voice boomed, a declaration of victory that sent nearby spectators scrambling away. Both boys on the field prepared for one final cataclysmic attack. A vortex of fire and a pillar of ice gathered around, poured all the remaining power of One for All into his shattered arm. They charged. The resulting explosion was immense, shaking the entire stadium to its foundations. When the smoke cleared, was slumped against the wall of the tunnel, unconscious, his arm broken beyond recognition. Stood on the stage, his shirt torn but victorious. He looked down at his steaming left hand, then his frosty right. This is my power, he thought, a newfound clarity cutting through years of resentment. Mine. Up in the viewing area, let out a low whistle. Damn, that was intense. Didn't say anything, he just watched with a small, almost unnoticeable smile. He had finally chosen to live for himself. Good. After a battle that literally shook the arena, TODOROKIADVANCES, let's hope our next fighters left some of the stage intact. Up next, the thorny maiden from Class 1B, IBARASHIOZAKI, versus the lightning-fast kicking queen of 1A, RUMIUSAJYMA. Bounced on the balls of her feet, a feral grin on her face, stood serenely, her hands clasped as if in prayer. I'll begin. This vine-like hair shot out, covering the stage in a web of thorny tendrils aiming to ensnare from all directions, but was already moving. With a burst of, she became a white blur, easily weaving between the vines. The fight became a dance, would send waves of vines, creating walls and whips trying to trap her, would dodge, her movements impossibly fast, appearing in the gaps in defense for a split second before vanishing again. USAJOIMA is too fast. SHIOZKI's VINES can't catch her, it's a stalemate. It is trying to limit her opponent's space, analyzed, but doesn't need much space to move. For a full minute, this continued, then made a slight error. Focusing too much on a frontal assault, she left a small, momentary opening to her right flank. It was all needed. She used one last time, appearing at side. Before the vine-haired girl could react, Sleg shot out in a powerful roundhouse kick that connected squarely with her torso, sending her flying out of the ring. It is out of bounds, the winner is. The crowd cheers followed. The loudest came from the family and the orphanage squad. And for our final quarterfinal match, it's the man with 1,000 eyes and arms, Mizo Shoji, versus the human explosion, KATSUKIBAKUGO. Shoji started by creating a shield of webbed arms, a defensive posture, just grinned. Hiding are you, he roared, blasting forwards. The match was a one-sided assault, unleashed a relentless barrage of explosions, forcing Shoji onto the back foot. Shoji's defense was impressive, blocking and absorbing many of the blasts, but he couldn't find an opening to counterattack. His aerial mobility and the sheer force of his explosions were too much. Finally, with a massive howitzer impact, blasted through Shoji's guard, sending him tumbling out of the ring. NBAKUGO takes the win. Our semi-finalists are decided. Get ready for a clash of TITANS, FOLKS, and we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Present Mike's voice, somehow even louder than before, washed over the cheering stadium. The quarterfinals gave US some of the most intense action ever seen, but it's time to kick it up another notch. It's time for the semifinals. The giant screen at the center of the field lit up, displaying the faces of the Final Four. Our first semi-final match will be a true clash of styles. The explosive dynamo KATSUKIBAKUGO versus the rabbit-footed brawler RUMIUSAJOAMA. And our second match, a battle that could very well decide the entire festival. The master of all trades, AKAZA, versus the prince of fire and ice, SHOTOTODOROKI. This is ITFOLKS. The climax is almost here. Let's get our first fighters to the stage. Entering the arena, he's blasted his way through the competition with unrelenting power and aggression. From Class 1A, KATSUKIBAKUGO. Walked onto the stage, his hands shoved in his pockets, a predatory grin on his face. He looked completely confident, his eyes already locked on his opponent. And his opponent, she's a blur of white lightning, kicking her way to the top with unbelievable speed. Also from Class 1A, RUMIUSAJOAMA. Bounced onto the stage, her energy infectious. She met Grin with a feral one of her own. This was the fight she'd been waiting for. Let the first semi-final match begin. Didn't hesitate, he shot forward using a series of small, precise explosions to propel himself in a zigzag pattern, making his approach unpredictable. Show me what you got, ears, he roared, unleashing a powerful right-handed blast. NBAKUGO OPNS with an immediate, explosive assault. How will USAJYMA counter his erratic movement? Stood her ground. As the explosion rushed towards her, she didn't dodge. Instead, she moved with a strange, fluid grace. She swept her leg in a low, circular motion, kicking not at the explosion but at the air just beneath it. The motion was like flowing water, redirecting the blast's force upwards and away from her where it detonated harmlessly. His eyes widened in shock. That wasn't her style. She was supposed to meet him head-on. He changed tactics, using his explosions to launch himself into the air, coming down with an overhead strike. Again used her leg, this time in a rising arc, to parry his arm, deflecting his trajectory and sending him skidding past her. Incredible, USAJYMA isn't DODJING, she's DFLECTING. She's using BAKUGO's own power against HIM with her kicks. And she's adapted the principles of the same martial arts used, just with her legs, stated, his voice laced with disbelief. She's redirecting force. Frustration began to build on's face. Every attack he threw, she countered. An AP shot was swatted away with the heel of her foot. A wide area blast was by a spinning kick that created a vortex of air. He was the aggressor, but she was controlling the entire fight without taking a single step back. "Stand still and fight me, damn it," he screamed, unleashing a continuous stream of explosions, trying to overwhelm her. Simply flowed through the barrage, her legs a blur of defensive arcs and circles, a perfect, impenetrable defense. Was getting tired, his arms starting to ache from the recoil. He then saw an opening, or thought he did. He lunged, his hand reaching for her face. His defensive posture finally broke, her eyes sharpened. "My turn," she said, her voice low. A fiery red aura exploded around her legs, aura reinforcement. Before could even register the change she used, she wasn't just fast anymore, she was instantaneous. She appeared right in front of him, her aura-enhanced leg slamming into his gut. The air was driven from his lungs in a sharp gasp. The blow sent him flying across the ring, tumbling end over end. He managed to use an explosion to stop his momentum just before he went out of bounds, but he was panting, his midsection screaming in pain. He looked up only to see already in the air above him her other leg coming down like an axe. "Is this bitch trying to kill me?" he yelled in his mind. He barely managed to get his arms up in a cross guard, but the force of the kick shattered his defense and slammed him into the concrete stage, cratering it beneath him. A vicious counterattack. After defending for the entire match, USAJYMA goes on the offensive and BAKUGO is completely OVRWHLMED. Landed softly, struggled to his feet, bruised and battered, but a defiant fire still burning in his eyes. He was about to charge again, but his body gave out and he collapsed to one knee. Is unable to continue, the winner is midnight announced. What a battle! RUMI USAJYMA advances to the finals. And now it's time for the match that could shake this entire stadium to its core, AKAZA versus TODOROKI. The stage was repaired at an incredible speed, and the two fighters walked out, the air crackling with an energy that silenced the entire stadium. Let the second semifinal begin. Attacked instantly, not with a simple wave, but with a colossal mountain of ice that surged across the stage, aiming to engulf completely. Met the attack head-on, he took a low stance, his fists a blur, destructive death, disorder. He unleashed a furious barrage of shockwave-infused punches, each one striking the advancing glacier. The ice wall, which had seemed unstoppable, began to crack and splinter under the relentless assault before shattering into a million pieces. He destroyed it, AKAZA shattered that massive iceberg with his bare fists. Wasn't fazed, a wide, excited smile spread across his face. "Let's do our best, AKAZA," he yelled, his voice filled with a genuine joy that no one had ever heard from him before. "Hell yeah," yelled back, his own grin matching. The crowd, seeing the pure, unadulterated excitement on both their faces, didn't pick a side. They just cheered, a unified roar for the incredible spectacle unfolding before them. In the stands, Endeavor watched, his expression unreadable. He saw the smile on his son's face, a real happy smile, not the cold smirks he'd seen in training, a smile he hadn't seen since the incident with his wife. For the first time, seeing his son use both halves of his power not out of duty but out of pure joy, Endeavor felt a strange warmth in his chest. It wasn't pride in his creation, it was happiness for his son. The realization was a physical blow, and questioning everything he had ever done, he quietly turned and walked away from the stands, needing to be alone. Back in the ring, the battle raged. Sent out waves of ice, created sharp pillars, and launched projectiles. Met every attack with perfect form. He used the water stream rock smashing fist to flow around ice spears, redirecting them into the ground. He used air-type shockwaves to shatter wide area freezes. His compass needle allowed him to anticipate every move made, never being caught off guard. Finally, took a deep breath, steam pouring from his mouth. Let's end this with one final attack. Bring it on, roared, getting into a low stance. The temperature in the stadium plummeted as activated his ice. Then it skyrocketed as his left side exploded into a torrent of flame. He brought both hands together, unleashing a superheated blast of fire followed immediately by a massive wave of rapidly expanding ice. This is it, TODOROK Ice ultimate move. This expression turned deadly serious. He pulled both his arms back, channeling an immense amount of power into his fists. The air around him distorted, crackling with blue energy. This time, he yelled it out in excitement. Destructive death, annihilation type. He thrust both palms forward, unleashing a single cataclysmic dome of pure shockwave energy. The two ultimate moves met in the center of the stage. For a split second, there was absolute silence. Then the world exploded. A shockwave of concussive force and rapidly shifting temperatures ripped through the arena, forcing the spectators to shield their eyes. When the dust finally settled, the stage was a ruined landscape of melted ice and shattered concrete. Was on his knees, panting, his body pushed past its limit, stood before him, unharmed and upright. "Thank you for opening my eyes," said, his voice barely a whisper. "You are a good friend." With that, he collapsed unconscious. Smiled, "You deserved it, buddy." He walked over, gently lifted onto his shoulder, and carried him towards the medical staff. The crowd was silent for a moment, processing the sheer scale of what they had just witnessed. Then they went absolutely ballistic. I don't believe it. AKAZA is the winner. The finals are set. It's AKAZA versus RUMI the power couple of Class 1 AWILL battle for the top spot. This is ITFOLKS. Present Mike's voice screamed, vibrating with so much energy it felt like the stadium itself was shaking. The moment you've all been waiting for, after a day of unbelievable action, it all comes down to this. The final battle to decide the champion of the UASPORTS festival. In the waiting tunnel, stood calmly as the announcement for entrance blared. She turned to him, her usual feral grin softened by a genuine excitement that danced in her eyes. "Don't you dare hold back on me," she said, her voice a low, serious promise. As she leaned in, and instead of a playful punch, she gave him a soft, lingering kiss on the cheek. "I'm going to win." With that, she turned and jogged out into the blinding stadium lights. First, let's hear IT for the finalist who has DOMINATD with blinding speed and devastating power. She's the rabbit queen of the arena. From Class 1A, RUMIUSAGIYMA. The crowd roared as she bounced onto the stage, waving with a confidence that bordered on arrogance. She was soaking it all in, loving every second of it. And her opponent, the man who hasn't lost a single round, the undefeated, undisputed king of the first years. He's a master of martial arts with a Quirk 2 match. Also from Class 1A, it's AKAZAAA. Walked out, his expression calm, but his black eyes were fixed on with an intensity that promised a true battle. This wasn't just a match, it was the culmination of years of rivalry, friendship, love, and training. They met in the center of the stage, a silent understanding passing between them. The playful banter was gone, all that remained was respect and the burning desire to win. The stage is set, the fighters are ready. For the title of champion, let the final battle begin. There was no opening move, there was no hesitation. In the same instant, they both vanished. Oh, Jacques Pulse. To the crowd, they were just blurs of black and white, followed by the sharp crack of impacts that echoed through the arena. Fists, flowing with the grace of the water stream rock-smashing fist, Met's legs, which moved in a mirror image of the same style, deflecting and parrying with impossible precision. I can't even see them, Mike shrieked. They're moving too fast, it's a supersonic chess match of pure skill. They're using matching techniques, analyzed, his eyes narrowed, tracking their movements where most couldn't. Right now, neither can land a clean hit. This is a battle of stamina and control. A leg sweep from aim to takeout's footing was met by a low parry from his forearm, redirecting her momentum. He tried to capitalize with a jab, but the sole of his foot was already there, deflecting his fist upwards. They were a whirlwind of controlled violence, a perfect stalemate where every attack was answered with a flawless defense. In the stands, the other students watched in stunned silence. This is a completely different level, muttered, his respect for both of them growing with every missed blow. His hands were clenched so tight his knuckles were white, his teeth grinding. He wasn't just angry anymore. A cold, bitter feeling was settling in his gut. This is what I'm aiming for, he thought, a mix of fury and despair swirling within him, and they're already here. They're fighting with a level of skill I haven't even begun to touch. It was a profound, frustrating sadness. Looked down at his own hand, the feeling of powerlessness washing over him again. He had broken his body, fought with everything he had just to compete. And here they were moving with a surgical precision that made his desperate smashes look like a child's tantrum. The gap wasn't just about power, it was about mastery. He felt deeply, crushingly depressed. However, watched with a fiery intensity in his eyes, he wasn't discouraged, he was inspired. He saw them not just fighting, but reveling in the battle, a joy he had only just discovered. So that's the top, he whispered to himself. A determined grin spread across his face. I'll catch up to you, you're my rival now. The stalemate on the stage finally broke. Realizing pure technique wouldn't be enough, they both escalated, created distance, unleashing a barrage of destructive death, air-type shockwaves. Her legs now glowing with a faint red aura didn't dodge. She met them head-on, her powerful kicks like pistons, shattering the projectiles of compressed air with concussive blasts of her own. And they're bringing out the big guns. AKAZAS SHOCKWAVES are being met by USAGIYAMAS ORIENHANCD kicks. She shot forward, closing the distance, and the fight became a brutal exchange of power. An aura-infused kick that could shatter concrete was met by a shockwave-infused punch that could pulverize steel. Each impact sent spiderwebs of cracks across the stage, the air itself vibrating with the force of their blows. They were no longer just parrying, they were trying to break each other's guard. In his office, watched on a massive monitor, a high-pitched, manic laugh echoing in the empty room. Yes, this is the pinnacle of potential, this is true power, the next generation is here. All Might, watching from a private booth, was speechless, a trickle of blood dripping from his mouth unnoticed. The level of power, speed, and technical skill on display was something he would expect from seasoned pros in their prime, not first-year students. He was deeply, truly impressed. Activated compass needle, the snowflake pattern flaring to life beneath him, glowing with an intense blue light. His movements became even more precise, his ability to predict her attacks now bordering on precognition. He saw the twitch in her shoulder, the shift in her weight, and knew her next move before she made it. Feeling the shift, responded in kind. Her red aura exploded outwards, no longer a simple glow, but an inferno of raw power engulfing her legs. Let's end this, she roared, her voice filled with exhilaration. Give me everything you've got, carrots, he yelled back, a wide, challenging grin on his face. They separated one last time, gathering their strength for a final, decisive clash. Crouched low, pouring every last drop of her stamina into her legs. The principles of the water stream fist, the instantaneous speed of and the raw explosive power of her aura reinforcement, she merged it all into one ultimate attack. She became a comet of pure red energy, shooting across the stage in a move that was both beautiful and terrifying. Imagine something like Guy's kick-in. took a deep breath, his own body crackling with blue shockwave energy. He drew both his fists back to his waist, channeling all his power into them. He prepared his destructive death, twin impact, a technique designed to destroy an opponent from the inside out. But in that split second, he held back the most lethal aspect of it, converting the internal destruction into pure, overwhelming concussive force. It would be devastating, but it wouldn't be a lethal blow. They collided. For a moment, the world was consumed by a silent, blinding flash of red and blue light. The pressure in the stadium dropped, and a wave of heat and energy washed over the front rows. Then came the sound, a cataclysmic explosion that was felt more than it was heard, a shockwave that rolled through the entire stadium, shaking it to its very foundations too much. When the smoke and dust finally began to clear, the audience held its breath. The center of the stage was gone, replaced by a massive, smoking crater. Was standing, though just barely, his arms trembling a little. At his feet lay unconscious, a peaceful, satisfied smile on her face. Sorry, Carrots, but I may have held back a bit. Although scratching his hair. A beat of absolute silence hung over the stadium. Then Midnight's voice, amplified by the speakers, cut through the tension. The winner of the UA SPORTS Festival is Akaza. The stadium erupted. The silence was shattered by a tidal wave of cheers, not just for the winner, but for both fighters. They chanted his name. They chanted his name. In the stands was roaring with laughter, tears of pride streaming down his face, and were holding each other, sobbing with unrestrained joy. And the kids from the orphanage were jumping up and down, screaming their hero's name at the top of their lungs. Looked down at, his expression soft. He gently scooped her up into his arms and began to walk towards the exit, the roar of the crowd his background music. He had won. They had both won. Before the awards were presented, the final match for third place had been a bitter, one-sided affair. Had stormed onto the stage, ready to prove he was still a top contender. However, was a different person from the one who had fought earlier. The fire he had unlocked was gone, replaced by a cold, contemplative shell. Begin, Present Mike had yelled. Blasted forward, a barrage of explosions aimed at overwhelming his opponent, but only responded with ice. Massive walls met every attack but never launched one of his own, his mind still reeling from the festival's events and words. Fight at me, you icy hot bastard, roared, his frustration mounting with each deflected blast. Use your damn fire. But never did. The fight ended when, in a final, massive howitzer impact, shattered's largest ice wall and sent him skidding out of the ring. It was a victory, but it felt like a loss. Stormed over to a defeated, grabbing him by the collar. Why, he screamed, his voice raw with fury. Why wouldn't you use your full power against me? Do you think I'm not even worth it? Just looked at him with tired eyes, not explaining. The hollow victory enraged to the point that he had to be restrained by and midnight before the awards ceremony could even begin, leading him to be chained to the podium like a wild animal. The roar of the crowd was a constant rolling thunder that seemed to shake the very foundations of the stadium. On a trio of podiums in the center of the field, the top 3 students stood, battered and exhausted but victorious. Was on the highest platform, followed by on the second and a chained on the third. Stood beside him, his expression calm and resolved. And now for the moment you've all been waiting for, Present Mike's voice boomed, though the cheers almost drowned it out. It's time for the awards ceremony, and our medal presenter is none other than the man himself, the symbol of peace, All Might. A colossal figure leaped from the top of the stadium, landing with a ground-shaking thud that sent a puff of dust into the air. I am here, All Might declared, his signature smile blazing, to present the medals. He walked first to the third-place platform. He placed the bronze medal around his neck, who stood stiffly, his face a mask of barely contained fury. Young, All Might said, his voice low enough for only him to hear. You are undeniably strong, but you must learn that there is always a bigger mountain to climb. Use this loss not as an anchor, but as fuel. Just gritted his teeth, refusing to look at him. All Might then turned to, placing an identical medal around his neck. Youngs, you fought a battle with yourself today and won. I am proud of you. Continue to walk your own paths. He gave a slight respectful nod. Thank you, All Might. Next, All Might moved to the second place podium, the silver medal gleaming in his hand. Young, he said, his smile widening. Your speed, power, and spirit were truly inspiring. You have the heart of a true champion. Grinned, her energy seemingly boundless despite the grueling final match. Thanks, All Might. Finally, he stood before the gold medal held in his massive hand. The crowd's cheers reached a fever pitch. Young, he said, his voice filled with a profound respect. Your performance today was beyond exemplary. You have shown a level of skill, power, and control that is frankly unbelievable for a student your age. You have earned this victory. He placed the gold medal around his neck. Congratulations, my boy. You have shown the world what it means to go plus ultra. Looked at the symbol of peace and gave a small, genuine smile. Thank you, All Might. It's an honor. With the medals presented, All Might took the microphone. And there you have it. Let's hear it one more time for these incredible young heroes. The crowd's roar was the final, defining sound of a festival that no one would ever forget. 2 days later, Class 1A was back in their homeroom, the atmosphere a mix of exhaustion and buzzing excitement. The students were covered in bandages and sported various bruises, but their spirits were high. Man, I can't believe how many people saw that on TV, said, leaning back in his chair. My phone's been blowing up. Indeed, the public's interest in our class has skyrocketed, announced, chopping the air with his hands. The door slid open and a heavily bandaged shuffled in, looking more like a mummy than a teacher. Morning, he grumbled, taking his place at the podium. The class immediately fell silent. Good work at the festival. You're all tired, but we don't have time to rest. The real fight is about to begin. He clicked a remote, and a projection lit up behind him showing a graph with staggering numbers. The Hero Draft nominations, stated. Typically, the offers are spread out among the years, but this year, the focus was almost entirely on you first years. And within that, the majority of the attention was focused on our class. He displayed the results. 6,732 nominations. 4,125 nominations. 3,556 nominations. 3,456 nominations. And so on down the list, with every student in the class having received at least a handful of offers. These nominations are from pro heroes who are interested in you for the week-long internships, explained. This will be your first real taste of field work. You'll choose one hero from your list of offers and work alongside them. For those who didn't get offers, he said, his gaze sweeping over the few students who looked disappointed, you'll be placed with a UA-affiliated agency. Everyone is participating. He continued, along with this, you'll need to decide on your hero names. This is more important than you think. A good name can define your career. Midnight entered the room to help them with the process, and after a series of serious, heartfelt, and utterly ridiculous suggestions, the names were decided. You have the rest of the day and tomorrow to go over your offers and make your decisions, concluded. Rest up, you've earned it. The next day was bright and clear, a perfect day off. Met outside her house, finding her dressed not in a tracksuit, but in a simple sundress. What, no training? He asked with a smirk. Nope, she replied, linking her arm with his. Today you're all mine, we're going on a proper date, no quirks, no fighting, just us. They spent the day doing everything and nothing. They went to a bustling arcade where competitive streak came out in full force on the dance machine and revealed a surprising talent for claw games, winning her a stuffed carrot that she refused to let go of. They ate street food, laughing as they tried to avoid making a mess. For the first time in a long time, they weren't the powerhouse duo of UA, they were just and his carrots, two teenagers enjoying a peaceful day. As evening approached, they found themselves sitting on the roof of her house, watching the sun dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. The stuffed carrot sat between them. You know, said softly, leaning her head on his shoulder, It feels like a lifetime ago we were just kids dreaming about getting into UA. We were just kids, replied, wrapping an arm around her, running around causing troubles. You've always pushed me to be better. And you've always been there to catch me, she whispered, looking up at him. Her playful energy was gone, replaced by a deep, sincere affection that made his heart beat faster. All those years, training, studying, fighting, we did it all together. We did, he confirmed, his voice just as soft. They sat in a comfortable silence, watching the last sliver of the sun disappear. In that quiet moment, all the titles, champion, powerhouse, prodigy melted away. He wasn't the boy with a dark past or a limitless quirk. She wasn't the fierce rabbit hero in the making. They were just two people who had found their family in each other. She turned to face him, her amber eyes shimmering in the twilight. I love you more than anything. I love you too, he said, his voice thick with an emotion he only ever showed to her. He leaned in and she met him halfway. The kiss was soft and gentle, a stark contrast to the explosive energy that usually defined them. It was a kiss full of shared history, of unspoken promises, of a bond forged in hardship and strengthened by love. When they finally broke apart, she rested her forehead against his. Let's do it, she whispered, her voice filled with a fierce, unwavering determination. Let's become the strongest heroes the world has ever seen together. You in the first half, didn't I? He smiled, a true, peaceful smile that reached his black eyes. Together, atmosphere in Class 1A's homeroom was a stark contrast to the previous day's exhaustion. A noticeable buzz of anticipation filled the air as the students, now rested and recovered, chattered excitedly about their internship offers. At the front of the room, Midnight stood with a stack of whiteboards, a playful glint in her eyes. All right, settle down, you future superstars, she called out, cracking her whip for emphasis, the sound sharp and final. Before you can head out on your internships, you need something very important. You need hero names. The class erupted in a fresh wave of excitement, the nervous energy of the festival replaced by the creative thrill of forging their new identities. This is a very serious decision, she continued, her tone shifting, commanding their full attention. The name you choose today could be the name you're known by for the rest of your lives. It will define your image and your brand as a pro. A name that sounds cool now might seem ridiculous in 10 years, so think carefully. She passed out the whiteboards and markers. For the next 15 minutes, the room was filled with the sounds of intense scribbling, the squeak of markers, the frustrated sighs of erasure, and quiet, mumbled contemplation. Okay, time's up, Midnight announced. Let's see what you've come with. Who wants to present first? As if launched from a spring, Yuga practically floated to the front, striking a dramatic pose that involved one hand on his hip and the other gesturing towards the heavens. He held up his board, on which was written in elegant, looping script, I cannot stop twinkling. It means I'll never stop sparkling, he declared with a flourish, a beam of light glinting off his belt buckle. Midnight's smile twitched. It would be better to take out the I and shorten the cannot to can't. You're right, mademoiselle, he said, completely accepting the feedback as if it were a profound revelation. He returned to his seat, a new, slightly less grammatical hero name in mind. One by one, the students presented, confidently declared herself Alien Queen, only for Midnight to gently veto it due to the potential horror movie connotations, suggesting she think of something more heroic. With a simple nod, presented the straightforward and fitting rainy season hero, which earned a warm round of applause for its charm. With a manly tear glistening in his eye, slammed his board down proudly. Sturdy hero, Red Riot, he announced, a tribute to his idol, Crimson Riot, that resonated with his straightforward, passionate personality. The presentations continued, a mix of the serious and the silly, then it was turn. She walked to the front, her usual boundless energy tempered by a rare, serious expression. She stood before the class, her posture straight, her gaze unwavering. She turned her board to the class, revealing a name written in clean, strong letters. The Rabbit Hero. The name landed with a quiet impact. It was simple, strong, and memorable. There was a sense of history to it, a weight that the other, more flamboyant names lacked. "Oh, that's a wonderful name," Midnight praised, her voice soft with approval. "It has a great ring to it, it's heroic and easy to remember." Smiled a soft, genuine expression that transformed her face. "It was inspired my mother's name," she said, her voice clear and proud, ringing with conviction. "She was the strongest person I ever knew. I want to be a hero who can live up to the name she gave me. Plus, I can't take on my dad's name." A wave of respect washed over the classroom. No one made a sound. Watched her, a look of immense pride on his face. He knew how much her family meant to her, and he knew had chosen the perfect name. This wasn't just a to her, it was a legacy she was choosing to carry on her own shoulders. Finally, it was turn. He walked to the front, the class falling completely silent in anticipation. The boy who had dominated the festival, who moved with an almost unnerving calm, was about to define himself. He turned his board around, revealing a single, powerful word written in bold, sharp, calligraphic strokes. Alasara. The collective, sharp intake of breath went through the students. The name felt heavy. It was dark, ancient, and undeniably powerful. It didn't sound like a hero from a comic book. It sounded like a legend from a myth, and not necessarily a friendly one. Midnight looked at the board, her playful demeanor gone, replaced by a thoughtful, almost cautionary frown. "Usura," she repeated softly, testing the weight of the word on her tongue. The demigods of myth, known for their endless battle and immense power, beings of conflict, that's quite an intense name. It can be seen as intimidating, even villainous. Can you tell us why you chose it? Met her gaze, his black eyes steady and unblinking. "My quirk is called Battle God. It thrives on conflict and grows stronger through battle. Usuras are beings who are defined by their fight." He paused, his gaze sweeping over his classmates. "It fits." His explanation was short, direct, and left no room for argument. The name wasn't a boast, it was a statement of fact. It was an acknowledgement of the nature he had been given in this life, a nature he had no intention of denying. Midnight stared at him for a long moment, seeing the absolute conviction in his eyes. Then a slow, impressed smile spread across her face. "I see, it's a name that carries a lot of weight, and it will certainly be a challenge to make it heroic. But you've certainly shown you have the power to back it up. I approve. The battle hero, Usura." With the hero names decided, shuffled back into the room. "Now for the internships," he announced, the tone shifting back to business. "You have your lists. You have until the end of the day to submit your choice. Make it a wise one. This experience will be invaluable." The classroom once again filled with chatter, this time more serious as students huddled together, comparing offers and asking for advice. "I'm going with," announced with determination. "His agency has a great reputation for combat training. I need to get stronger." "I have received an offer from the manual agency in city," said, his expression grim. "I believe I will accept it." The unsaid reason hung in the air. His brother had been attacked by the hero killer Stain in that very city. The discussions continued. Grumbled about his offer from Best, while was ecstatic to be heading to Fourth Kind's agency. "Who'd you pick?" asked, leaning over her desk. Grinned, her competitive fire back in her eyes. "It was a no-brainer. I'm going with the current #2 hero. I got an offer from Endeavor's agency." The casual announcement sent a shockwave through the nearby students. Interning with the notoriously harsh and demanding flame hero was a bold choice. "Endeavor," gasped. "Dude, I hear his sidekicks cry themselves to sleep." "Good," shot back, her grin widening. "If it's not the toughest place to be, what's the point? I'm going to the top, and that means learning from the best." Her logic was simple and unshakable. Her gaze drifted to a silent challenge in her eyes. "What about you?" asked, turning to him. "With over 6,000 offers, you could probably intern with All Might himself if you wanted." He shook his head. "All Might doesn't take on interns, and besides, I've already made my choice. I received a specialized offer." He didn't elaborate, but the finality in his tone stopped any further questions. He was going to intern with, the mission was already set. While his classmates would be learning patrols and police procedure, he would be learning how to hunt. The day the internships began, the UA station was a chaotic hub of energy. Students with their hero costumes roamed everywhere, a vibrant sea of colors, clutching their agency cases and saying their goodbyes before heading off to different corners of the country. Found near the platform for the Shizuoka Prefecture train, her silver and white hero costume gleaming in the station lights, making her stand out even in the bustling crowd. "So this is it," she said, bouncing on the balls of her feet, a mixture of pure excitement and a thin sliver of nerves radiating from her. "Time to go learn from the big grumpy firecracker." Smirked, the expression coming naturally. "Try not to give Endeavor a headache on your first day. I hear he's got a short fuse." She scoffed, but the grin on her face was wide and feral. "Please, he'll be lucky if I don't give him a concussion. The old man needs to learn how to keep up with the next generation." He chuckled, the sound soft and genuine, a private moment amidst the public chaos. "Just be careful, he's the number 2 for a reason. Learn everything you can from him." "I will," she promised, her expression turning serious for a moment, her amber eyes locking onto his. She stepped forward, closing the small distance between them and wrapping him in a quick, tight hug that spoke of years of shared history and future promises. No promises about the headache, though. She pulled back, gave him a final, dazzling grin, and then she was gone, effortlessly weaving through the crowd and disappearing onto the train. He watched her go, a fond smile on his face, before turning back to his own classmates. He exchanged goodbyes and well wishes with the rest of Class 1A, each of them on the cusp of their own adventure. Gave him a manly fist bump, yelling about how he was going to come back twice as tough from his time with Fourth Kind. Whined dramatically about his own choice, already dreading the work. Stood stoically as he boarded the train to his new hero name, a legacy from his brother that felt both like an honor and a heavy weight upon his shoulders. Was practically vibrating with determination as she left for agency, promising to return with new combat moves. Soon the platform began to clear until only one other person from his class remained. Stood by a pillar, his posture as somber as ever, dark shadow peeking out nervously from under his cloak. "Are you still here?" asked, walking over. Nodded, his bird-like head tilting. "Indeed, I was informed last night that my internship has been postponed by a day, a scheduling conflict on my mentor's end, apparently. I am to report tomorrow instead." His mind briefly registered the information as odd. A last-minute change for a pro-hero schedule was unusual, especially for something as planned as the UA internships. Another one of those random changes, he thought, dismissing it as an insignificant butterfly effect of his presence in this world. It didn't concern him. "Well, good luck tomorrow then," said with a nod. "And to you, Asura," replied, the new hero name sounding fittingly dark and serious from his lips. With a final wave, left the station, but he didn't head home. His own internship was about to begin. He made his way back through the now empty streets to the towering gates of UA, heading straight for the top floor. He knocked once on the heavy door of the principal's office. "Come in," Asura's cheerful voice called out. Entered. The metal walls were not down this time, but the atmosphere in the room was just as serious as it had been during their last private meeting. Sat behind his desk, a steaming cup of tea in his paws, the pleasant aroma a strange contrast to the gravity of the situation. "Take a seat," the principal said, gesturing to the chair opposite him. "We have much to discuss." Slid a tablet across the desk. On the screen was a detailed file, headlined by a fearsome, jagged picture of a man in a tattered red scarf, his face contorted in a manic snarl, his tongue lolling out in a way that spoke of bloodlust. "Your target," began, his voice losing its usual cheer, becoming cold and clinical, "is the hero killer, Stain." Picked up the tablet, his eyes scanning the information, absorbing every detail with practiced efficiency. "His real name is," continued, his lecture-like tone beginning. "A former student of a private hero academy, he dropped out, disillusioned with the system. He began a crusade as a vigilante, which quickly devolved into what you see today. His quirk is called, by ingesting a sample of a person's blood, he can temporarily paralyze them. The duration of the paralysis is dependent on blood type, with type B lasting the longest and type O the shortest. He is a master of multiple bladed weapons like katana, throwing knives, and combat daggers, and is lethally proficient in close quarters combat. The file was exhaustive. It detailed every known victim, from minor heroes in rural prefectures to the high-profile assault on. It included maps of his last known locations, transcripts of his rambling speeches left at crime scenes, and a comprehensive psychological profile that painted a picture of a man utterly consumed by his own twisted ideology. His latest and most high-profile crime was the attack on the hero in City. It left him with career-ending injuries. Stain's entire ideology is predicated on a delusional fantasy. He believes that modern hero society has been corrupted by those seeking fame and fortune. He thinks that by culling these false heroes, he is doing the world a favor, cleansing it so that only true heroes like All Might remain. He is a lunatic, a fanatic who has twisted a noble ideal into a justification for murder. Leaned forward, his small paws steepled. And while his philosophy is that of a delusional son of a bitch, it is a dangerous delusion. His words, if spread, could cause heroes to second-guess their profession. It could make them hesitate in a fight, afraid of being deemed unworthy. Even the heroes who are in it for the money and fame still provide a crucial service to the community. They put their lives on the line and maintain order. A slow, chilling smile spread across face. As for the truly corrupt heroes, the ones who exploit their positions for personal gain, well, he chuckled, in the future they will almost certainly appear on your personal hit list. A matching cold grin grew on's face, and he joined the principal in a shared, dark laugh. After a moment's expression turned serious again. However, this is your first official mission of this nature. You are still a student, therefore you will not be going alone. You will be accompanied by a mentor, a pro who will provide oversight and support just in case things go wrong. Look towards the door. You can come in now. The door slid open, and a figure leaned against the frame with a lazy, casual air. He had a pair of large, vibrant red wings, a cocky grin, and a visor perched on his head. The number 3 hero, Hawks. His calm expression didn't change, but his mind immediately connected the dots. His mentor, of course it had to be him. This better be important, boss, Hawks said, his voice smooth and easygoing as he walked into the room. I had to postpone the start date for that bird kid I got for the intern program. He seemed pretty bummed. Gave Hawks the same condensed briefing he'd given, outlining the target, the threat, and the objective, elimination. Hawks listened, his lazy demeanor never changing, but his sharp, intelligent eyes absorbed every detail. When was finished, he turned his gaze to. Are you sure you're up for this, kid? He asked, a hint of genuine concern beneath the casual tone. Didn't speak, he simply met the pro hero's gaze and gave a single firm nod. Hawk's grin returned. Cool, well, go get changed into your hero costumes. We'll head out as soon as you're ready. He looked up and down. Oh, and don't forget those metal knuckles you normally use. Pretty cool those are. Nodded and left the office, heading for the locker rooms. He stood before the mirror, his black and silver hero costume fitting him like a second skin. He strapped the custom-made bladed gauntlet knuckles onto his forearms, the metal cool against his skin. He stared at his reflection, at the unnerving black eyes that stared back. This was different from the festival. This wasn't a game. This was a hunt. Let's do this. He turned and walked out of the locker room, leaving the safety of UA behind. The city felt different at night. From the rooftop of a tall office building, the usual urban glow was polluted by an undercurrent of tension. It was as if the city was holding its breath. Stood beside Hawks, the cool night air ruffling his long hair. Below them, the streets were a network of light and shadow, a perfect hunting ground. So, kid, Hawks began, his tone light and conversational as he leaned against the rooftop ledge, his massive red wings folded behind him. First real mission, you nervous? No, replied simply, his eyes scanning the alleyways below. Hawks chuckled, looking at serious expression. Straight to the point, I like that. Most kids your age would be trying to act tough or freaking out. You're just calm, it's kinda creepy, you know. Didn't respond, he kept his focus. Hawk sighed, pushing off the ledge. Look, I get it, you're the big shot from the sports festival's secret weapon, but this isn't a tournament. Stain isn't playing for points. What's your reason for being here? Why do this kind of dirty work? Was silent for a long moment, the sounds of the city filling the space between them. Because it needs to be done, he finally said, his voice low. There are people who do bad things, they don't deserve a trial, they don't deserve a second chance, they just need to be removed. The world is simpler that way. The of his previous life still in his mind. The answer was cold, pragmatic, and devoid of any heroic idealism. Hawk's lazy grin faltered for a fraction of a second. He saw a flash of something in the kid's dark eyes. Not malice, but a profound, weary certainty that was far too old for his face. Fair enough, Hawk said, his tone shifting slightly, a newfound respect in his voice. He clapped his hands together. Well, no use standing around, time to get to work. He closed his eyes, and a single crimson feather detached from his wing, floating down into the city below. Then another and another. Soon, a silent, swirling cascade of hundreds of red feathers descended, scattering throughout the district. They sliced through the silent night, landing in dark alleys, on fire escapes, and near sewer grates, invisible to the average passerby. My feathers can pick up vibrations, even the faintest sounds, Hawks explained, his eyes still closed. I'm having them listen for key sounds, something like a blade being drawn, a struggle, Stain's unhinged speeches about fakes. We should find him soon enough. They waited in silence, a master and an apprentice in a craft that had no name. Hours passed. The city's pulse slowed as it drifted deeper into the night. Then Hawk's eyes snapped open. Got him, he said, his voice sharp. He's cornered another pro in an alleyway 3 blocks east of here. Let's move, try to keep up. With a single, powerful beat of his wings, Hawks launched himself into the air. Didn't need to be told twice. He pushed off the roof, using to kick off the air, easily keeping pace with the number 3 hero as they soared over the sleeping city. They landed silently on a rooftop overlooking a narrow, garbage-filled alley. Below, the scene was exactly as Hawks had described. The hero native was pinned to the ground, a blade through his shoulder, and standing over him, katana held high, was the hero killer, Stain. You are a fake, Stain rasped, his voice a low, guttural snarl. You heroes are all the same, leeches, clinging to the ideals of true heroes like all might for your own fame and fortune. You must be purged. He raised his blade for a final strike. You know, for a guy who thinks he's so enlightened, you talk a lot of nonsense. Stain froze, his head snapping up, dropped from the rooftop, landing softly in the alley entrance, his posture relaxed but ready. Hawks remained on the roof, a silent observer. Stain's wild eyes fixed on. Another fake, drawn by the scent of battle. You wear the costume, but you lack the conviction of a true hero. And what would you know about being a hero? Asked, his voice dripping with disdain. He took a slow step forward, his gauntlets glinting in the dim light. You're just a murderer with a god complex. You think killing a few C-listers makes you a savior? You think this crusade of yours has any real meaning? I am cleansing this society, Stain shrieked, his body tensing like a coiled snake. I am weeding out the unworthy so that a new age of true heroism can be born. Laughed, it wasn't a happy sound, it was cold and mocking. Shut the fuck up, you delusional fuck. You're not cleansing anything. You're just a broken man who couldn't make it as a hero, so now you throw a tantrum and kill the people who could. You're not a purger, you're a failure, grow up. The insult hit its mark. With an inhuman roar of fury, Stain launched himself at, his katana slicing through the air. Didn't even flinch. He activated Compass Needle, the blue snowflake pattern flaring to life on the ground beneath him. Stain's movements, while incredibly fast to a normal person, were perfectly clear to him. He met the katana not with his gauntlets, but with an open palm, using water stream rock-smashing fist to redirect the blade, sending Stain stumbling past him. Stain recovered instantly, spinning and lashing out with a knife, aiming for a shallow cut to draw blood. simply used, vanishing and reappearing behind him. He didn't attack, he just watched. The fight, if it could be called that, was a display of absolute domination. Stain threw everything he had at knives, daggers, his jagged sword. Every attack was either effortlessly redirected or completely evaded. Was untouchable, a ghost flowing around the hero killer's frantic assault. Stain was sweating, panting, his frustration and rage growing with every missed strike. Finally, seeing an opening, decided to end it. As Stain lunged with his katana, didn't redirect, he met the blade with his gauntlet-covered fist. A clang. The sound of shattering metal echoed through the alley as Stain's katana broke into pieces. The hero killer stared in shock at the hilt in his hand. In that moment of disbelief, his other fist shot forward, a single, powerful punch to the gut that lifted Stain off his feet and sent him crashing into the brick wall at the end of the alley. Stain collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood, his body broken. He struggled to push himself up, but his limbs wouldn't obey. He was defeated utterly and completely. He looked up at who stood over him, his black eyes devoid of any emotion. "It's over," said his voice quiet. "Goodbye, Stain, I'll give you a painless death." He placed 2 fingers on Stain's chest, right over his heart. Destructive death, twin impact. A small, contained pulse of shockwave energy shot from his fingertips directly into the hero killer's heart, stopping it instantly. His eyes went wide for a final, fleeting second, and then he fell silent, his reign of terror ended. Hawks landed softly behind, his usual grin absent. He looked at the body, then at the student. "Are you okay, kid?" he asked, his voice serious. Turned, his expression as calm as it had been at the start. "I'm fine." Hawk stared at him, truly seeing him for the first time. There was no remorse, no hesitation, no trauma, just the quiet efficiency of a job completed. He'd seen veteran heroes, Black Ops agents, who couldn't handle a kill with this much composure. He felt a mix of awe and a slight chill. "You did good," he said, and he meant it. "You're a natural at this." A mutual respect, born in the shadows of a dirty alley, formed between them. Looked down at Stain's body. What now? The question broke the tension. Hawk's easygoing demeanor returned. "Right, the cleanup." He pulled out a specialized burner phone. "Yo," he said into the device, "it's me. The job in is done. Send the crew, usual spot." He hung up. "They'll be here in 10. They'll make sure he just disappears. No body, no evidence, no martyr." They waited. Soon, a nondescript van pulled into the alley. A team of quiet professionals in plain clothes emerged, efficiently and silently bagging the body and cleaning the scene. Within minutes, it was as if nothing had ever happened. They flew back to UA under the cover of darkness, landing outside's office. They explained everything. Listened, his paws steepled, a look of immense satisfaction on his face. "Excellent work, Usura," he praised. "You exceeded all my expectations. The threat of the hero killer is neutralized and society is safer for it. A perfect, clean operation." He then turned to Hawks. "For the remainder of the internship week, Usura will be in your care. Show him the normal daytime hero stuff. It will be good for his public image. Unless, of course, another special mission arises." "Got it, boss," Hawks said with a lazy salute. With that, they were dismissed. As they walked down the empty, moonlit halls of UA, a comfortable silence settled between them, looked at the winged hero beside him. Hawks was a man who played the part of a carefree celebrity, but underneath, he was a soldier, a killer, someone who understood the necessity of dirty work, someone who carried a heavy burden with a smile. In that moment, felt a strange sense of kinship, a connection he hadn't felt with anyone besides his family. It felt surprisingly like he was walking with a brother. The city was on fire. 3 monstrous creatures carved a path of destruction through the downtown area. Heroes scrambled to respond, but the sheer, unthinking power of the beasts was overwhelming. In a dark alley, watched the chaos with a frustrated scowl, scratching furiously at his neck. "He's not here," rasped, his voice a low, angry hiss. The big-shot hero killer was supposed to make his move in this city. He was supposed to cause chaos, draw out the fakes. Where is he? Materialized beside him, his yellow eyes scanning the burning cityscape. "It is strange." All of our intelligence pointed to him being active in this area. For him to simply vanish without a trace is highly unusual. Whatever, grumbled, his attention turning back to the destruction. Forget him, let them have their fun, let them show this city what real terror looks like. Their musings were cut short by a colossal blast of fire that engulfed one of them, incinerating it in an instant. Endeavor, the number 2 hero, descended from the sky like a wrathful god, his entire body wreathed in flame. So you're the ones causing all this trouble, he boomed, his eyes burning with intensity. He and the other pros on the scene, including the old hero Gran Torino, quickly moved to engage the remaining creatures, their combined efforts eventually quelling the sudden violent attack. And seeing their pawns defeated, warped away into the shadows, leaving behind a city in flames and a lingering, unanswered question, where was Stain dead? While burned and recovered, the rest of Class 1A were scattered across the country, deep into their own trials. For his internship was a baffling and painful experience. He had chosen to intern with Gran Torino, the hero who had once trained All Might himself. He had expected a wise, disciplined mentor. Instead, he got a tiny, senile old man who seemed more interested in microwaving and repeatedly forgetting his name. Yet beneath the senile facade was a master of his craft. Through a series of bizarre and seemingly random games, Gran Torino was forcing to rethink everything he knew about One for All. "You're too stiff," the old hero yelled, zipping around the room like a pinball, his quirk jet propelling him off the walls and ceiling. "You think of your power as a special move, a switch you flip for one big punch. It's not a tool, you idiot, it's a part of you. Let it flow through your entire body constantly." The lesson was driven home with a series of sharp kicks and taunts. It was frustrating, humiliating, but slowly a breakthrough was forming in his mind. A new way to control his power, a path to becoming the hero he was meant to be. Meanwhile, was enduring his own personal hell. He had been chosen by the number 4 hero, Best, a man whose entire philosophy revolved around discipline, control, and perfectly coiffed hair. "You are a talented individual," Best said, his voice calm and smooth as he used his fiber master quirk to forcibly style his explosive hair into a neat side part. "But you are a wild animal. A true hero must inspire confidence and security. They must be restrained." For a week, wasn't allowed to fight villains. He was forced on patrols where his only job was to walk calmly and interact politely with civilians. He was lectured on public image, brand management, and the importance of a professional demeanor. Every fiber of his being screamed in rebellion. It was torture, but it was also a lesson. A lesson he was too stubborn to admit he was learning. Elsewhere, others faced different challenges. Wazette's agency, learning hand-to-hand combat that went far beyond what she'd learned at UA, was with the gruff but fair fourth kind, learning the ropes of street-level heroics. Found herself on the seas, interning with the pro hero Selkie and his crew. The work was a far cry from the urban brawls she had imagined. It involved scrubbing decks, learning navigation, and dealing with the nauseating sway of the ocean. Yet it was perfectly suited to her. Her frog-like abilities made her a natural in the water, and her calm, observant nature was a perfect fit for the long, quiet hours of patrol. It was during one such patrol that they were alerted to stowaways on a cargo ship. A group of villains smuggling illegal support items. In the following fight on the slippery, chaotic deck of the ship proved invaluable, her long tongue and wall-clinging abilities allowing her to outmaneuver the villains in the cramped environment. It was a different kind of heroism, one of patience and environment rather than pure power. For Momo, paired with Kendo from Class 1B, her internship under the tutelage of the model hero was a test of a different kind of patience. Instead of fighting villains, they were fighting for screen time in a new commercial. Instead of strategic planning, they were planning their poses for a photo shoot. Momo, with her brilliant, analytical mind, felt stifled and useless. She created props for the set, but it felt hollow. She understood the importance of a hero's public image, but this felt like all image and no substance. It was a frustrating, demoralizing experience, a lesson in the less glamorous, public-facing side of the profession that she struggled to accept. Even on his grim mission found his purpose tested. He had chosen Manuel's agency for its location, his heart set on finding Stain and avenging his brother. But the day-to-day work was ordinary. Patrols, paperwork, following the rules to the letter. Every moment he spent on a routine traffic stop felt like a moment wasted, the burning desire for vengeance a constant, bitter taste in his mouth. But perhaps the most volatile internship was taking place in Endeavor's agency. From the moment she arrived, was a force of pure, unfiltered chaos in a world of rigid order. "These are your patrol routes for the day," Endeavor barked on the first morning, pointing to a meticulously detailed map. "You and will observe and report. Do not engage unless absolutely necessary. You follow my lead, understood." Yeah, got it, old man," said, not even looking at the map. She was too busy stretching her legs. The patrol was a disaster. Endeavor moved with a focused, intimidating presence. On the other hand, moved like a pinball. She'd dart into an alley to pet a stray cat, buy a crepe from a street vendor mid-patrol, and challenge local kids in silly games. Every action was a blatant disregard for his strict protocols, and it was driving Endeavor to his absolute limit. "Your job is to be a symbol of order," he roared after she stopped a purse snatcher not by apprehending him, but by kicking the purse out of his hand, sending it flying back to its owner, and then letting the thief trip into a fountain. "But I recovered the purse, didn't I?" she shot back, taking a large bite of her crepe. "Problem solved, lighten up, old man." Watched these exchanges with a strange, detached amusement. He also watched his father. Since the sports festival, something had shifted. The usual roaring inferno of his father's anger was still there, but it was different. There was less rage and more pure frustration. He was trying in his own clumsy way to connect. He'd ask about his day, a question he hadn't asked in over a decade. He'd made a point to call, a strained but clear effort. Found himself thinking of words. "Sometimes, even a family like yours deserves a second chance." He wasn't sure if he could forgive, not yet. But for the first time, he was starting to wonder if his father was capable of change. Maybe, just maybe, there was a path forward that didn't involve complete rejection. His thoughts were interrupted by the office door slamming open. Stood there, her hero costume on, a rebellious look in her eyes. Endeavor was behind his desk, a vein throbbing in his temple. "We have a high-speed chase in the South District. You two will provide backup. You will follow my instructions to the letter," he commanded, his voice a low growl. "Nah, I'm good," said with a shrug. "Sounds boring. A car chase is just a glorified traffic jam. I'm gonna go stop that robbery we got a tip about 2 blocks over. More hands-on, you know." Before Endeavor could even form a response, she flashed him a cheerful middle finger. "Catch ya later, big." And with that, she used and vanished from the office in a gust of wind, leaving behind a stunned silence. Endeavor's entire body burst into flames, his frustration finally reaching its boiling point. He let out a roar of pure, unfiltered rage that shook the entire building. And in the midst of that inferno, did something he hadn't done in years. He laughed. It wasn't a loud laugh, just a soft chuckle that escaped his lips before he could stop it. The sound cut through Endeavor's rage like a knife. The flames receded slightly. He turned, his fiery gaze landing on his son. He saw the faint smile, the genuine amusement in his eyes. It was a sight he never thought he'd see again, and in that moment the anger vanished, replaced by a strange, unfamiliar warmth. The frustration had caused him didn't matter. His son was laughing. It was a small thing, a tiny crack in the glacier that had separated them for a decade, but it felt like a monumental victory. His attempts to change, they were working. The week of internships was over, and the atmosphere in Class 1A was electric. The students who returned were not the same ones who had left. There was a new, quiet confidence in the air, a sense of seasoned professionalism that hadn't existed before. They were all comparing notes, their voices buzzing with excitement over what they had learned. "It was so manly," said, showing off a small new scar on his arm. "Fourth kind had us on street patrols from dusk dawn. We busted a smuggling ring." "I spent most of the week on a boat," said with her usual calm. "But we did stop some smugglers. It was a good experience." The chatter died down as shuffled into the room, his eyes scanning his class. You're back. Good. You look like you've all learned something, which is the bare minimum I expect. Don't get comfortable. Your final exams are just around the corner. As the class groaned, they headed to the locker rooms to change for their foundational heroics lesson. The post-internship energy was still palpable. Was staring intently at his phone, his expression a mask of confusion and frustration. He was reading a news article for the 10th time. The headline read, HOSU Hero Killer VANISHES, Speculation Grows AS Attacks Cease. A changing nearby noticed his classmate's rigid posture. You all right? Looked up, his glasses flashing. It's just the news from after the attack, the hero killer. He's just gone. The police have no leads. There are no new victims. It's like he vanished from the face of the earth. He lowered his voice. I went to for a reason to find him, but my target, he just disappeared. Finished lacing up his boots, his face unreadable. Sometimes the world sorts itself out in ways we don't expect, he said, his voice calm. Be glad the threat is gone. Your brother is safe from him now. That's a victory. Perhaps you are right, said, though he still looked unfulfilled. The why of it all was eating at him. He's right, a new voice said. Join them. He seemed different, less guarded. His company felt calmer. The outcome is a good one, even if the process is a mystery. He turned to, a small, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips. That was an interesting week. You seem better for it, noted. How was? A rare flicker of amusement crossed his face. Well, I think my father's blood pressure has permanently doubled. He paused, his expression turning serious. But it was good. He's trying. Your advice was sound, thank you. Good, replied with a simple nod. His attention then shifted to who was standing in a corner, vibrating with a crackling green energy. He was muttering to himself, keep it flowing, spread it everywhere, 5%. It said and jumped, startled. You're finally channeling that power through your whole body, smart. Oh, why yeah, stammered, the green aura flickering. Gran Torino, he basically beat it into me, but I'm still just at 5%, I can't do much. It's a start, said, cutting him off. But you're still too focused on your arms, your whole style is just punch. You've got two perfectly good legs. Look at me. Your kicks should be just as dangerous as your punches. You have the power for it. Don't be a one-trick pony. His eyes went wide, as if a new universe of possibilities had just opened up to him. Kicks, of course. Gran Torino moved with his legs, not his fists. Thank you, that's brilliant. Across the room was angrily stretching, small explosions popping from his palms. Walked over to him, undeterred by the danger sign, his posture was screaming. You're still just blasting. It's powerful, but it's sloppy. What did you say, you black-eyed bastard? Whipped around, his eyes blazing. Met his gaze, completely unfazed. I said you're sloppy, you have zero form, all that power, and you use it like a club. You should learn a martial art, something aggressive. Thai, karate, anything. You need to learn how to focus those explosions, to merge them with your strikes. Turn them from just blasts into focused impacts. You'd be twice as dangerous. Was stunned into silence, a rare occurrence. He was furious, his teeth grinding, but the logic of his words hit him like a physical blow. He just grunted, shut up, I don't need advice from you, and stomped away, but his words were clearly churning in his mind. Appeared, slinging a casual arm around shoulders. Done playing sensei to the rest of the class. Just planting some seeds, replied with a smirk. It's boring being at the top if no one else can keep up. Good, she grinned, her own power thrumming under her skin. Because today I'm leaving you in the dust. They arrived at Ground Gamma, a complex labyrinth of factories and industrial pipes, and All Might were waiting for them. Welcome back, said, his voice a low drone. Today's foundational heroics lesson will be a rescue race. You'll be split into groups of 5. The goal is to navigate this complex environment and be the first to reach the victim. Your performance during your internships will be put to the test. All Might stepped forward, his smile blazing. It's a test of your quirks, your JUDGMENT, and how much you've grown. SO show us what you've got, Geo plus Ultra. The first group was announced, and a true test of speed. The five of them took their places at the starting line and glanced at each other, a silent, fiery challenge passing between them. The competition was on. Oh, the buzzer sounded. In less than a heartbeat was gone. She used a white and red blur, her body low to the ground. She didn't just run, she exploded through the course. Her aura-enhanced legs kicked off walls, pipes, and girders, using the complex terrain as her own personal parkour course. She was a comet, her speed utterly breathtaking. Was way behind, but still fast, his engines roaring. "Extend," he yelled, his new super move propelling him in long, sustained bursts of speed. Was a fluid, graceful form in the air, using his tape to swing through the labyrinth like a true pro. Activated one for all, full cowling, green sparks of energy enveloping his body. He was leaping from platform to platform, his movements faster, more controlled, and more confident than ever before. He was finally using the power without breaking himself. But didn't move, not for the first second. He stood at the starting line and slammed his foot onto the ground, destructive death, compass, needle. The blue snowflake pattern flared and vanished in an instant. He wasn't just using it for combat, he was mapping the entire course. In that fraction of a second, he saw every pipe, every weak wall, every structural support, and the exact location of. He found the single most efficient path. Then he launched himself into the air, shock pulse. His movement was a revelation. The week spent with Hawks chasing the winged hero through the skis had refined his control to a razor's edge. He wasn't just walking on air, he was running. His body, now fully and completely adapted to the massive power-up he'd received from the fight, handled the strain without a single ache. He was no longer just powerful, he was elegant. He moved with a terrifying, weightless grace. Was in the lead, a whirlwind of motion, but was gaining. He wasn't just moving fast, he was moving smart. He used a destructive death, air-type shockwave, not as an attack, but as a precise tool. He fired a small, compressed blast at a loose girder high above, causing it to fall and create a perfect, unforeseen shortcut for him. Saw this from the corner of her eye and scoffed, "Show off." She didn't slow down. She enhanced her legs with a burst of red aura and made an impossible leap between two buildings. They were neck and neck, a demon of the air and a rabbit of the earth, both moving at speeds that left their classmates in the dust. His three-dimensional advantage gave him the edge. He saw the goal platform below. He tucked his arms and dropped from the sky like a falcon, landing softly, not a single speck of dust disturbed, right in front of the victim. A split second later, landed beside him, skidding to a halt with a spray of gravel, her chest heaving. "I win," said his voice calm, not even remotely out of breath. "You had an aerial advantage," she panted, but she was grinning. Behind them and finally arrived, panting and covered in dust, staring in absolute awe at the two who looked like they had just gone for a light jog. All Might's voice boomed over the comms, filled with genuine shock and pride. "Incredible, young Usura and young Miriko are truly in a league of their own. Their growth is staggering. What a display of power and control." The following weeks were a blur of intense study. Warning about the final exams had lit a fire under the class. The written portion was looming, and no one wanted to fail. His house became a designated study hall, with her patiently tutoring and others who struggled with the more academic side of heroics. And studied together, their usual competitive energy now channeled into acing their tests. The day before the practical exams, the atmosphere in the cafeteria was a mix of tension and relief from the written tests being over. And we're eating lunch when a familiar, grating voice cut through the chatter. Well, if it isn't Class 1A. Of Class 1B sauntered up to their table, his face twisted in his signature mocking sneer. "I heard you all had quite the exciting internships. Especially you, Mr. 10 million point man. It's a shame, really. All that fame, all that attention, and for what you seem to have a real knack for." "Oh, the wag." Didn't even see the blur of motion. Sleg shot out from under the table in a vicious sidekick that connected squarely with his gut, sending him flying backward, skidding across the cafeteria floor, and landing in a heap 10 feet away. The cafeteria went dead silent. I'm trying to eat, said, not even looking up from her food. Across the room, Kendo sighed, a look of exhaustion on her face. She walked over, grabbed the groaning by the collar, and began dragging him away. As she passed Class 1A's table, she made eye contact with. Kendo gave a single, sharp nod, a gesture of mutual understanding. Nodded back, a silent bond of dealing with idiots formed between them. The day of the practical exam arrived. The students of Class 1A stood in their hero costumes, lined up in front of a massive, purpose-built city. A sense of unease settled over them. Now then, his voice droned as he stood before them, flanked by All Might, Midnight, Present Mike, and the other UA faculty members. We will now begin the final practical exam. Sir, what will we be doing? Asked, trying to sound confident. A small, cheerful laugh came from who was perched on his shoulder. Due to several factors, we've decided to change the format of the exam this year. From now on, you'll be engaging in 2-on-1 combat. He hopped down, his beady eyes gleaming. You'll be paired up and facing off against one of your teachers. The day of the practical exam arrived. The students of Class 1A stood in their hero costumes, lined up in front of a massive, purpose-built city. A sense of unease settled over them. Now then, his voice buzzed as he stood before them, flanked by All Might, Midnight, Present Mike, and the other UA faculty members. We will now begin the final practical exam. Sir, what will we be doing? Asked, trying to sound confident. A small, cheerful laugh came from who was perched on his shoulder. Due to several factors, we've decided to change the format of the exam this year. From now on, you'll be engaging in 2-on-1 combat. He hopped down, his beady eyes gleaming. You'll be paired up and facing off against one of your teachers. A wave of shock washed over the class. Your pairs and opponents have already been decided, continued, his voice flat. Team 1 and versus. Team 2 and versus ectoplasm. Team 3 and versus power loader. Team 4, Shoji and Taro vs. Snipe. Team 5 and Yuga vs. 13. Team 6 and versus. Team 7 and versus Present Mike. Team 8 and versus Midnight. Team 9 and Momo vs. Eraser Head. Team 10 and versus All Might. The final pairing landed with the weight of a nuclear bomb. The rest of the class collectively looked at the two rivals, then at the grinning symbol of peace, and offered a silent prayer. The first match began and were pitted against. Their plan was simple, brute force. They charged in, chewing through his sugar packets as hardened his body, both smashing punch after punch into the endless waves of concrete walls that erected. It was a war of endurance, and they were losing. The teacher's stamina was infinitely greater than their own. As crashed from his sugar high, remembering his internship, yelled at him to keep going. With one final, desperate charge, he smashed a path through, grabbing his teammate and sprinting for the exit gate, passing with only seconds to spare. Next and faced ectoplasm. This was a test of teamwork, and they excelled. Trapped in a close-quarters fight with a giant ectoplasm clone was at a disadvantage. But with her calm, strategic mind, used her tongue to pull him free. She had swallowed the handcuffs, keeping them safe. They coordinated with using Dark Shadow to distract the legion of clones while moved unseen, eventually locating the real ectoplasm and cuffing him with a surprise attack. A clean, intelligent victory. And found themselves in a maze of tunnels against Power Loader. This was an escape test. His martial arts entail were a good counter for the teacher's small-scale traps, but Power Loader controlled the terrain, constantly collapsing tunnels and blocking their path. Realizing they were being toyed with, grabbed, aimed himself at the distant exit gate, and unleashed his burst, the force of his kickstart rocketing them through the final stretch, and past the gate just as Power Loader's final tremor brought the roof down behind them. Shoji and Toru had a difficult match against Snipe. The pro hero kept them pinned down with unerringly accurate shots from a distance. Shoji used his arms to create a shield, but they couldn't advance. Realizing her invisibility was their only trump card, stripped off her gloves and boots. While Shoji created a diversion, she snuck up on Snipe, completely unseen, and managed to cuff him just as he was reloading. And Yuga had a desperate fight against 13, was panicked, his laser firing causing him stomach pains and doing no good. Remembering her training, took charge. She had fired his laser at the ground to draw 13's attention, and in that moment she closed the distance, evading the black hole Quirk just long enough to cuff her teacher's wrist. And were not so lucky. They were completely and utterly outsmarted by Principal. From the safety of a construction crane, systematically destroyed their escape routes with a wrecking ball, herding them into a corner with flawless, predictive precision. He declared them checkmated without ever engaging them directly, a terrifying display of intellect over power. Then it was time for and to face present Mike. "This'll be easy," said, cracking her knuckles. "He's just a loudmouth, I'll rush him, you back me up." Oh wait, his Quirk started, but it was too late. They entered the forest arena, and from the speakers all around them, present Mike's voice exploded. YH. Clapped her hands over her ears, her jacks bleeding, but for it was infinitely worse. Her highly sensitive rabbit ears, which could pick up a whisper from far away, were assaulted by a sound that felt like a physical, piercing blow. She let out a pained scream, collapsing to her knees, completely disoriented. "What's wrong, little rabbit?" Mike taunted, knowing her strength. "Handle the noise, you two can't even get close." Yelled through the pain, "Find him, where is he?" Ignoring her own agony, plugged her jacks into the earth. "He's 200 meters dead ahead, behind that huge rock formation." Grit her teeth, her aura flaring red. "Cover your ears now." She slammed her heel into the ground, shattering the earth. She began kicking the massive chunks of rock, each the size of a car, in a high-speed barrage toward Mike's position. "Whoa, destructive, but you can't hit what you..." Mike was forced to leap out of the way to avoid a boulder, and in that split second, he had to stop his sonic assault. The instant the sound stopped was gone. Present Mike's eyes widened. He tried to scream again, but she was already on him, a high-speed axe kick coming down. He barely got his arms up to block. The impact sent him crashing to the ground and was instantly on his chest, snapping the handcuff to his wrist. "A pass," she panted, her ears ringing but a feral grin on her face. Next it was and versus Midnight. "Two handsome boys," Midnight purred, cracking her whip as they entered the arena. "Come to me, heroes, I'll be gentle." Immediately turned bright red, a nervous sweat breaking out on his brow. Wow. Remained completely unfazed. "Focus, she's trying to distract you. Cover your mouth and get back." "Oh, right." Midnight, seeing her seduction failed on, didn't waste time. She tore her sleeve, unleashing her Quirk. A thick pink mist rolled across the ground towards them, immediately started to feel drowsy. However, didn't charge, he didn't retreat. He raised his hands and began to move. Water stream encampment, shockwave defense. It was a new application of his power. He began a series of fluid, high-speed strikes in a circular motion around his body. Each fist, each open palm was infused with a small, precise air-type shockwave. It wasn't an attack, it was a barrier. The rapid-fire pulses of air created a powerful, localized vortex of wind, catching Midnight's sleep mist and blowing it all back at her. "What?" she cried out, her eyes widening as her own Quirk was repelled. In a single instant, she was blinded by the mist. Then, with a quick use of he appeared behind her, he didn't even use the cuff, he just tapped her on the shoulder. Midnight froze. She knew in that moment she was beaten. She slowly raised her hands. I surrender." And now wide awake, just stared. "Dude, what was that?" Midnight smiled as cuffed her. "Well done, Usura, that was the real test. We all know you're overwhelmingly strong. The question was whether you were smart. Would you get flustered or just try to punch your way through? You analyzed the situation and used a non-lethal, perfectly suited counter technique, an easy A+. Then came and Momo versus. The fight started badly. Ambushed them, using his capture weapon to snag and hang him upside down from a light pole. Momo, terrified, hid. He yelled from his binds, his voice clear and confident, not sullen as it once would have been. I know you're there, I trust your plan, whatever it is, I'll buy you as much time as I can. Momo, shocked by his sudden faith in her, felt a surge of her own confidence. She formulated a plan, creating a set of Matryoshka dolls to distract and a replica of his own capture weapon. Was impressed, but he erased her quirk, good idea but too slow, and charged. But seeing her falter, smiled, it's okay, you got this now. He unleashed a blast of flame, forcing to blink and break his line of sight. In that 1 second, Momo's quirk returned and she launched the capture weapon, trapping's legs, broke free with a burst of ice, and together they cuffed the pro hero. Good work, team, said, offering a small, genuine smile to his partner. Finally, it was time for and versus All Might. I'd rather lose, spat, than team up with this damn nerd. They were arguing when All Might arrived, not as a teacher, but as a villain. The pressure he released was terrifying. In a rage charged him, he didn't just blast. He leaped, twisting into a martial arts-style sidekick, enhancing the blow with an explosion just as had advised. Ho, All Might said, surprised. You've been practicing, young butt. Oh, the mash. He blocked the kick and sent flying. Activated full cowling, he didn't just punch. He dashed in, leading with a roundhouse kick, aiming for All Might's side. Good, you're learning, young's butt. Oh, the mash. All Might blocked it just as easily. Their new moves were polished, but against this level of power they were nothing. They reverted to their old, desperate selves. The rest of the fight was a brutal, one-sided beating. All Might was determined to make them work together. It forced to unleash a massive gauntlet blast and to save him, punching and then grabbing him, sprinting for the exit gate with a broken body. They passed, but it was a brutal, emotional, and destructive victory. In the observation room, the teachers watched the final results. Well, said, sipping his tea with a cheerful smile. That was a resounding success. Every student passed the practical exam. Some more, gracefully than others, grumbled, watching All Might get chewed out by Recovery Girl on the monitor. But they all showed growth. They used what they learned on their internships and adapted. They're on the right path. The bell rang, signaling the end of the term. Far from the halls of UA, in a rundown bar inn, scratched his neck in annoyance. Nothing, he hissed. The attack and did nothing. The hero killer vanished off the face of the earth, and All Might is still smiling. It's all wrong. Patience, misty voice placated. A new path will present itself. In fact, our recruiter has just sent word. He has found promising new applicants. The warp gate behind them shimmered, and two figures stepped through. The first was a young man in his early 20s, a patchwork of burnt flesh and surgical staples holding his face and arms together. He looked bored, his turquoise eyes filled with a cold, lazy indifference. The second was a high school girl with blonde hair in two messy buns, her face lit with a wide-eyed smile. She was practically vibrating with excitement. Wow, so this is the hideout? The girl chirped, her eyes landing on. You're the guy who attacked you, right? You're so cool, I'm Toga. Can I join? I want to make a world that's easier to live in. I want to be Mr. Get lost, grumbled. I'm in a bad mood. The stitched man simply leaned against the wall. I saw a picture of you. You seem weak. Are you really the one who can achieve the hero killer's goals? As I twitched and get these freaks out of my sight. My name is, the man said, a small, cold flame appearing in his palm. I came to see if the League of Villains is a worthy vessel for my own ambitions. So far, I'm not impressed. The air in the bar crackled with tension, a new, unstable alliance about to be forged in the shadows. The air in the rundown bar crackled with attention. Cold turquoise eyes were locked on, a small, taunting flame dancing on his palm. I came to see if the League of Villains is a worthy vessel for my ambitions, said, his stitched face unimpressed. So far, you just look like a weak, pathetic child. Get lost, hissed, his hand rising, fingers splayed. I'm in a bad mood. Now, misty voice interjected, his form appearing between the two. Vouched for them, they have potential. I don't care, shrieked, his composure snapping. He lunged, his hand aimed at its face, but's warp gate appeared instantly, swallowing's arm. "This is not productive," said, his voice firm. He turned to and Toga, who were watching the scene with a disturbing, wide-eyed glee. "Is the one who will lead us. You will either accept that or you will leave." Still seething, pulled his hand back. He glared at the two recruits, scratching his neck with a raw, agitated fury. He needed pieces, any pieces. The hero killer was gone, his were destroyed. He had nothing. "Fine," he spat, collapsing back onto his. "You're in, for now, just don't get in my way." The next day, the atmosphere in Class 1A's homeroom was a stark contrast to the league's simmering tension. Stood at the podium, his usual tired expression on his face. "Now about your final exams," he began, the entire class tensing. "The results, and you all failed the practical exam." A wave of despair washed over the 5 students and looked like they were about to cry. "However," continued, a small, cruel smirk playing on his lips, "none of you failed the written exam, and in the end, no one is being held back. You're all going to the summer training camp." The room was silent for a beat, processing the information. Then it exploded. "We're all going," and shrieked, tackling each other in a hug. "A logical ruse," shouted, though he looked relieved. "It was a test of your abilities against an overwhelming foe," explained. "We needed to push you. The fail was a lie to motivate you to your limits. The camp itself is a boot camp. Those who failed the practical will be working twice as hard." He then laid out the details. The camp was a week long at a secret location and run by a team of pro heroes. But held up a finger. "Since it is a school-sanctioned event, you'll need to prepare. You'll need outdoor gear, specialized supplies, and anything else you might require for a week of intense training in the woods. You have the weekend to prepare. A list of suggested items is being distributed now." As the papers were passed out, the excitement in the room became palpable. "A shopping trip," cheered. "We should all go together," suggested, "to the Ward shopping mall." The idea caught on like wildfire. The group turned to the class's 2 top students. "What about you?" asked. "You guys in?" Who had been quietly listening suddenly lit up. "A shopping trip with everyone, a reals, normals thing? Hell yeah, I'm in." Who had been staring out the window just shrugged. "Sounds fine." The school ended and everyone left for their homes, promising to meet the next day. The Ward shopping mall was a massive, sunlit monument to consumerism. The class met at the main fountain, a chaotic, chattering group of teenagers ready for a day off. "All right, where to first?" said, holding his list. "I need some new heavy-duty training boots." I was hopping to look at that new tea shop on the 3rd floor," said, her eyes gleaming. "I just need everything," muttered, looking at her empty wallet with a stressed expression. Soon the group broke apart, as teenagers do, and went to the sporting goods store, wandered off on his own, muttering about weights and support gear. The girls, led by, made a beeline for the clothing stores. And however just walked. "So," said, linking her arm with his, "this is what normal people do." "Apparently," replied, his gaze sweeping the crowd, his compass wave passively scanning his surroundings out of habit. "Come on, lighten up," Usura teased, dragging him toward a crepe stand. "You're off the clock." She ordered one with strawberries and whipped cream and immediately held it up to his face. "Say, ah." He just rolled his eyes but leaned down and took a bite, earning a giggle from her. "They're so cute together," whispered to as they watched from a distance. Blushed slightly. "It's a little much, but yeah, it's kind of sweet, isn't it?" Across the way and watched with open jealousy. "Damn him," muttered. "He's got the cool quirk, he's the strongest, and he gets the girl. Some guys have all the luck." After a while and separated from the noise, finding a relatively quiet bench on a balcony overlooking the main atrium, sipped on a drink she'd just bought, her legs swinging. "This was a good idea," she said softly. "It's nice just being us." He gave a small, genuine smile. "It is." He was about to say something else when he suddenly went still. His smile vanished and his entire body tensed, a switch flipping from to Usura. Asked, her own good mood evaporating at his change. What is it? Said, his voice a low, cold whisper. Stay on this bench. What? Why? Before she could finish, sensed it. A familiar battle spirit, weak and full of simmering hatred, approaching from behind. He sensed the movement. A hand, 5 fingers outstretched, reaching for his face from over the back of the bench. In a fraction of a second, in a soundless burst of speed, was no longer on the bench. He was standing behind the attacker, his own hand hovering just a single, terrifying inch from the villain's exposed neck. Froze, his hand, covered by a glove, was still in the air, about to grab. Nothing, he felt the pressure behind him. A cold, deadly presence that promised instant deaths. Hearing the whisper of displaced air, leaped to her feet, spinning around. What the hell? She froze, her eyes went wide as she recognized the pale, blue-haired man, the man from the USJ. You, she snarled, dropping into a fighting stance. Stay back, commanded, his voice pure ice. He didn't take his eyes off. His quirk will kill you if he touches you. Get your phone, call the police, now. Hesitated, her every instinct screaming to leap across the bench and kick the villain's head off. But the cold, absolute authority in his voice made her obey. She backed away, fumbling for her phone, her eyes never leaving the villain. Just one touch, hissed, not daring to move. His other hand was in his pocket, a nervous tick. That's all I need, hero, just one touch and you crumble. If you can, replied, his voice dropping to a whisper that was more terrifying than a shout. You move a muscle, you even twitch to decay this bench, and I will release the single strongest shockwave I can directly into your neck. It will be stronger than the one I used to blow a hole in your creature. Your head will fly off before your quirk ever activates. Do you understand me? Went completely, utterly still. He could feel the power radiating from his hand, a focused, lethal energy. He knew with absolute certainty that it was not a bluff. I should kill him right here, end it, thought, his mind racing. He considered it for a split second. No, if I kill him, All for One will just find another vessel, a smarter one maybe, a more stable one. Right now is a predictable, petulant child. He's a pawn I can track, an anger I understand. Killing him would be messy, it would derail the entire future All for One has planned. He'd cook up something new, something worse. No, this is better, a public failure. The mall's security, followed by the police, arrived with shocking speed, their guns drawn, alerted by his frantic call. Don't move, hands in the air slowly. Trapped between a squad of police and the promise of instant decapitation, had no choice. He slowly, agonizingly raised his hands. The class, drawn by the commotion, arrived just in time to see the villain who had nearly killed them at the USJ being put in handcuffs, his face a mask of silent, seething hatred. Didn't lower his hand until the cuffs were on and was being dragged away. The outing was over. The mood was shattered. The police and pro-heroes on the scene quickly and quietly escorted the students out and said their goodbyes at the station. I'll see you later, he said, his voice back to normal. She just nodded, still visibly shaken by how close it had been. Be safe. Didn't go home. He went straight to UA, walking into his office without knocking. The principal was there, as if expecting him. That was a public incident, said, sipping his tea. He's in custody, reported, his voice flat. He targeted me, I didn't engage. Excellent, said, his black eyes gleaming. A public execution would have been problematic, a capture is clean, it makes him look weak, a failure, it sows discord in his new league. Well done, Usura. He took another sip. This brings us to the summer camp. We've arranged for you all to train at a secluded location in the woods, the forest of magical beasts. The wild pussycats will be overseeing it. Just nodded. However, his eyes glinted with that familiar manic light, we have high confidence intelligence that the League of Villains will attack this camp. They are desperate for a win after their recent failures. The capture of their leader will only make them more frantic. You're letting us go anyway, stated. It wasn't a question. Of course, smiled. It's the perfect trap. The pros will be there waiting, but traps are messy. Villains don't follow rules. If during the chaos you are forced to defend yourself, you have my full pre-approved authorization to use any means necessary to neutralize the threat. No questions will be asked. Stood up a cold, sharp smile touching his lips. He thought of the new villains and Toga and the ones who would inevitably come to free their leader. This, he said softly, is going to be fun. The high-security transport van was a steel coffin, suffocating and silent, sat bolted to the floor, his hands locked in Quirk-suppressing cuffs, his face full of simmering hatred. He was furious about being humiliated in public by that brat. He scratched his neck with the back of his cuffed wrist, the motion awkward and unsatisfying. Without warnings, the world outside the van's tiny, barred window erupted in a flash of dark blue. The van screeched, metal tearing, as a wave of intense fire washed over the convoy. The vehicle flipped, tumbling through the air like a discarded toy before slamming onto its side. The guards inside tossed violently. Before the ringing in his ears could even fade, felt the world distort. A familiar purple mist enveloped him. He stumbled out onto the familiar, grimy floor of the bar, coughing as the smell of ozone and ash filled his lungs. Was there, as was the patchwork man, who was brushing a speck of dust from his shoulder. "You're welcome, leader," said, his voice laced with lazy amusement. "Try not to get caught next time, it's pathetic." "I didn't need you," spat, his voice venomous. He was enraged not just by the capture, but by being rescued by this irritating newcomer. Could have handled it himself. "Couldn't have breached the van, I did," stated, his turquoise eyes dead, "and I cleaned up the mess." Smiled, remembering the guards, still trapped in the burning, melted wreckage, screaming as he raised a casual hand, the blue flames intensifying until the screams were silenced for good. Just sneered, turning away. "Whatever." Let out a small, humorless huff. He slowly raised his hand and with a deliberate, insolent calm gave the middle finger. "Don't get yourself killed before the real fun starts, boss." He turned and walked out of the bar, leaving to seethe in the silence. Slammed his fist on the counter, decaying a large chunk of the wood into dust. That UA brat, that Usura and All Might, always in my way, always smiling, always ruining everything. It makes me itch. He raked his nails across his neck, his frustration reaching a boiling point. He glared at the television where news of his own capture and subsequent escape was already playing, a massive failure for the police. It doesn't matter, the next stage is already in motion. We'll make them pay, we'll show them just how fragile their world really is. He stormed off into his back room, slamming the door behind him. As ever the dutiful tender began to wipe down the bar, he picked up a small file had provided, one that had been updated after the sports festival. On the cover was a candid photo of his black eyes seeming to stare right through the camera. Amused to the empty room, "Your development is crucial. Master's grand plan depends on it. But this Usura, he is an anomaly. He does not hesitate. He operates with a cold logic and a power that is not accounted for. The hero killer is gone, and this boy, he is the one who truly changes the game. A piece that is not on the board. He could be a devastating obstacle, or if he could somehow be turned, a truly magnificent asset." Miles away in his All Might-themed room, finished his final rep, his muscles burning. He sat on his floor, breathing heavily, and stared at his own hand. "All Might, I want to be just like you. I want to save everyone with a smile." His gaze drifted to his desk, where he had been working on new move sets. His mind flashed back, as it often did, to the USJ, to the sight of standing between him and the cold, absolute confidence, the overwhelming power. But he thought, clenching his fist, "I couldn't do anything, I was frozen." He wasn't. What he did was brutal, but it worked. He saved us. He remembered furious words from that day. "Are you dumb? What if they take one of us hostage? What will you do then? Cry like you always do?" Her words still stung, but he knew she was right. He had been weak. He had been naive. Then he remembered Sid's advice in the locker room. "You're still too focused on your arms. Learn to use your kicks. Don't be a one-trick pony." Looked at his hand, then at his legs. All Might was a puncher, but it was a complete fighter. He used his entire body as a weapon, and he won. He won against the villains, and he won the sports festival. Saved me, he gave me advice. He's not like All Might, he's different, he's darker, scarier. But he's a hero and he's strong. A new, fierce determination settled in his eyes. I can't just follow All Might, I am not him. I need to get stronger in my own way. I need to be able to win, I need to be more like him. A sudden, sharp knock at his door broke his concentration. He opened it to find and both grinning like idiots. Hey, my man said, slinging an arm over his shoulder. Great news, we're all going to the pool, you end. The pool asked, confused. Yeah, for endurance training before the big camp, added a little too enthusiastically. Fired up by his new resolve, nodded. Yeah, that's a great idea, let's train. In the UA staff room, King was reviewing the class rosters with, I heard your class had another incident at the mall. You've got a real trouble magnet in your class. You sure they're all stable for this camp? It was handled, replied, his voice a low grumble. The problem isn't my class, it's the fact that the villains are fixated on them. Just give me the final confirmation on the Quirk report for the Puscats. Right, said, scrolling through his tablet. Explosions, super strength, fire and ice. What about your two monsters, the ones who tore up the festival? Sighed, Quirk, rabbit. It grants her superhuman leg strength, speed, and agility, which she can further enhance with an aura, an inherited trait from her father. Her speed is her main weapon. A king nodded, and the champions paused as if considering his words. Usura, Quirk, battle god, high-speed adaptation, superhuman strength, sensory abilities, and shockwave manipulation. He's a problem, but for the villains, not for us. His control is absolute. Before could respond, the door slid open, revealing and, Excuse me, sensei, said, bowing. We were wondering if we could have permission to use the school pool for endurance training before the camp. Just stared at them with his tired, red eyes. Permission granted, just don't break anything and be out by 5 p.m. Thank you, sir. The three boys left, and the moment the door closed and high-fived. Yes, our master plan is AGO, whispered. The girls will never see IT coming. When they arrived at the pools, however, their plan hit a snag. ALRIGHT ladies, time for some fun in THE yelled, bursting through the doors. He froze. The pool was already occupied, was practice hardening in the deep end, was doing high-speed laps, was trying to use his explosions to propel himself through the water, was on one side a miniature iceberg cooling off. Oh, what are you guys doing here? Shrieked. We are also here to train our bodies for the camp, announced, stopping mid-lap. Seeing his classmates so motivated, pumped his fist. Wow, everyone's so motivated, let's all train together. Hey, wait, the girls are here, suddenly yelled, his original mission returning to him. On cue, Toru and walked out from their locker room, and's eyes practically bugged out of their heads only to deflate a second later. They're the standard, UA issued SWMSUITS. The two wailed, collapsing to their knees in despair. The door to the boys' locker room opened one more time and walked out. He was in simple black swim trunks, his long hair tied back in a low, loose bun, a few strands framing his face, his tattoos on full display. Who had been laughing at the boys' antics with stopped mid-sentence. Her voice just died in her throat. A deep, unmistakable blush crept up her neck, her white ears turning a faint shade of pink. Are you good? Asked, confused. She followed her friend's gaze and her own eyes widened. I see. Wow, you're blushing so hard. Toru cheered, her invisible self evident only by her floating swimsuit. Shut up, stammered, flustered in a way no one had ever seen her. I've seen him shirtless plenty of times. We train together, it's not a big deal. Smirked, tapping an ear jack against her shoulder. Sure, that's why your ears are bright red. I'm gonna kick all of you, yelled, her blush deepening as the girls giggled and scattered. Ever the class rep blew a whistle. All right, everyone, to make this training productive, why don't we have a friendly race? Who is the fastest in Class 1A? And, however, had already bypassed the group and were sitting on the edge of the pool, their legs dangling in the water. You guys have fun with that, said, leaning back on his hands. Yeah, no point, added, her composure returning as she leaned her head on his shoulder. We all know who'd wins. The race commenced, a chaotic 50-meter freestyle battle that ended predictably with and in a three-way tie. After the training, the class just relaxed in the water, the mood was light and happy. Man, we've really been through a lot, haven't we? Said. The USJ, the sports festival, the exams. And now a training camp, cheered. It's going to be so much fun. The peaceful moment was broken by voice from the intercom. It's 5 p.m., go home now. The class scrambled out, drying off and heading for the gates. As they walked out, suddenly, without warning, leaped onto his back, wrapping her arms and legs around him in a perfect piggyback. Onward, peasant, she declared. Your reward for not showing off in the pool is the honor of carrying me home. Just sighed, but his expression was soft as he adjusted her weight and started walking. This camp is gonna be so much fun, she said, nuzzling her face into his neck. A whole week just training, eating, and hanging out. It's not a vacation, reminded her, his voice calm. It's a boot camp. Yeah, but we'll be together, that's all that matters. She grew quiet for a moment. Just be safe, okay? After the USJ and the mall, things feel dangerous, I don't like it. He looked at her over his shoulder, his black eyes meeting her amber ones. I'll be fine, I'll protect you. She scoffed, tightening her grips. Idiot, I'll be protecting you. He laughed softly, the sound mixing with the evening cicadas. Okay, we'll protect each other. Deal, she whispered, kissing his cheek. Now, mush, your queen demands to be taken home. Get off, he said jokingly while laughing it off. The first day of the summer training camp had finally arrived. The collective energy of Class 1A was a buzzing force as they gathered in front of the school, their bags packed and their hero costumes in their cases, stood before them looking even more tired than usual. All right, listen up. The summer training camp is a go. You all passed your practicals, some just barely, he said, his eyes landing on and who both flinched. But you're all here. The bus is waiting. Be quiet, be orderly, and don't cause any trouble. Oh yeah, the class minus a few cheered. Class 1A seems to be in high spirits. How wonderful. The voice, dripping with sarcasm, was instantly recognizable. Of Class 1B strolled over, his usual condescending smirk plastered on his face. I heard some of you failed the practical. How embarrassing. To think the oh-so-mighty Class 1A isn't as perfect as they think, and here we are, Class 1B, all passing with flying colors. Perhaps the tide is turning, perhaps we're the ones who are truly. Job. A sharp, decisive karate chop to the back of his neck sent him crumpling to the ground, unconscious. Kendo, Class 1B's rep, sighed as she grabbed him by the collar. Sorry about him, she said with an apologetic smile. He's got issues. Good luck at your camp, everyone. She began to drag away. She's the one sane person in that entire class, muttered, getting a nod of agreement from. ALRIGHT, everyone, announced, chopping the air. Let's board the bus in an orderly, seated fashion, boys on one side, GIRLS on the other. His plan was immediately ignored. The students piled onto the bus, a chaotic mix of laughter and shouting. The ride began, and the bus was anything but quiet. Hey, your new fighting style at the exam was awesome. Using your legs like that was so cool, called out from his seat. Oh, thanks, I'm still working on it, replied, a light blush on his face. Not as cool as my kicks, though, yelled from the back of the bus, where she was practically sitting in lap, both of them cackling over a video on's phone, and sat across from them, trying and failing to have a normal conversation over the noise. You idiot, that's not how you play the game. You're supposed to build your deck before we get on the bus, complained, holding up a handful of cards. I was busy, man, give me a break. Sat by the window, his hair tied back, watching the scenery pass by with a calm, neutral expression. He was a quiet island in the middle of a hurricane of teenage energy. Sensing a momentary lull in her own conversation, looked over at him and pouted. You're so boring, come back here and be fun with us, she yelled. He just gave her a small, almost imperceptible smirk and shook his head, content to let her have her fun. He much preferred the quiet. This chaos continued for the better part of an hour, the volume steadily increasing until a dark, menacing aura filled the front of the bus. Oh, shut up. His voice was quiet, but it cut through the noise like a knife. His eyes were glowing red, his hair floating. The next person who yells will be walking the rest of the way. We're here. The bus pulled to a stop, not at a training camp, but at the edge of a random cliffside rest stop. The students filed out, stretching their legs and looking around in confusion. A rest stop asked, "Where's the camp? And I really need to pee." "This doesn't seem like a very logical place to stop," noted, adjusting his glasses. "Maybe they have a restaurant offered." Just then, a black car pulled up, and two figures in brightly colored, cat-themed hero costumes stepped out, striking a pose on the edge of the cliff. A third, a small boy with a red horned hat, stood beside them looking profoundly grumpy. "Lock on with these sparkling eyes," the blue-clad hero announced, striking a pose. "We've come to lend a paw," the red-clad one added, her pose just as dynamic. "We're the wild, wild pussycats," they declared in unison. A fourth hero, a large, muscular man with tiger-striped gear, stepped out from behind them. Immediately went into a state of rapture. The Pussycats, they're a three-person hero team who specialize in mountain rescue. They're veterans who have been active for over a decade, and they're... A shut up, nerd roared. Their agency is a joint one, founded years ago, and they're later Mandalay. "Wow, you know a lot," the red-clad hero Pixie Bob said, impressed. "But you got one thing wrong, kiddo," she bounded over, getting right in's face. "We're not that old, we're all still 18 at heart." Her claws flexed, and a menacing aura came off her. "Allah E18 stammered, terrified." Mandalay, the one in blue, sighed and stepped forward, gesturing to the small, grumpy boy. "This is my nephew, Coda. Say hi, everyone." Walked forward, his hand outstretched. "Hey there, I'm from UA High's Hero Co." Wham! Coda's fist connected squarely with sensitive groin. As the green-haired boy crumpled to the ground in agony, the class stared in shock. "Oh, you brat," yelled, "how could you do such a thing to midsection?" Coda just glared at them all with an intense hatred. "I don't want to hang out with a bunch of hero wannabes." I actually laughed. "I like this kid's attitude." "All right, playtime's over," Mandalay said, her voice turning professional. She pointed a clawed glove at the vast, sprawling forest that filled the canyon below them. "Your training camp is at the base of that mountain." The class looked confused, but then "Why did we stop up here?" asked. "Isn't it obvious?" said, her eyes gleaming as she finally understood. A feral grin spread across her face. "This is where the training starts." "Bingo, bunny girl," Pixie Bob cheered. "The current time is 9:30 a.m. You have until 12:30 p.m. to get to the lodge on your own 2 feet, and you'd better hurry because anyone who doesn't make it in time won't get any lunch." Before the students could protest, Pixie Bob slammed her hands on the ground. Earth flow. The cliffside beneath Class 1A disintegrated into a massive, roiling wave of mud and rock. With a collective scream, all 20 students were sent tumbling down the embankment, crashing into the dark, ominous forest below. They landed in a heap, coughing and covered in dirt. "Are you kidding me?" moaned, pulling himself out of a bush. "This is so messed up," agreed. A deep growl echoed through the trees. The ground in front of them began to churn, and a massive, hulking creature made of dirt, rock, and twisted roots rose from the earth. "A beast!" shrieked. "It's one of Pixie Bob's dirt monsters," yelled, getting into a fighting stance. "Everyone stay on your guard." Before anyone else could move, and were already in action. "Die!" roared. He didn't just blast. He launched himself into the air, spun, and angled his kick just as had advised, using his explosion as a focused propellant for a devastating axe kick, shattering the monster's shoulder. Seeing Snoo move, gritted his teeth and activated full cowling. He leaped, channeling the green energy into his legs, and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick that caved in the creature's side. He, no longer hesitating, sent a wave of fire to dry out the monster's muddy composition, followed by a blast of ice to freeze it and make it brittle. And finished it, they used simultaneously. His fist, coated in an airtight shockwave, pulverized its head, whilst Or-enhanced kick shattered its torso. The beast collapsed into a pile of dirt. "All right," cheered, "that was awesome teamwork." "Don't get comfortable," said, his black eyes scanning the trees. "There are more, a lot more." He was right. For the next 3 hours, the trek was a living hell. The pussycats were relentless, sending wave after wave of dirt beasts at them, each one bigger and more complex than the last. But Class 1A was not the same class that had cowered at the USJ. They fought as a unit, created insulated sheets and cannons to support from the rear, used her earphone jacks to detect the monsters before they could ambush them, giving them precious seconds to prepare, and provided wide area crowd control, electrocuting and melting the creatures. Shoji and acted as an impenetrable defense, shielding the less combat-oriented students. Lightened heavy debris, used her tongue for mobility and rescue, and even used his tape creatively to bind the creature's limbs or create tripwires. Coordinated their movements, his speed allowing him to relay messages and scout ahead. And their vanguards were evolving mid-fight. "This is awesome," yelled as he used full cowling, shoot style to kick the legs out from under a 3-headed beast. He was getting the hang of it, the flow of power to his legs feeling more natural with every strike, his movements becoming faster and more fluid. "Don't get ahead of me, DEKU," screamed, using his AP shot in a focused burst to drill through a monster's core, then using his other hand to blast himself onto its back, finishing it with a point-blank explosion, all in one fluid martial arts-like motion. His movements were still wild and aggressive, but they were no longer just sloppy rage. They had form, a brutal efficiency he hadn't possessed before. Was a storm of fire and creating walls of ice to trap the beasts, then filling the enclosed space with a torrent of fire, an efficient, deadly oven. He was using both sides fluidly, the mental block from the festival completely gone, his control over his flames growing with every blast. After what felt like an eternity, they broke through the final line of monsters and stumbled into a clearing. They were exhausted, covered in sweat and mud, but they were all in one piece. They had made it to a wide, open field in front of a large, rustic lodge. "Man, that was brutal," panted, collapsing onto the grass. But we did it," cheered, falling next to him. Who was barely breathing hard, just stretched her arms. "That was a decent warm-up." She walked over to, who was wiping some dirt off his gauntlet. "See, fun, told you this would be fun." Just shook his head, a small smirk on his face. "You have a weird definition of fun." She was about to retort, her eyes sparkling with playful energy. The danger was over, they had made it. Then's compass wave flared. A passive sonar of shockwaves he always kept active, which pulsed out, sensing the world around him. It had been sensing trees, rocks, and his classmates' faint battle spirits. Now it sensed something else. An overwhelming, terrifying battle spirit appearing from nowhere, moving at a speed that dwarfed even. It was a presence he hadn't felt since the USJ. It was the presence of a. His playful expression vanished, replaced by a cold, hard mask of absolute seriousness. "Everyone get down now," he roared. His warning was a fraction of a second too late. A black flash, a blur of motion that physics ripped through the clearing. It wasn't targeting the group, it was targeting him. Barely had time to bring his arms up in a cross guard, his own shockwaves flaring to life. A colossal, black-skinned fist, its knuckles like boulders, slammed into his defense. The sound was not a punch, it was an explosion, a deafening boom that shattered the trees around them. His eyes widened in shock as he felt the force, a power that was almost the same as the USJ, shatter his guard and send him flying. He crashed through the forest, a human cannonball, mowing down trees like they were twigs before disappearing. There was a moment of absolute, horrified silence. Akaza screamed, her voice cracking with a terror no one had ever heard from her. She moved to dash after him, but before the class could even react to the sudden, shocking attack, new figures dropped from the trees, landing between them, and the path had been flung down. A wave of intense blue fire erupted, creating a wall of flame that instantly scattered the stunned students, forcing them back. Stood there, his stitched face lazy, his turquoise eyes cold. A lanky, twitching figure in a straitjacket and metal mask, Moonfish, crawled out of the woods like a grotesque insect, hissing, his teeth extending like metallic blades. And a mountain of a man, covered in rippling muscle and wearing a strange, gimp-like mask, landed with a heavy thud that shook the ground. Muscular. Well, well, drawled, a small, cruel smile playing on his lips as he scanned the terrified students. Look at all the little heroes, all lost in the woods. Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.